Hi, Member Meyerson. We'll get started in just a minute.
Okay, I think we're going to go ahead and start this meeting. It's going to be a long one, so get ready. It is 9:03 and Executive Director Ross, can you please take roll?
President Haley?
Present.
Here. Superintendent Horn? Member Catanese will be joining us soon. Dr. Clay?
Here.
Dr. Core?
Here.
Dr. Cruz Rivera is not with us today. Dr. Hightower? Member
Here.
Kravickas? Member Meyerson?
Here.
And Dr. Webke?
Here.
President Haley, you have a quorum.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Well, I will take my president's report just to say a few words to welcome Dr. Lupita Hightower. She just joined us. We're really excited. She, for those of you who are sort of new to her, I just learned about her, and she's had a very distinguished career serving more than 28 years in public education. She served 14 years as a superintendent of the Tolleson Elementary School District, not only as the first Latina, just she's been absolutely extraordinary. In 2023, as I know a number of my colleagues are aware, she was awarded Arizona Superintendent of the Year, which is quite a high honor and acclaim. And she also serves on the board of Grand Canyon University. And I have no doubt, given your experience and your leadership, you'll be a great voice for members of the board. So we're really grateful that you're with us today.
Thank you so much, President Haley. It's an honor to be here.
Thank you. And then I'd also like to welcome Dr. Kathy Webke. She also has an incredible career. She's been 42 years in education, which is pretty extraordinary. I was born before you started in education, so I will say that. I definitely was born and in in our Scottsdale schools at that time. So, but you also served as an educator in the PV Unified School District. You've held various leadership roles within the Department of Education. Perhaps you may have even overlapped with Superintendent Horn. And then you also led the Arizona K-12 Center. For those that are interested, she also was the first in our state national board certified teacher with a middle childhood generalist certification. And so I have no doubt that your insights will be crucial to the work that we get to do here at the state board.
Thank you, President Haley. This is quite an honor to serve and to be here today. And I look forward to working alongside everybody here and working with the community.
So, and I know that Superintendent Horn also wanted to say a few words of welcome.
Yes, I want to join in the welcome. Dr. Kathy Webke has been a friend of mine for 40 years, believe it or not. She was, many of you know, I served 24 years on the Paradise Valley School Board, and she was a teacher there, and we knew each other very well. And then she joined the department when I was first elected superintendent in 2002. And Dr. Lupita Hightower, and I want to just say I value that friendship. And Dr. Lupita Hightower, as a superintendent, was a member of my superintendent's advisory board and has been a great contributor in that context. So I want to welcome also Dr. Lupita Hightower. I'm very pleased that you're both with us.
So with that, that's the conclusion of my report. Superintendent Horn.
Okay. Well, I'm starting out with a Millikan Educator Award, which is a huge honor. It's a very, very difficult thing to win. The Millikan Educator Awards, created by Lowell Millikan in 1987, have rewarded and inspired excellence in education by honoring top educators nationwide with 25,000 unrestricted awards of money, $25,000. And over the years, I've participated in a lot of these presentations at the schools where the winner is surprised, doesn't know it's going to happen, but it's a big assembly where it's announced. And after the person is announced, or maybe before, the representative of Milken Awards says, should I give the educator $25? And students hold up plaques for $25. And there's some applause. And then he says, how about $250? And another student comes up with another zero, and there's more applause. And he says, how about $2,500? Now they're excited. And then he says, and then another student comes up with another zero. He says, what about $25,000? And the assembly explodes. And these are huge assemblies, so it's a very exciting experience. Not an accolade for lifetime achievement or the proverbial gold watch at the exit door, the Milken Educator Awards target early to mid-career education professionals for their already impressive achievements, and more significantly, for the promise of what they will accomplish in the future. Recipients are surprised when their names are announced at emotional all-school assemblies in front of cheering students, proud colleagues, distinguished officials, and the media. The Milken Educator Awards bring attention to these classroom heroes, serving at once as validation, motivation, and inspiration to current and future quality educators. We hope many students at these events will be inspired to become teachers. The message: we recognize you, we value, we thank you. Today, we recognize an educator honored on February 4, 2025 at a surprise assembly at a school as the 2024 Milken Educator from our great state of Arizona. Principal Jeff Martin is an instructional leader who models best practices for his staff and students at Clarendon Elementary School in Phoenix, Arizona. As a former ELA middle school teacher, he understands the responsibilities of his teachers in their classrooms every day. He tirelessly works to put educators and students at the heart of everything he does. Martin is so committed to hands-on leadership that he selects a classroom to teach in during the first quarter of each school year to ensure he remains in touch with the students' and teachers' needs. Martin is a highly engaged leader with a focus on strong staff collaboration. Through the district's implementation of the National Institute for Excellence in Teaching, NIET systems for educator excellence, leadership, and professional growth, Martin works with master and mentor teachers to outline school goals each year, attends weekly department and PLC professional learning community meetings, and leads weekly meetings with new teachers throughout the school year. His active involvement, data-driven approach, and positive support to colleagues and students alike have contributed to Clarendon's high retention of outstanding teachers, a jump from a C to a bona fide B state rating, and the receipt of the Arizona Education Foundation's A+ School of Excellence Award. Martin's enthusiasm extends to the community, where he revamped the school PTO, started Bring Your Special Person to School Day, increased the school's social media presence to improve parents' school communication, and is a regular presence at community events. The district often invites him to participate in policy discussions, and he was selected to present at Arizona's ESSA Every Student Succeeds Act conference with the National Institute for Excellence in Teaching, NIET, on the impact of building instructional leadership teams in Arizona. Martin completed a Bachelor of Arts from Purdue University in 2011. At Arizona State University, he earned a Master of Arts in Secondary Education 2013 and a Master of Arts in Educational Leadership 2019. And I'm now supposed to present Martin with an obelisk.
Y'all want to join? Yes. Y'all can. Oh, yeah. Come on and.
I'll stand by you.
Sounds good.
Yeah, scooch on back. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Well done.
Congratulations.
Nice.
Family, family, family.
Wait for them to sit down. The other part of the superintendent's report deals with ESAs, which I think some of you are interested in. It has come to my now. Let me say this: I sent a letter to ESA parents, setting forth my position, the justification of my position, and I want to read it with a few omissions and a few comments, so that everybody here knows what I sent to the ESA teachers. Parents. It has come to my attention that there's been some misinformation being spread about the ESA Parent Handbook, and I want to clarify it. The misinformation has been that the Department of Education puts limits on payments for which it does not have statutory authority. The statute designates the department as responsible for implementing ESAs. There's a duty that comes with that, actually for any department that deals with taxpayer funds, to maintain the integrity and durability of the program, and to be sure that all expenditures are for valid educational purposes and for a reasonable price according to market prices. If we granted all requests for money without those considerations, these are examples of requests that we would have had to grant according to prior requests: a $5,000 Rolex watch, a $24,000 golf simulator. Most students on ESAs get a budget of about $7,000 a year. Parents of students with a disability get approximately $30,000, and some as much as $60,000, so they can pay for extra therapy for their children that the children would have gotten in a public school. To use up $24,000 out of $30,000 for a golf simulator when we are dealing with a special education child is especially troubling. A Mont Blanc fancy fountain pen costing $1,199, a 3-night stay at a Marriott hotel. Believe it or not, someone actually asked for a vasectomy testing kit. I guarantee it was not for the education of a child. Now, I've been told that one of my adversaries said I shouldn't include that example because that would have always been prohibited because it's not an educational expense. And that really is my point. Somebody has to decide what is and what is not a valid educational expense, and the legislature gave that to the Department of Education. I have a list of about 35 similarly inappropriate requests that I can forward if anyone interested will leave an email address with the staff. When people attack the ESA program, they typically include a personal attack on me because I'm the chief defender of ESAs at the state level. Even if they attack only ESAs, reporters typically come to me for response. Here's one of the things I typically say. We have families with 3 children. 2 are doing fine in the neighborhood public school, but even a good school doesn't necessarily meet the needs of all children, and the 3rd child's needs are not being met. Now we have ESAs. The parents can send the 3rd child to a school that meets the child's needs. I cannot understand the point of view that says those parents should not have the ability to send a child where his needs would be met instead of keeping him in a place where his needs are not being met, unless people are so immersed in ideology that they lose sight of what's the best educational service for children. If we were spending money on $5,000 Rolex watches, 24,000 golf simulators, and vasectomy testing kits, this would fall flat, and the program would not be durable. You can imagine the headlines. The proposed, the handbook was controversial when presented last year. And the demand on me by critics was that we create a parental working group to create the changes to the handbook. I agreed to that, and that is exactly what we did. We had a parental working group that of 10 people representing all different demographics. So we had people representing homeschoolers, we had people representing parents with special needs children, we had people with children in private schools, we had micro schools represented, and so on. And during the presentations after public comments, the chair of that group, Janelle, will do a presentation. I know some people have questions about why some individual restrictions were there, and she will, as the chair of that committee, will be answering those questions. The committee, the presentation, the advice that we've given to the state board does not come from the department. It comes from that committee of ESA users, as I had agreed last year, with some very minor modifications that John Ward will explain. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you so much, Superintendent Horn. We'll now go to the Executive Director's report. Executive Director Ross, we would love to have your report today.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. This is my favorite part of the meeting. It's a time where we get to honor a couple awesome Arizona kiddos from across the state, and we have two great kids with us today. Up first is going to be Rupesh Nagarajan, who's an 11th grade student at Sandra Day O'Connor High School and West Meck Northeast. Rupesh was nominated by his teacher, Maria Romero, who's here as well. And Maria said that Rupesh constantly demonstrates a commitment to excellence, has a 4.76 weighted GPA, established a Red Cross Club at high school, and has organized events with that club, volunteers at Banner Health, and volunteers at the Choya Library. So please allow me to bring up Rupesh.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Rupesh Nagarajan, a junior at Sandra Day O'Connor High School and currently taking medical assisting class at West Meck. I've always wanted to be part of the medical field, and my journey towards medicine started years ago. It was June 2015, where floods devastated India, and when my parents watched the TV, all I saw was the waters raging across town and destroying buildings in its wake. All I saw was the medical professionals setting up tri-stations and helping those in need. From that moment on, I knew that I wanted to be part of the medical field. Since then, I've dedicated myself to learning and giving back to my community. In the 9th grade, I established my Red Cross Club in my school to provide support to those in need. Through this club, we have volunteered at many organizations like the St. Vincent Church and have organized many fundraisers to support the Red Cross efforts. I also created an environmental focused nonprofit called the Arizona Cleanup Initiative, or ACI, due to an incident that my uncle had at a waterfall where he cut the sole of his feet against jagged glass. He didn't think it meant much at first, but it led to an infection that almost led to the amputation of his foot. If I could just prevent one person from going through what he did, it would make all of it worth it. Balancing my studies with my community service has been incredibly challenging, but it has also been incredibly rewarding. In the 10th grade, my schedule became even more grueling. I took on volunteering at Banner Health in the lab and at the front desk, where I gained hands-on experience in the medical field. I was also part of the teen council at Chola Library, where I created programs that benefited local youth. Doing all this, I also continued the Red Cross Club and managed my responsibilities alongside my rigorous coursework. But it strengthened my time management skills and my commitment to my goals. Academically, I have pushed myself to take on challenges. I have completed almost 11 AP courses through my high school year, and I'm tracked to graduate early in my 11th grade. While the workload has been intense, each challenge has shaped me to become stronger and have kept me on the goal to become a doctor. None of this would have been possible without the people in my life. To my parents and grandparents, thank you for always being there for me and encouraging me and believing me in my journey. Your love and guidance have been everything to me. And to my teacher, Mr. Merrow, I am incredibly grateful for your support. And thank you for always pushing me toward my goals and for nominating me for this award today. Your encouragement has meant so much to me. As I move forward, I will carry these experiences and the lessons they have taught me. The journey to becoming a doctor is a long one, but I'm one step ahead because I've gone to a BSDO program for the Lake Erie College of Osteopathic Medicine, where it's a 7-year accelerator program where I don't have to take the MCAT. Thank you again for this honor and for allowing me to share my journey. Thank you.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next, we have another amazing Arizona kiddo. Saturnino Felix Pajos was a 12th grade student at Tanque Verde High School in the Tanque Verde School District, which is one of my favorite superintendents in the state. Was nominated by Principal Amy Cieslak and is known for exceptional dedication and leadership, serves as a community impact officer on the Arizona's Governor's Youth Commission, student council president from 8th grade to his senior year, as a member of the Sons of American Revolution, where he shares American history with the community, has a 4.0 GPA, is a member of National Honor Society, and is here to talk to us today. So, Satu.
Good morning. Thank you all for having me. I want to first off by thanking Dr. Cieslak, the principal at my high school, for nominating me. My name is Saturnino Felix Picos, but that has far too many syllables, so Satu is just fine. I am a proud Mexican American from Tucson and a senior at Tanque Verde High School, which is a small school on the east side of Tucson in the Tanque Verde Valley with an amazing superintendent, Dr. Hagerman. The past 3 years, I have served as the president of the class of 2025. Only 60 more days to go to the graduate, not that anyone's counting. And currently, I serve as the student body president. Throughout my high school career, I've consistently worked towards the improvement of civics education and civic participation among youth and adults alike. Locally, I serve as the president of the Kachina Society of Children of the American Revolution, where I work to educate on the history and values of our nation, which we all have the power to influence every day. Nationally, I had the opportunity to participate in the Equity and Civics Youth Fellowship, where I worked to improve civics education and advance this issue of utmost importance. After all, it was Jefferson who remarked that an educated citizenry is a vital requisite for our survival as a free people. Nationally, as a child of the desert, we come back to Arizona, where I have served on the Governor's Youth Commission for the past 2 terms, last year serving on the Education Work Group, and then this year serving as Community Impact Officer. Keeping an eye on the future, I hope to attend college. Still undecided. I hear back from the rest of my colleges this week, so wish me luck. And study international politics with a minor in Spanish language and culture. And then one day, hoping when I'm sick of working with people in politics, going and becoming a teacher. Now, a few thank yous are in order. First and foremost to my family. My mom came up here to Phoenix with me today. Thank you guys for giving me the heart and the strength to make it through the trials and challenges of life. Next to the Tanqueray School District for influencing my education and helping bring me to where I am today. And specifically Dr. Sislak for nominating me, and all my teachers from kindergarten to this year for just supporting me every day in the classroom. And then finally to the Board of Education for this honor and for allowing me to take some of your time and speak today. Thank you.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, that concludes the executive director's report for today.
Awesome. You really do have the best part of the meeting. So thank you so much, Executive Director Ross. I think we'll now go to item 2. This is a time for the public to comment on items not on today's agenda or on the consent portion of the agenda. We have quite a large number of individuals who we are looking forward to hearing from today. So all speakers will be limited to 2 minutes. And I will very much use my gavel today. Unfortunately, Dr. Cord didn't get to have a gavel, so I'm excited to have one. So we will use the 2-minute rule, and there'll be a timer that'll be on the screen. So with that, Executive Director Ross, do we have any requests to speak?
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, we have 3 requests to speak at this call to the public. First will be Raymond Thierry, followed by Justin Price, and then Roman Saltero.
Well, that's a couple of tough acts to follow. So, Madam President, members of the board, thank you so much. Good morning. My name is Ray Thierry. I manage the Meta Network for School Improvement housed at Arizona State University, which is generously funded by a grant from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. We work to increase well-matched post-secondary enrollment for high school seniors in the Chandler, Mesa, Phoenix, and Tolleson school districts. As a network, we represent about 20% of the seniors in our state. I'm here to present observations from my time working in these schools. If you still believe in the dying art of fact-checking, I'll have my sources on hard copies as well as on my website, raythierry.org. After reviewing completion rates of our state's high schools, universities, community colleges, and vocational programs, it's clear that reaching Achieve 60 AZ's goal of 60% degree, license, and certificate attainment will require significant improvement. Arizona slightly surpasses the national average for enrollment in community colleges and vocational programs, but we are woefully short of the national average for enrollment at universities. As a state, we would need to increase our university enrollment numbers by about 50%. To support post-secondary planning, the state made college and career readiness a factor in assigning school letter grades. Schools accumulate CCRI points toward their school letter grades with every submitted FAFSA, but post-secondary eligibility, applications, and enrollments don't count. This has led to school counselors and administrators spending significantly more time and resources encouraging students to complete a FAFSA than they do helping students with college and/or vocational school applications. There is a strong correlation between FAFSA completion and post-secondary enrollment, but that appears that it could be a chicken-egg situation. If we want to further empower our high schools to help meet Achieve 60 AZ's target, then post-secondary eligibility, applications, and enrollments should also be represented in high school letter grades. To that end, and with gracious direction from Mr. Sean Ross, I've connected with Ms. Jessica Mueller to study this matter further, and she's been excellent. I appreciate the opportunity to work with her team and the state board in the interest of continuously improving post-secondary opportunities for our students. Thank you.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next is Justin Price, followed by Roman Saltero.
Good morning, esteemed members of the board. My name is Justin Price. I am from Elfrida Elementary School, and I am speaking to the consent agenda, item H, this morning. I just wanted to let you all know that we take the violations of the USFR here at Elfrida Elementary School very seriously, and we are working diligently with the Auditor General's office to work on the corrective action plan and to correct our deficiencies. And we hope to be back in front of you very soon to remove this problem from our school. Thank you for your time this morning and your consideration.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, our final speaker for this call to the public is Roman Saltero.
Madam President, members of the board, thank you for this time. My name is Roman Soltero. I am the proud superintendent of Ajo Unified School District. I will be speaking to section G, the item on section G. We realized that there were deficiencies on our fiscal year 23 audit that occurred because of the former AUSD finance team that was in place. 22-23 was my first year as superintendent. I inherited a finance team that included 2 key remote personnel, a part-time business manager working from Tucson, and a full-time finance director working out of state. There was 1 finance clerk on site. The decision by me to have AUSD move in a different direction was made. As Jim Collins stated in Good to Great, we had to get the right people on the right seats on the bus and move forward in a new and positive direction. The finance team did not share my vision, high expectations, and exceptional customer service philosophy that AUSD stakeholders truly deserved. Non-renewal recommendations were made to the governing board for the business manager in April of 2023, the finance director in May of 2023. The finance clerk resigned a few months later. We went through a transformation in April of 23. I spoke with a mentor superintendent, Dr. Lupita Hightower from the West Valley. She put me in contact with true professionals, finance consultants. They helped us turn it around and improve our internal controls. We have 2 new finance analysts now who have gone to ASBO training since 23-24. Those trainings include procurement, student activities, cash control, grants accounting, payroll, capital assets, budget and finance, accounts payable, chart of accounts, school business management, and ASRS. 1 finance analyst is a ASBO cohort member. Our true professionals finance consultant, Mr. Tyler Moore, is a CFO from Gilbert Higley. He has helped us improve internal controls as well. We hired an assistant business manager to be on site full-time within our district. The Auditor General staff has also been very supportive and provided guidance. Chris Vatrubik, the accounting manager, Kara Vargas, and Michael Carnahan. We're going through a transformation right now, Madam President. We will continue to move forward. We're a B-rated school district, school safety improvements, UAL College of Management partnership, and a Freeport-McMoran partnership on sports facilities renovation. We want to be an A-rated school district and a finance department of excellence. Thank you, ma'am.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, that concludes this call to the public.
Thank you, Executive Director Ross. We'll now move to item 3. This is the consent agenda. Is there an item or items from the consent agenda that a board member would like to pull and discuss? Member Clay.
President Haley, item H, I would just like to recuse myself from that vote.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. So I think in that regard, should I pull that one out, Executive Director Ross, and then we'll take the rest in bulk?
President
vote
Haley,
on-
Superintendent Horn, members of the board, you have 2 options. Member Clay can recuse herself from the consent agenda, and you can take it with the other board members, or you could pull, what item was, I'm sorry, Dr. Clay?
It was 3H.
Or you can pull item H, have everyone vote on A through G, and then do H
a
without
preference?
Dr. Clay.
Okay. Well, I think what I'll do is I'll just take them all in one, and Dr. Clay will recuse herself from this vote. So with that, do I have a motion? Oops. Do I have a motion to approve items 3A through 3H? Dr. Kaur made the first motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Dr. Hightower made a second. So all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Great, thank you. The motion carries. So we are now going to move to item 4. This is a call to the public. This is a time for the public to comment on today's general session. As a reminder, the board does not respond directly to the call to public. So if you're asking us questions, we will not be responding, nor will we be asking you questions. We have an exceedingly high number of individual speakers today. And as a result, everyone will be granted 2 minutes. And if you go over, I will use my gavel. So with that, Executive Director Ross, have we had any requests to speak?
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up first is Jennifer Nicholas, followed by Joshua Steinley, then Diane Weaver. Melissa, do we know if Jennifer might be in the overflow room?
No, they're not in online. They're not here. And I asked them to come up 30 minutes before, but I will check with Lucinda 1 second.
I think for those that have requests to speak, if they're not, we can move them to the end and just keep going.
So up next would be Joshua Steinley, followed by Diane Weaver, and then Jeanette Perry. Diane Weaver. Jeanette Perry. Carmen Blackmore.
Carmen, I believe, switched to online. Give me 1 second. She'll get permission to speak now.
Okay.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Go ahead. We can, Ms. Blackmore. Go
Hi,
ahead.
yes. I just want to make one correction. I did request to speak online, but I am so gracious that you guys are giving me the opportunity. Good morning, members of the board. My name is Carmen Blackmore. I am an ESA student speaking on behalf of families who believe in the purpose of this program. To give your children an education that fits their needs is not a one-size-fits-all situation. I'm here today to urge you to reconsider the restrictive spending caps and payment method barriers that the ESA families are being subjected to. These policies are not in the law. They are administrative overreach and punish students and families who are following the rules, just not the system's preferences. Today, home economics, for example, is more than baking cookies. It is a rich, interdisciplinary field that covers science, math, history, sustainability, and financial literacy. I've built a full curriculum for my children, and it meets all of the rules that the ESA program has currently, using tools like stand mixers, sewing machines, freeze dryers. These are not luxury items. These are instructional tools. But yet, because of the arbitrary $500 cap, students can't fully access this curriculum. Parents like me also are penalized for using common payment forms like Venmo, PayPal, or tutors and small businesses that aren't part of Class Wallet under the new handbook proposal. This is not accountability. It's about convenience for the system at our expense. ESA is supposed to be parent choice, student-centered learning, and educational freedom. But not right now. We are being micromanaged into submission. I'm asking you to expand the caps, allow flexible payment options, proper documentation, and stop punishing families.
Ms. Blackmore, thank you so
Yes.
much for your remarks. 2 minutes.
Thank you
is up.
so much.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next, we have Stacy Brown, followed by Aaron Charles, and then Angela Faber.
Thank you. I knew that too. Good morning. My name is Stacy Brown. I am one of the 10 selected ESA Handbook Committee members. I have provided you with a binder where you are seated, which has documents that I will be referencing. I would like to publicly state I am not in favor of the handbook which has been presented to you by the ADE. What the ADE presented to you was not what the Handbook Committee put together. I would like to point out Superintendent Horn and what he just stated. Quote, "The proposed handbook does not come from the department, it comes from the committee, with some minor modifications which John Ward will describe. The changes that were made versus what the Handbook Committee put together were not indeed minor in my opinion. They were in fact a direct attack against students with disabilities. On January 27th, at the State Board of Education meeting, the Department of Education stated, quote, And their final product is going to be a set of recommendations that will be incorporated into the draft that we will present to you. The department also has a slide which has been provided to you in your notebook. It looks like this. It states, quote, "The final product, a set of recommendations to be incorporated into the ESA Parent Handbook to be presented to the State Board of Education by the department for SBE's vote on whether to adopt the handbook and associated recommendations," end quote. In addition, there was communication from the ADE to the handbook committee members via email, which I have not provided for you, but if you would like to have a copy of this, I'll be more than happy to provide that to you as well. And it states from the ADE, quote, "Could you all agree on which revisions you would like to make in that draft and then make them? You can post that draft wherever you posted the initial working draft you all worked on. I think a unified voice from the committee." Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. We have had a couple of the folks from the beginning come up, so I'm going to weave them in here. So we have Joshua Steemley, followed by Jeanette Aldana Perry.
Hello, Superintendent Horn and other members. My name is Joshua Steimley. I'm a parent here in Arizona, and I have 3 children. One just graduated from Highland High School, another is a junior at Highland High School, and then we home educate our 15-year-old. And my concern is regarding the proposed changes to the ESA handbook. Like some of the other parents have said, we have concerns about some of the caps. I also do research on something called context-based education, which is the idea that we can use interests that students already have to facilitate their learning in other areas. For example, my 15-year-old son, he's very involved in skateboarding. He's not so interested in academic subjects like math, biology, and science. However, by tying those topics to something he's already interested in, it makes it easier for us to educate him. We have ample access to lots of resources such as math that are free from Ivy League institutions like MIT and other colleges. However, what's expensive for us are items listed as PE equipment, for example, skateboards, skateboard ramps, etc. If I build a skateboard ramp with my son, we can learn math through buying the products and looking at the numbers and economizing. We can learn physics as we study how skateboard ramps work. We can learn about other subjects in that process. However, skateboard ramp costs more than $2,500. There's a $2,500 limit for 3 years on PE equipment, which means that that equipment cannot be purchased given the proposed changes to the ESA handbook guidelines. And so I'm also asking that some of these caps be either revisited or removed so that parents can make decisions about what equipment and what supplies, vocational tools, etc., might be necessary for the proper education of their children. Thank you.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next, we have Jeanette Aldana Perry, followed by Aaron Charles, and then Angela Faber.
Good morning. My name is Jeanette Aldana Perry, and I am from Casa Grande. I want to express my gratitude for the ESA program as a whole. I deeply appreciate the improvements to the ESA reimbursement process, which now takes approximately 1 week, an enormous improvement from the 3 months it took when I last addressed you in September 2024. However, we now face a new challenge. Today, I strongly urge the board to not pass the proposed ESA handbook. The board must take the time to carefully consider public concerns, including the nearly 170 pages of submitted comments. A decision of this magnitude should not be rushed. I recognize the importance of oversight to ensure ESA funds are used responsibly. I was pleased to see that the latest proposed handbook states curriculum will no longer be required for certain supplemental materials, pending the outcome of a lawsuit. However, I am both disappointed and concerned by other provisions, particularly the seemingly arbitrary spending caps on critical educational tools like computers, as well as the outright prohibition of clearly educational items, such as backpacks. Furthermore, Mr. Horn's March 18th email to ESA parents reads less like a professional communication and more like an attack. one that echoes the rhetoric of the Save Our Schools campaign. We can all agree that categorizing a $5,000 Rolex watch or a vasectomy testing kit as an educational expense is absurd, but these cases are statistical anomalies, outliers among nearly 88,000 ESA students. In any system, there will always be a few bad actors, whether in the ESA program or the public school system. For example, later today, this board will review 2 educator misconduct cases. One involving a teacher who, while supervising a kindergarten art class, engaged in a sexually explicit conversation over Facebook Messenger and sent a photograph of his genitals to an ex-teacher. Another involving a teacher who physically and verbally abused students in a self-contained special education class, hitting them with rulers, striking their backs, flicking their lips, and speaking to them in a demeaning manner. Where is Mr. Horn's email to public school parents condemning these incidents? Where are the headlines about these cases in the local news? Nowhere. Instead, ESA parents are continually scrutinized, targeted, and accused of mismanagement. Thank you for your time and consideration. Thank you,
President
Mr.
Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next, we have Angela Faber, followed by Lexi Faber, and then Lynn Fox Embry. Oh, my apologies. I'm sorry. No, Aaron Charles was next, followed by Angela Faber, and then Lexi Faber. My apologies.
Good morning. Thank you for having me this morning. My name is Erin Charles. I homeschool my 8 children. 6 of them are on Universal ESA and 2 of them are special needs students. My youngest has Down syndrome. And if you don't have someone in your life with Down syndrome, I'm very sorry. She comes with an extra chromosome and extra love and extra joy and extra challenges. And so my brain is a little fuzzy because she still wakes up in the middle of the night to decorate my walls with marker. I would have brought her, or she would have decorated your walls as well. But you can see that because of the extra challenges I have with her, my life is very full. And one of the greatest concerns that I see on the handbook is R72-1505B4, which states, parents are not advised to contact their districts seeking to update or change their students' individualized education programs or request special education reevaluations in order to make ESA purchases, end quote. This requests that parents not seek out further evaluations for associated goods and services, which is why the Handbook Committee required curriculum if it was not already listed. This is a huge problem because it's a lot of extra appointments. So I already have a lot of extra in my life. And so the extra appointments that are outside of our regular therapies and our regular homeschooling is a huge concern. So I just ask that you take into consideration the families and the parents that are trying to homeschool their kids and do therapies and do the extra work of creating the curriculums, of going to the extra appointments to get the doctor's notes for the things that their children need. Thank you.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next, we have Angela Faber, followed by Lexi Faber, and then Jennifer Nicholas has joined us. So Angela and then Lexi.
Hi, good morning. Superintendent Horn and members of the State Board of Education. I have a speech written out, but after Superintendent Horn spoke this morning, I'd like to correct a couple things he stated. His letter that he said that he read, he did not read the entire letter. He missed the very first sentence that says, this email is directed at parents of ESA students with a disability and parents who are home educating their ESA children. Parents attending private schools not need to be bothered by the rest of this message. This was discriminatory and is unacceptable. You also misled the public by claiming certain purchases were approved when in reality, the laws that are placed already prevented them and the system is working despite your false claims. Superintendent Horn, you campaigned on the promise of empowering parents and supporting families, yet time and time again, you have chosen control over trust, restrictions over opportunity. Your discriminatory letter in the proposed handbook only further demonstrates that you are failing the very families you claim to be supporting. Rather than protecting education, you are limiting it. Instead of listening to parents, you are silencing them. In your letter, you made harmful attacks against students in special education, homeschooling families, and parents simply trying to give their children the best educational opportunities. And if it wasn't bad enough, you told private school families they need to not be bothered. This is divisive rhetoric that is just damaging and dangerous. Every student, regardless of the type of education they receive, deserves respect and support, not discrimination. To the board, do not accept this handbook. You asked the ESA department to gather parent feedback, and they failed you. Instead of listening to the voices of thousands of families, they chose to listen to just 10 parents. This is not meaningful engagement, it's manipulation. You have the power to do what is right for all students, and this is your chance to stand up for them. There are already lawful policies in place to manage educational purchases. Horn's department should be using these existing policies, not overreaching with unnecessary restrictions and ultimately hurt students. Board members, I urge you to reject this handbook. It is in the best interests of students, families, or the future of Arizona's education to stand up for our students.
Thank you.
My
so
daughter will
much.
be speaking next, and I ask you to listen closely. To the future of these students is in your hands.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next, we have Lexi Faber, followed by Jennifer Nicholas, and then Lynn Fox Embry.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Lexi Faber and I'm 15 years old. I use ESA because it helps me get the education that works for me, but these new restrictions are making it harder for students like me to get the things we need to learn. What does not make sense is how some things are just being restricted while others aren't. It feels like the rules are just being made up as you go, picking and choosing what's allowed. Why are some students getting what they need while others are told no? That's not fair and it's not right. If something is part of my education, it shouldn't be treated differently just because it doesn't fit someone else's idea of learning. These rules are not helping students. They are making things more confusing and putting up barriers that don't need to be there. We are just trying to learn, but it feels like we are being punished for it. Please do not approve this handbook. These limits are hurting real students, and we deserve to be treated fairly. ESA is supposed to support education, not picking and choose who gets to succeed. Thank you.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next, we have Jennifer Nicholas, followed by Lynn Fox Embry, and then Rosemary McAtee.
I stand here to urge you to reject the current handbook draft for the ESA program. The draft represents more than just guidance. It embodies a troubling sense of government overreach that undermines the very purpose of ESA, which is to empower us with the freedom to make educational choices best for our children. The state legislature even made it clear in March of 2024 that restrictions like in this draft are going beyond your legal scope. ESA was designed to provide families with flexibility and autonomy, ensuring that parents, not bureaucrats, are the ones that make decisions for their family. The draft imposes unnecessary restrictions and adds layers of red tape. Instead of acting as a tool, it acts as a gatekeeper, limiting access and imposing arbitrary rules. It also seems to target families with children who have special needs, as well as those who choose to educate their children at home. Random spending caps and requiring curriculum to buy a pencil is insulting and beyond your authority. No one is saying hotel stays or Rolexes are okay, but that is a separate issue, and a $500 limit on vocational supplies has nothing to do with that. I'm a product of Gilbert Public Schools. I love my options in Arizona. Please trust in us as parents.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next, we have Lynn Fox Embry, followed by Rosemary McAtee, and then Jennifer Parent.
Good morning, President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. I'm Lynn Fox Embry. I have spoken many times before this committee. I'm a parent of three ESA students, two which are students with disability. I come here today to respectfully request President Haley to call a special meeting to address these issues of this handbook. You did that 2 years ago because I really feel like the parents really didn't have a say in this process. As you know, 3 drafts were submitted to you guys. Unfortunately, we as parents who went digging through the agenda notes saw the other 2 drafts. They were never submitted to us as families. So I'm very concerned that that was not done transparent to all ESA families. Y'all are going to hear other things mentioned today in this handbook that has some concern, but here's one that really bothers me a lot. It is the proposed ESA management fees. It's on page 15, footnote 10 of the first draft of the handbook. It says any fee that may be levied by the department to cover cost of managing the Empowerment Scholarship Program. Well, that's deeply concerning because it lacks clarity, transparency, and limits. My understanding is the funds to manage the administration of this program should not come from us as individual families. And this leaves it very open that at whatever whim the department has, they can levy us as parents and take money from our children's educational needs to manage this program. As you know, we only get a percentage of the funds allotted per ESA student anyway. So I'm very concerned with that. Also, someone mentioned the March the March letter from the legislators last year, which says that this does not follow law. So I really am asking you, President Haley, to call a meeting. This handbook does not need to be approved until May 1st. So let the parents really have a say in what we have to live with for the next year. Thank you so much.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next, we have Rosemary McAtee, followed by Jennifer Parent, and then Savannah Rogers.
Good morning, members of the State Board of Education. My name is Rosemary McAtee. I have been an ESA parent for 6 years and currently have 7 children in the program. I am also representing 11 other families who are unable to attend today. 10 people were handpicked by the department to be on the handbook committee to advise the department, but no applications were sent out to parents for this position. And I stood here before you a year ago at this very meeting, publicly asking to be part of the process. I do not understand why parents have not been involved in the development of the final draft of the new handbook, which was never sent out to parents at all. We had to personally dig into this agenda to find it at the very bottom. On looking through this handbook, I am deeply disturbed at how many policy changes are made in footnotes. Please look at page 52, footnote 22. Based upon my personal experience with reading books purchased last April, it is clear that the administration thinks they can retroactively apply new rules that they come up with and refuse parents the opportunity to even appeal it to the State Board of Education. I will not live in perpetual fear that a potential false debt will be called out against me in a similar way. We pay the ESA department to make sure that fraud is not committed before they approve items. It is unacceptable that the department not do their jobs and put the weight of potential debts on the parents. I also find footnotes 10 on page 15 concerning, as well as footnote 21 on page 46. Parents need to know that funding will arrive on time, especially since many of us use the funding to pay tutors. The administration of this program has not gone well. Parents are tired of continually being told about the small number of stopped abuses within the program, and yet this administration functions so poorly that auto approvals are used to catch up. More and more parents, myself included, believe that the administration's goal is to push students back into the public schools where many of them were served horribly. Just because you claim to be the biggest school choice advocate doesn't make it so. I asked the board to get authentic parent feedback on the handbook before you consider voting on it.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next is Jennifer Parent, followed by Savannah Rogers, and then Shauna Wolf. Do we have Jennifer Parent with us? All right. Savannah Rogers.
Good morning, members of the board. I am a parent with 3 children that are on ESA that all have special needs. This program has been life-changing for my family, especially my oldest son. I'd like to talk to you today about the ESA Parent Handbook. The ESA department would have you believe that they sought feedback from parents and that they have filled their obligation to the rules. Thank you. But the fact is that the department submitted to you a draft of the handbook before they even looked at comments from us. And that the 3 drafts that they have submitted to you did not include any parent feedback. The first draft changed, or the second draft changed because of pending litigation. And the third draft was formatting changes. There was no meaningful parent feedback received and taken into consideration and changes made. And that's why I urge you to reject this handbook and send it back to ESA to work in good faith with the parents whom they serve. It is not right to press forward with this handbook the way it is, with so many who oppose the new changes, the massive changes like arbitrary spending caps which harm SPED students the most. When looking over the small sample of feedback that they provided you from March 10th, and we had still a week left on feedback for that. And then the hundreds of pages of emails that were sent to you. You can see that there's an overwhelming opposition to these spending caps that cross contract years in some places, but we sign a contract that's yearly. So those spending caps make no sense. Why would we limit access to technology when it is in statute? Are we going to say to a student that broke their computer, I'm sorry, you have to wait 2 years before you can school again? Does that make sense to any of you? Would you do it in public school? I was a teacher. There's no way I would let a kid go without a computer for 2 years, but that's what we're proposing here. We're also limiting vocational options, especially when the children are in high school, so that they can only look into that every 3 years. Well, in high school is when we're hoping they figure it out, right? Do you guys know a lot of 16, 17-year-olds who have it? Because I don't. So I just urge you to reject this handbook and thank you for your consideration.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next is Shauna Wolf, followed by Grayson Taylor, and then Mary Taylor.
I would like to yield my time to Stacy Brown.
Thank you. I will continue where I left off. So that email was sent and it shows the consistent intent by the ADE that the draft would contain everything the committee proposed. As a reminder, I'm one of the 10 Handbook Committee members. The Handbook Committee received our one and only copy of our revisions and suggestions on Wednesday, February 26th. I have provided them to you for review. I have highlighted and tabbed the areas of difference and provided in the provided binder. I encourage you to please visit these areas. Most significantly, there was a line which was removed, which stated the limits did not apply to special needs families. Notably, asterisks were placed next to each of the limitation to clarify the listed limitations did not apply to students with disabilities. However, the point of differentiation for students with disabilities was in fact removed by the ADE. Please note, the ADE and Handbook Committee members had a Zoom meeting on February 28th, where only part of the committee was invited to attend, and some further recommendations were decided upon after the ADE asked for further restrictions. In my opinion, it was made clear the ADE would not present a handbook to the SBE, which did not have restrictions implemented. The Handbook Committee made significant compromises together with each other, and we were effective with communicating what needs we heard in our communities. With the help of Janelle Wood leading us, who, by the way, is by far one of the best leaders I've ever met in my entire life, we came up with what I would consider reasonable limits for universal families only. The intent of the Handbook Committee was not to place limits on students with disabilities and with curriculum being sufficient documentation so they would not have to go back to these medical providers repeatedly to get further implementation of associated goods and services. Our intent was to create a differentiation between the two groups of ESA students. The Handbook Committee voted in favor of the department using lawful risk-based auditing. And we know that there are some bad actors. Superintendent Horn has brought that list forward to us. However, in the thousands and millions of transactions that are coming through, he has a list of 35, which means they were caught. I would encourage you to reconsider this.
Comments.
Thank you.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next, we have Grayson Taylor, followed by Mary Taylor, and then Julie Batt.
My name is Grayson and I'm 9 years old and I'm homeschooled. I like being homeschooled because I can do lots of fun things because of ESA. I can do a lot of hands-on activities like being in a science club, and I also get to go to a school called Thrive. It's not hours long and it's only 1 or 2 days a week. I've gotten to make a sword from melt to the aluminum, being in a ninja class where I learned to run up a wall and go on lots of hikes. Most days I just stay at home and do school with my mom and siblings. Sometimes people tell me that I have to sit still and stop talking and that I'm too wiggly or distracting. In sports, sometimes I have to run extra laps or do push-ups for forgetting to listen, but my mom doesn't usually do stuff like that. She says that because I'm at home, I can wiggle as much as I want and don't have to be in a desk all day anymore. Instead, I can climb trees in my yard. Last year, I grew my own tomatoes and peppers in my own garden I built by myself, and then I made a batch of salsa. I was really proud and already planted more seeds for this year. I didn't even know I liked gardening. It's not very exciting work, but I love it. Someday I want to be an astronaut with a degree in botany and go to Mars and help grow food for people to eat. I'll probably need other skills like welding, engineering, and more, because to be an astronaut, you have to be good at a lot of things. It makes me sad to think about some of the new rules. I'm only 9 years old. I don't know what kind of stuff will be interesting when I'm 11 or 12. I shouldn't have to think about when I'm a teenager yet. It makes me nervous to know if I pick the wrong thing. I won't be allowed to try something new next school year. Thank you for your time.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next, we have Mary Taylor.
Thank you, board members and president, for giving me the chance to speak today on behalf of the ESA proposed handbook. My family has been participating in the Empowerment Scholarship program since it opened to all Arizona students a few years ago. This program has opened many doors to my children in countless ways, and we are so grateful for that. Through this program, we have provided 2 of our 4 children with tailored educational plans, and they have thrived. Each year, my children and I plan out what we need to know and what we want to learn, and find ways to bridge the 2 together, such as gardening. This means a lot of exciting hands-on projects and supplemental learning according to the handbook. The new handbook caps, however, take this freedom away. It places arbitrary, confusing, and vague regulations in place that simply don't make sense. We need clarity and freedom when making educational purchases. As a nation, we are in a health crisis, and yet we want to limit our children's ability to access physical fitness equipment and culinary arts items that could teach them a lifetime of healthy habits. We are a nation in a mental health crisis, and we want to limit access to music and the arts, both of which are scientifically proven to help ease depression. This simply does not make sense. Our children are awarded an educational scholarship, and we have been entrusted as their parents to be stewards over these funds. We currently have rules in place to make sure that our children are being educated within the core subjects, with funds going towards their education. Through this process, the program is able to filter through and approve or deny purchases and reimbursements. We were sent an email that stated that there have been a little under 40 inappropriate reimbursements and order requests, which did not even go through out of almost 1.7 million orders. The system is working. Quote, the Arizona legislature said themselves that they have not set any restrictions on items utilized for the educational purpose, and that educational constraints are added that overstep the boundaries of the laws passed. I urge you to reject this handbook. Thank you for your time.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Just one last call for Diane Weaver or Jennifer Parent. All right, up next is Julie Batt, followed by Kevin Beistai, and then Angela Frazier.
Julie Batt was online. It looks like she might have gotten disconnected.
Okay, is Kevin with us?
Yes, Kevin is there. Kevin, you can go ahead and unmute yourself and give your comment.
Good morning. My name is Kevin Beastie, and I'm here on behalf of the Arizona Christian Education Coalition, which currently represents 27 Christian schools of various sizes from around the state, serving over 13,000 students and families. We have expressed the following concerns in writing to Mr. Ward and his team regarding the use of the term invoice and invoice date with regards to tuition. Many of our member schools utilize automated payment systems, which allow tuition to be deducted from a payment account identified by the parents on a schedule agreed upon by the parents and the school. This automated process provides benefits for both parents and schools. Parents can customize the payment frequency and method that best suits their circumstances, while also providing the ability to access their payment history at any time. Schools benefit from the increased efficiency and accuracy with a reduced administrative burden. Requiring a school to issue invoices removes these benefits. Rather, the automated system can produce documentation that shows what the tuition is, what a parent paid for tuition, when they paid it, and how they paid it. We request that we work together to come up with better terminology that works in today's environment and provides the accountability and program integrity that we agree need to be part of this important program. In closing, I want to thank Mr. Ward and his team for their willingness to work with us in this matter. And thank you all for your service to the state of Arizona.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next, we have Julie Batt, followed by Angela Fraser, and then Harmony Lurley.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
My name is Julie Batt, and I'm an ESA parent of many years. I'm asking you to please hold off approving this handbook today in order to give the department additional time to review the parent suggestions and correct errors, since this is the first opportunity everyone's had to comment. Some new changes are discriminatory toward our uniquely gifted students, including those both documented and undocumented disabilities. Not all of our children are college bound. Some show great potential in trades or technology. The caps are not reasonable for high school or graduated student pursuing these fields. Tools required for welding or culinary school can exceed the proposed $1,500 cap, and the recommended laptop for students in graphic design and video editing at my son's college is a MacBook Pro starting at $2,400. Some children need extra time and materials to learn life skills to become independent adults. The problem with these hard and fast limits is it leaves no wiggle room for unique children like these. These time limits also give no regard to broken materials, and the department currently doesn't allow repair costs for these items, even though it's more fiscally responsible. I would encourage the department to investigate individual cases of potential fraud as opposed to penalizing the majority that use this program as intended. Another new policy requiring the student's grade is requiring the student's grade on all invoices. This makes sense for a private school, but it's a discriminating burden on vendors for special needs therapy and elective subjects who provide services that have nothing to do with a student's grades, such as speech therapy or a dance class. Home educated students taking mixed age subject-based classes like American history or biology will also be penalized, since these are academic classes have nothing to do with grade. Thank you for listening to my concerns, and I hope you'll take pause for the department to consider these suggestions.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next is Angela Fraser, followed by Harmony Lurley, and then Kelly Kenny.
Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Okay, perfect. I appreciate the due diligence the board will spend on adjusting the handbook over the next few months, and I ask that you please reject this draft of the handbook. Every child is unique with their own passions and talents, educational pursuits. ESA students have explored range from music, cosmetology, architecture, graphic design, silversmithing, or becoming a pilot. Some are adamant about pursuing a university degree, while others find fulfillment in trades or vocational training. Creativity flourishes in many forms, from baking and sewing to painting and beyond. This is why education freedom is essential. Parents need the ability to customize learning for their children. The ESA program should reflect this freedom. Placing unreasonable spending caps limits parents' ability to invest in tools, resources, and experiences that cultivate their child's unique strengths. Families like mine need the flexibility to nurture potential without arbitrary restrictions. Each ESA student's personal award amount should not have caps that span over 2 to 3 years. The new handbook's ban on clothing, shoes, and backpacks raises concerns. Will this prevent poor ESA students from participating in sports or vocational programs requiring specialized gear? Essential items like knee pads, gloves, and boots provide safety for activities like horseback riding, volleyball, baseball, welding, gardening, or carpentry. My eldest son has ADHD, Tourette's, and severe oppositional defiance disorder. He has benefited greatly from working with rescue horses and in training his dog. It seems odd that when an individual or vendor misuses the ESA program, that every parent and family in the entire program has to bear the weight of their actions. Accountability should focus on fraudulent vendors, not restrict the vast majority of responsible ESA users. Denied purchases should result in non-reimbursement or repayment rather than punishing all families by restricting their purchasing power on essential educational tools such as computers. Please maintain flexibility for families like mine who rely on these resources to support our children's growth and well-being. Thank you.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next is Harmony Lurley, followed by Kelly Kenny, and then Chris Lindahl.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Great.
Esteemed members of the board, I respectfully ask that you do not accept the proposed handbook with the new dollar and time limit amounts on ESA purchases. The attempts at fraudulent purchases have received wildly disproportionate coverage compared with the almost 2 million legitimate educational purchases that are projected for this year alone. The 40 highlighted fraud attempts account for less than 0.00022%. This statistically insignificant number is not an acceptable justification to put limits on truly educational items. The fact that parents are upset with these proposed limits does not prove that they were needed, as Mr. Ward said in an interview. This is a straw man. Rather, the limits suggested have nothing to do with the items listed in the fraud examples. Instead, they limit essential educational items like computers, home economic supplies, instruments, and vocational tools. A published list of approved and unapproved purchases is fine. Arbitrary price limits that stretch over several contract years hinder what homeschool parents do best: tailor their children's education specifically to the child. Parents were given until 3 days ago at noon to submit comments on the handbook. The drafts of the handbooks came out weeks before many of those comments were even submitted. This does not qualify as gathering parent feedback. Additionally, the requirement for all invoices to include a student's grade should not apply to homeschoolers. Vendors have no idea of what grade our students are in, and professionally generated invoices do not have such information included. This creates a huge burden on vendors and families alike. Please send this draft back for further revision, including the elimination of price and time limit on educational purchases, and truly listen to parent feedback. Thank you very much.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next is Kelly Kenny, followed by Chris Lindahl, and then Amanda Pappas.
Hello, I am a homeschool mom using ESA, and I ask you to reject this handbook. It lacks transparency with parents. ESA uploaded multiple versions of this handbook to the State Board website without notification to parents. In February's meeting, Mr. Ward said the Parent Handbook Committee concentrated on 3 areas. However, Superintendent Horn said the handbook was created by the Parent Handbook Committee with minor exceptions. These are 2 very different stories about how the handbook was created, and it creates diminished trust. I have deep concerns on spending caps and limitations. Where in the statutes does it state price limitations and caps are acceptable? It says the ESA department administers the program, but it doesn't state they can arbitrarily add spending caps and limitations to items like physical education equipment, technology, and home ec. This oversteps legal basis. I ask all of you to review the March 24 letter from 27 state legislators that ESA was misinterpreting the statutes. These price limitations and caps are even more egregious than last year's failed handbook. Like last year, the ESA department implemented their arbitrary rules anyways. Before and after the 24-25 handbook was submitted, even after this board rejected it, we received little to no communication from ESA. It feels like the ESA administrator and staff are working against us parents. These limits and caps on physical education, technology, and home ec would hinder our children from learning subjects that make them successful adults. America's children are more unhealthy than generations before. Would ESA rather parents sit them in front of a screen instead of learning to cook, sew, budget a household, learning a new sport, or getting out and exercising? Majority of these parents are not accountants or bookkeepers, and we already spend hours managing records. This handbook would have us keeping record of our spending by category, then pre-tax and pre-shipping fees and expenses. This handbook puts unrealistic and unfair illegal restrictions on
Ms. Kenny,
parents.
thank you so much for your comments today. We'll now move to the next speaker.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next is Chris Lindahl, followed by Amanda Pappas, and then Roberta Patterson.
Good morning. Are you able to hear me?
We are. Go ahead.
Thank you. Members of the board, a few years ago, our son expressed an interest in baking. Like many other families who utilize ESAs to educate their children, we were told by our local school district that a school setting was inappropriate for our child, but they also did not think that he would learn in a home environment. Although we have proven them wrong, learning is still incredibly difficult for him. Utilizing ESA, we were able to get him individualized baking classes, and he began to shine. To practice the skills that he was learning in classes, he needed tools at home. We thought that we were being good stewards of his funds and purchased a smaller entry-level stand mixer. We soon discovered that the more affordable kitchen tools had less functionality, making it impossible for him to use successfully due to his disabilities. At home, he could not replicate the success that he had in the classroom, and he began to internalize those failures as more evidence of being unable to do the things that come easily to other people. We spoke to a professional baker and were told that he needed better quality tools to be successful at home. Obtaining approval in advance, we purchased a higher quality stand mixer that would be disallowed, with these arbitrary caps. Not only was he successful with the new tools, he has been practicing and honing his baking skills ever since. Last summer, he entered one of his baked goods into a contest at the Arizona State Fair and won a first place ribbon, which he is extremely proud of. He has told us that he wants to be a baker someday. We have toured vocational schools, and it is apparent to us and them that it is not an environment that he will be able to learn in anytime soon. If he has any chance of having a job in the culinary arts, he needs the proper tools to practice in a quiet home environment. With the current handbook, he actually has a chance to turn his passion into a job. However, with the proposed changes, students like our son will not be able to individualize their learning to meet the educational goals that can lead to meaningful careers. As Superintendent Horn pointed out, the current checks and balances are working as no ESA funds were used to purchase the items he mentioned. Please do not forget that these students like our son exist and need flexibility from this program. Thank you.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next is Amanda Pappas, followed by Roberta Patterson, and then Catherine Villapadua.
Hello?
We can hear you, Amanda. Go ahead.
Oh, okay, thank you. I would like to start out by asking you to reject this handbook as it is. ESA in Arizona is designed to give parents full control over their child's education by allowing them to customize learning experiences. Imposing educational purchase restrictions could undermine the flexibility that makes this program effective. Many families have unique needs and use non-traditional educational materials, and those materials are essential for many students to thrive. Overregulation risks limiting innovation and preventing parents from addressing their child's specific learning style or challenges. We have heard from some of the parents that were on the committee, and they have stated that they didn't agree to the changes that are in the handbook. I'm respectfully asking the board to reject the handbook until the errors are addressed and the price caps and purchase restrictions on educational purchases are removed. Thank you.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next is Roberta Patterson, followed by Catherine Villapadua, and then Rosie Ware. Roberta, are you with us?
I'm here.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, President Haley, Superintendent Horn, and members of the board. My name is Roberta Patterson, and as the mother of 3 ESA recipients since 2020, I am disheartened by the lack of concern for special needs and home-educated students. The proposed ESA handbook does a great disservice to our special education students by limiting our ability as home educators to provide the needed resources and tools for our students' education. Superintendent Horn provided 32 examples of misuse of funds to justify putting limits on items that have no relation to those examples. The majority of those examples are already disallowed as per statute. Imposing limits on our children's access to educational tools is discriminating. Director Ward greatly misrepresented the vast majority of ESA parents by saying, quote, "The fact that there is resistance to these limits that we have placed on certain items is evident that we are implementing reasonable controls and oversight of this program," end quote. This statement in the interview with ABC 15 misrepresents the overwhelming majority of ESA account holders. As home educators, we have a responsibility to our students to ensure that they have access to the educational resources they need. Superintendent Horn and Director Ward, please stand up for our special education students who thrive in home education, rather than in a classroom outside of the home, regardless if that classroom is in a public or private school. Members of the board, I respectfully request that you do not approve this draft of the ESA handbook and stand up for our special education students by not allowing spending limits on items in future handbooks. The handbook should align with the law, and this one does not. Thank you very much for your time.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next is Catherine Villapadua, followed by Rosie Ware, and then Heidi Will.
Hi, thank you, distinguished members of the board. Thank you for working hard on this program to make it more efficient for families. Page 25 helps a lot with clarification and what's going on with the general education supplemental materials. Thank you for making that more clear. I do second a lot of the things that are being said here today, and I don't really want to repeat myself. So one of the things that I would like to mention is if we could have more opportunities to communicate with the parents, like town halls or just open discussions, because that might help with like spending cap discussions and also ideas when it comes to ways we can make this program more efficient for everyone who's using it. A couple of big things that I don't really enjoy or I see that confuse me with our big policy footnotes. So like, for example, 22, repayment for any items approved in error, 21, funding delays during a pandemic, and 10, fees for funding the program are all footnoted, and that's kind of confusing. I do want to send, and a lot of people have been repeating this about the 34 items that were sent out regarding issues where people breaking the law. I'm a parent that uses ESA funds appropriately, and so are most of the 78,000 people that are on this. And I wish we would spend more time on actually helping us make this program more efficient so we're not wasting our time uploading and being clear on things. We really just want this program to work for all of us. For example, when it comes to efficiency, you guys need obviously invoices and things. Well, right now, efficiency problem is that we can only load one page at a time when we want to show you our invoices. And when we have 12 pages that we need to upload, it's extremely time consuming, especially when I need to split those up between multiple students. So instead of focusing on the people that buy these illegal items, I would prefer to focus on things that we could do to make this program more efficient for us. Thank you.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next, we have Rosie Ware. We do have somebody online as Motorola. Rosie, is that you? No? Okay. So up next is Heidi Will, followed by Melissa Atwood, and then Simone Bell.
Superintendent Horn, members of the board, thank you for your time, your attention, and especially for your service to my 4 kids and all of Arizona's kids. Please do not approve the proposed ESA parent handbook yet. ESA told parents they could submit feedback until noon on Friday, like 3 days ago Friday. And you're being asked to approve it on Monday morning. There is no way that parent feedback was actually considered and incorporated. And hearing from Julie Brown and other members of the Parent Handbook Committee, it appears that the ESA department is merely making a pretense of listening to parents. I hope that's not true, but please, let's make it clear. We parents do have serious concerns about this handbook. You've heard many already today. Another example is wording that disallows speech and occupational therapy evaluations, essentially removing coverage for speech and occupational therapy. These are vital for SPED kids. I would like to believe it was an honest mistake. Even so, it must be fixed before the handbook is approved, and the rest of the handbook must be closely examined for other costly mistakes. The proposed handbook codifies policy changes that the ESA made last summer as a knee-jerk reaction to a threatening letter sent by the Arizona Attorney General, an avowed open opponent of the ESA program. These policies are currently being challenged in court, should not be included in a handbook that is going to apply for the next 3 years. But speaking of that, I want to bring to the board's attention the fact that the ESA administrators are not using the handbook in the way the ADA rules require. I've been an ESA parent since the fall of 2022, and at first the handbook was very helpful. But over time, the ESA administrators began implementing policies that were not laid out, not in the handbook, not communicated to parents over email or on the website, and not even apparently communicated to all staff, because enforcement of these policies has not been consistent. This has made the ESA program very hard for parents to use, and especially for low-income families, single parents, parents of SPED kids who already are super busy just trying to do the best we can for our kids. So please, instead of more policies, we need more staff. Please properly staff this program so that you can properly administer the program.
Ms. Will,
thank you so much
for your comments.
Thank you.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next is Melissa Atwood, followed by Simone Bell, and then Brandy Blackford.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Melissa Atwood.
I'd like to start off by thanking the board and all those involved for all the work you have put into writing the new handbook. I appreciate the due diligence that you have spent on this and will continue to spend on this. First, I would like it to be known that I did not know that there were 3 versions of the ESA handbook, and I'm obviously involved in the process. I did know that there were 2, and I had to dig and find the second version. Also, I submitted comments about the handbook before the deadline, yet I don't see them on the compilation of general feedback. I think there's about 170 pages of that, and I did not see my comments on there. I would like to address 2 concerns about the handbook that I feel should be addressed. First, under the unallowable purchases category on page 40 of the March 4th version of the ESA handbook, it states that primarily non-educational items, devices, materials, and supplies are not allowed to be purchased. My concerns are that statement is very vague, and homeschoolers are also known for teaching outside the box. Many things we use to educate our children could be considered as primarily non-educational. An example of this would be anything you use to grow crops, a bucket or something like that. Second, I believe the new requirements for curriculum on page 20 of the March 4th version of the handbook are too complicated. It is unreasonable and overburdensome to request a parent to provide curriculum with method of teaching, lessons planned, and a description of exercise for each item purchased. My gosh, the curriculum we were able to use in the previous handbook was sufficient. I also feel it is unreasonable to require that we have curriculum for a class that is offered through a business that is not a qualified school, as I mentioned in footnote number 13. How do we obtain that curriculum to pay for that class if we need that curriculum to pay for the class in the first place? Thank you for your time, and I ask you to please reject this handbook.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next, we have Brandy Blackford, followed by Lisa Collins, and then Mark Collins.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I am here to address the proposed ESA handbook revisions. The ADE is imposing spending caps, multi-year purchase limits, and grade level notation requirements. These policies exceed statutory authority, contradict state law, and burden ESA families. ESA contracts are annual, running from July 1st to June 30th. Arizona Administrative Code R7-2-1506, subsection C, requires annual renewal. ADE lacks the authority to impose purchase limits extending beyond this contract term. These caps unlawfully modify future agreements. Moreover, terms like home economics and vocational are not defined in the handbook, leaving families unsure about allowable purchases. It's unclear who will track items under these ambiguous terms, adding to more confusion. ARS 15-2402 outlines eligible ESA expenses, but does not mandate grade level details on invoices. This policy delays approvals, causes denials, and penalizes students on non-traditional learning paths. ADE introduced 2 drafts after parents reviewed the original without proper notice. Parental feedback was pulled 10 days early, ensuring our full concerns weren't presented to you. The drafts don't reflect PAC input. One member resigned, citing stress and ADE's reluctance to consider parental feedback, showing a disconnect with ESA families. The handbook inconsistently shifts between account holder and student, creating confusion. Arizona Administrative Code defines parent as the account holder. Applying caps based on account holder contradicts ESA's rules against multi-student purchases and unfairly restricts families with children across different age ranges. This handbook violates ESA's intent, limits parental choice, and undermines trust. I urge the board to reject these policies and require ADE to draft a new handbook that adheres to state law. If the ADE refuses to make the necessary corrections, I ask the board to deny approval and take action to protect the integrity.
Thank you so much for your comments. We appreciate them.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next is Lisa Collins, followed by Mark Collins, and then Nicole Harple.
Excuse me, you skipped me.
My apologies. We've had some changes, some shuffling happening, so I apologize. Is this Brandy Blackford?
No, it's Simone Bell.
Oh, Simone Bell. Okay, my apologies, Ms. Bell. Go ahead.
Good morning, esteemed members of the board. There should be no category-specific spending caps. Our children's education must be based on their needs, not restricted by arbitrary limits. I strongly believe the spending caps are harmful and should be removed entirely. Since we only sign a yearly contract with ESA program, there should only be a yearly total spending cap, allowing families the flexibility to allocate funds where they're most needed for their children's education. My son with ADHD and autism thrives with diverse learning opportunities, but his shifting interests require flexibility that these caps don't allow. Special education students need additional resources and specialized materials that aren't accounted for in the current structure. The technology restrictions are particularly problematic for students studying coding for digital arts. Similarly, the vocational training budget prevents students from participating in consecutive programs. My son hopes to take welding in the 11th grade and blacksmithing in the 12th grade, but the current rules make this impossible. With inflation and increasing costs, these restrictions become more burdensome each year. An empowerment program should empower parents to make the best educational choices for their children and not restrict them with rigid limits. Attempts to add spending caps directly attack the program. ADE should not be taking the place of legislator. I urge the board to reference the letter you received last year on March 25th, 2024 from the state legislator, which clearly states that the legislator has not permitted any restrictions like spending caps and yearly limits. The SBA must reject this handbook draft until it complies with ARS Title 15, Chapter 19, and AARCs 251 through 21511. The current draft lacks required citation, clear appeal procedures, and due process. And in closing, yes, President Horn, this is a direct attack from you against ESA program, especially against SPED students. It is a disgrace, and this ESA handbook draft must be rejected today. Thank you for your time.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next is Lisa Collins, followed by Mark Collins, and then Nicole Harple.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I stand before you as an advocate for educational freedom and the empowerment of families to make choices that best suit their children's unique needs, and I have concerns about certain limitations in the proposed handbook, specifically regarding spending restrictions and quote unquote curriculum approved by the department as stated on page 18 of the drafted handbook. The ESA program aims to provide families with flexibility and autonomy to direct educational funds where they are most impactful. However, the spending limits in the handbook contradict this principle, failing to accommodate the diverse needs of individual students and potentially hindering access to resources that foster innovation and personalized learning. Additionally, the requirement for a curriculum approved by the department challenges the program's goal of providing families with the liberty to select educational materials that align with their values and philosophies. This requirement risks undermining the individuality and innovation the program was designed to protect. I urge policymakers and stakeholders to reevaluate these aspects of the handbook. The ESA program has the potential to revolutionize education in Arizona. This can only be achieved by ensuring that families retain the freedom and flexibility promised by the program's original design. Thank you for your time and your consideration, and let's work together to uphold the principles of empowerment and opportunity for all Arizona students. Thank you.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next is Mark Collins, followed by Nicole Harple, and then Celinda Toon. Mark, are you with us? Nicole Harple, are you with us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Go ahead, Ms. Harple.
All right. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. The new ESA handbook has several concerning proposals within it. The most concerning is the caps within it. Caps do not take into account the vast variety of needs our students have and the cost that those needs would lead to. While I understand the desire to prevent fraud and abuse, this method of constraining funds on a student's purchases is not the way to do it. If a student can show viable educational reason to have an object of high value, they have the funds in their account to purchase an object of said high value, and it is meeting an educational desire, then that should be an option for them. The way to handle waste, fraud, and abuse is to punish the individual or individuals that are participating in such an act by putting them through a process of returning funds they have not rightly used and by banning them from the program, not punishing those who are working hard to stay within the guidelines and trying to educate their children in a way that best fits their students' learning needs and desires. Allowing the usage of funds to best fit the individual students will lead them to becoming a successful and beneficial part of society in the future. Such regulations for fraud and abuse are already in place. One such example of said capping is the computer purchase cap of $2,000 over a 2-year period. One of my students is very much into computer programming and digital art designing, which takes a high-speed processor, graphics card, and large hard drive space. Even a lower-end computer that can handle what he does is over $3,000, and they're often labeled gaming computers. Also, please remember that we as parents are often teaching multiple children with diverse educational needs and desires. It is often very time-consuming and sometimes overwhelming. When unnecessary, excessive oversight, expectations, and requirements are added and placed upon parents, it is adding to their time constraints and limiting their ability to best educate their students. Please support us as parents. Don't conform and bow down to those who are set on destroying ESAs. From the wreckage showing misuse versus the mass amounts of purchases made by ESA students, it is clearly showing that the vast majority of parents are wanting to do the right thing, educate their students, and stay within the law. Do not put undue hardships on parents to appease a crowd of naysayers who only's goal is to destroy ESA. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you so much.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next is Celinda Toon, followed by Carissa Valles, and then Amy Wheeler.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Great. Thank you. My name is Celinda Toon. I have 5 kids in the ESA program, and I wanted to speak about the vocational caps. Our $1,500 for the vocational training could possibly support a hobby or an interest, but it is not going to be able to support a child who wants to do vocational training. The Department of Education says that our vocational training needs to be economically viable careers. We have programs in our area like WestMec, which offer amazing opportunities. However, just one incident, our welding program at WestMec had 200 applicants last year for 24 spots. So obviously, not all kids are going to be able to do welding. As parents, we not only need to now look for teachers, but we also are going to have to provide the tools. The WestMec program itself costs $9,872 for a high school student. If they're not accepted and they need to go after high school, that price jumps to $16,950. If a student is unable to attend WestMec or a similar facility, and still wants vocational training to truly prepare them for an economically viable career after high school, $1,500 is not nearly enough to get them the tools they need to begin. And they can't wait 3 years between purchasing tools for their trade. Please understand that as a home educating parent, we take our students' education very seriously. We carefully consider their abilities and interests, saving and using their money carefully to provide quality education that will help them to have an economically viable career and be successful contributing members of society upon graduation. If a cap must be put in place, please consider a lifetime cap of $5,000 instead of an every year or every 3 years. Because when teaching a high school student a vocational trade, the tools are needed to begin. Thank you for your time.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next is Carissa Valles, followed by Amy Wheeler, and then Nayeli Sid.
Hello, can you hear me?
Carissa, are you with us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. As a home educator for almost 10 years and English parent, this universal expansion, I see year after year how different schools can look in everybody's
Excuse me, Ms. Baez, could you please
Yes.
speak directly into the phone? We're unable to hear you very well.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear better?
Yes, thank you so much.
Okay, I'm sorry. I have seen how different year after year, how school can look in everybody's household. With that being known, I don't see how spending caps on certain ESA categories makes sense or is fair to all students. Why are there limits on some categories and not others, and who is deciding? Caps on computers, vocational tools, and instruments, for example, but not on photography equipment, board games, or tablets. A bento box is approved, but not a backpack. How can something be limited to every 2 or 3 years when our contracts are only signed for 1 year? And why do some things have yearly limits while others have lifetime limits? What happens when a capped item like a laptop breaks and a student has hit their 2-year limit already? When ESA refuses to pay for repairs? And why doesn't ESA pay for repairs? So we are forced to use more of our funds on a new item that could be repaired. Are the limits going to go up with time and inflation, and by how much? Who will be responsible for the task of keeping track of all of this administratively, and how much will that cost us? It all seems arbitrary, unfair, and not in the best interest of the student. I believe there should be no caps on approved categories, and that students and their parents should be responsible for utilizing their funds as they see fit. It's already self-limiting in that we only receive a certain amount each year and have to spend in certain categories. This will make it even harder for ESA students to utilize their funds as needed, on top of other things like not having debit cards and ESA changing rules mid-year with little to no communication. I urge you to give every ESA student a debit card, as not being able to use one to buy items or pay vendors is extremely limiting and not fair that some have one while others don't. I urge you to listen to ESA parents and please reject this handbook. Thank you for your continued work to do what's right by all of our students.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next is Amy Wheeler, followed by Nayeli Sid, and then Velia Aguirre. Amy,
Hello.
are you with? Go ahead.
Yes, I would like to expand on the multiple changes within a few days. Only confuses us parents. I think the rapid release of multiple handbook changes and corrections within just a few days is a clear indicator of poor planning and lack of internal coordination within the department. For us families, we likely are homeschooling or home educating multiple children. And so when you add more of the red tape, it takes away from our time to fully educate our children. I have tried to educate our 3 oldest boys. Our oldest one was in a self-containment who was physically hurt. Our other child was given a peanut butter sandwich on a field trip when he's allergic to peanuts and tree nuts, and he had his EpiPen taken and smashed against the wall by the teacher. So it was only as a safety precaution that we pulled our children from public education, and we utilize ESA for the benefit of our children. I think the laws are in place. It did catch the 2 outlier or however many outliers that were trying to abuse the system and purchase non-educational items, but for the most of us, that's not true. I think we need better ways to make the program more effective, such as when we have to purchase books, just regular reading books, we have to apply it to curriculum, always contain curriculum or whatever that is. We have to do that for every single book, and not only that's time consuming, but it's not always applied. So then weeks later, before the auto approval was done, we would finally get a notice saying incomplete. Well, I applied the curriculum. I know I did. We can't go any further within the class wallet system until we apply
Ms.
the
Wheeler,
curriculum.
thank you so much for your comments. We appreciate them.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next is Nayeli Sid, followed by Velia Aguirre, and then Kathy Visser.
Good morning. Can you guys hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Nayeli Sid. First of all, thank you guys for letting me speak this morning. Both of my sons have been universal ESA recipients since September 2014. We are a single income family who just want to give our students the best education. And for the past 9 months, they have been receiving it with the help of ESA. My sons are super active, creative, and gifted. ESA has been a huge blessing, and we are very thankful for it. However, the new draft of the ESA handbook has me worried. As a parent of a 8-year-old and a 9-month-old, these new restrictions will be incredibly difficult and time-consuming. Keeping track for the next 3 years on instruments will be stressful. I must point out, when my kids attended public school, the closest they got to playing an instrument was using buckets and sticks. They are learning guitar and the ukulele, and they want to keep learning piano and drums next. Also, a physical education limit will hurt our students. Not all kids like to just run around in the playground. Some need the structure of a team or a coach, not to mention the obesity problem in our country. My 10-year-old student loves to crochet and sew, while my 10-year-old loves to bake. The $500 limit per year will definitely have an impact on these life skills they are learning. The limit every 2 years on computers and laptops will hurt students and possibly parents' pockets. My kids are responsible with their laptops, but we all know how easily they can break and mess up. The limit on vocational tools is also an issue for my students. My sons are already looking into taking trade classes. Tools are expensive, so I know the rest will probably be coming out of our pockets. One of the main reasons we decided to learn at home was to give them the freedom and opportunity to find the best learning path for them. ESA is not a voucher for the rich. ESA is a scholarship full of opportunities for my students. Once again, thank you for giving parents the chance to speak up for our children's education. Thank you.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next is Velia Aguirre, followed by Kathy Visser. Velia, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here. Sorry. My name is
Sorry, go ahead.
my name is Velia Aguirre, and I home educate my children with special needs. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here to address a deeply concerning issue in the proposed handbook, its discriminatory impact on students with disabilities, developmental delays, and diverse learning needs. The spending caps impose a one-size-fits-all approach that fails to account for the unique and essential supports required by these students. For example, gym equipment is capped for 3 years. It's highly restrictive and disproportionately harms students who rely on adaptive treadmills, therapeutic swings, and sensory integration equipment. These tools are not luxuries, they are necessities for mobility, therapy, and skill development. By capping these essential resources, the board is placing undue financial burdens on families and actively impeding student progress. The proposals demonstrate a persistent bias against homeschooling families compared to private school ESA recipients. By imposing excessive limitations and restrictions, you are eroding academic freedom and disadvantaging students who are not enrolled in private school. There are students with diverse learning needs in private school too. All of this impacts them as well. This handbook does not align with current statutes, and if approved, it will further marginalize students with disabilities, turning them into collateral damage in the political battle. The proposed invoice requirements, spending limitations, and arbitrary restrictions will suffocate the flexibility and individualized support that special needs students require to thrive. This is not regulation, it is discrimination. These children are unique, full of unknown potential, and capable of incredible achievements when given the right supports. They deserve policies that nurture their bright futures, not restrictions that hold them back. Delay the vote and correct the handbook's discriminatory policies, please, I urge you. Thank you for your time and for your commitment to all Arizona students, regardless of their learning environment.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Our final speaker for this call to the public is Kathy Visser.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, and members of the board, are you able to hear me?
We are. Go ahead.
Okay, great. I appreciate the opportunity to speak and this virtual option. I'm also thankful for the attention being paid to this important process. I'm a parent of 2 ESA students, both qualified as students with a disability, and one was one of the original 75 of ESA students. The other originally entered as a sibling, but after working with her herself, I realized the school district should have identified her as a student with a disability. I've experienced each and every policy change made in the last 13 years and advocated to even have a handbook in the first place. I was part of the parent committee that helped develop the rules with the SBE, including the process for the handbook. A super secret committee selected without parents' input was not what parent rule committee had in mind. We advocated to have input into changes we thought needed to be made to the draft handbook, and those changes being discussed and made before the SBE votes on the adoption, which does not appear to be what's happening today. The same request for approval for a student with disability was denied by this board over and over, keeps being used by the superintendent of public instruction as an example of egregious parental intent to misspend. I can't imagine how that parent who had legitimate reasons for her ask feels the countless times this one example is repeated over and over for a purchase that was never made with ESA funding. Superintendent Horn referenced a list of misspending as justification for the changes to the handbook and the random low-level caps and the addition of several contract year limits to expenditures, most of which are specifically disallowed under state statute and completely unrelated to the handbook changes. Superintendent Horn mentioned in his email that the funding for students with disabilities is intended for therapies and other services they need, but I want members of the board to be aware that some of the best resources for our disabled students are disallowed education expenditures because K-12 schools for disabled students
so
that are
much,
out
Ms.
of state
Visser.
are disallowed by state statute.
Ms.
Thank you,
Visser,
Ms.
thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, that concludes this call to the public.
So much for the speakers who shared today. We appreciate your remarks. Executive Director Ross, thank you so much. We are going to take a 10-minute break and we will reconvene at 11:07. Okay. I think we're going to go ahead and get the meeting started. So members, please take your seats.
Like those high school classes you want to do.
Just a quick note, we'll be watching for Member Meyerson if she has any questions. But anytime we take votes, we need to make sure our screens are on. And for those that are using their microphones, if you could pull the microphone close to your mouth and speak directly into the microphone, we want to make sure that not only the guests in this room at the back of the room, but also in our overflow room are able to hear us. So with that, I think we'll now move on to Section 5, the general session. We'll now move to item 5A. This is information only, and Executive Director Ross.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. We have a couple special guests with us today to discuss the Cochise County School Safety Consortium. And actually, Dr. Clay is going to introduce our two guests.
Good morning, everyone. I just wanted to make sure that everybody could just, I don't know how to say this. I'll just put it like, we have my beloved Sheriff Mark Daniels here. And I say beloved because he's one of the few people I know who works with education and does a lot for education. So what Mark Daniels is going to do, he's going to talk to you about our collaboration, and also beloved outreach manager, Cynthia Myers. We all work together for the best of the students, for the safety of the students. So I just wanted to introduce two of my family members for the presentation. Thank you.
That's a lot of love, Dr. Clay.
Oh, we're good. Okay, thank you. Good morning, President Haley, Superintendent Horn, and members of the board. I'm happy to be here today to talk about our work on school safety and our very special collaboration with the Cochise County Sheriff's Office. As stewards of child safety in our schools, breaking down the barriers limiting the collaboration between law enforcement and school districts is critical. Thanks to Sheriff Daniels, we were able to do exactly that in Cochise County. In 2022, the Cochise County Sheriff's Office received funding through a state pilot program focused on school safety interoperability. And when the sheriff received those funds, he realized, I don't know what the schools need. So he went to Dr. Clay and to the county superintendent's office and said, here's the funding. Let's make this work. And the county superintendent got together with all the district superintendents, and we began the process of vetting 3 vendors to support our school safety needs and meet the requirements of the interoperability grant. Oops, I went too fast. Okay. So when we looked at the interoperability requirements, all 3 vendors across the board met the interoperability requirements. The issue that we had was when we had the school district superintendents look at the needs of the schools, they were completely different than what was needed for law enforcement interoperability. And so when we looked at the 3 vendor comparison, after going through the requirements that the school districts had, there was really only one vendor that met all of their needs. school safety is a multi-layered solution. And so when you're looking at what law enforcement needs to help us keep safety in the schools versus all of the things that superintendents are dealing with inside their own school districts, those tools that they need are really different. They're all needed, but they're different. And so as the superintendents were looking at those needs, what they wanted were some other things that were not part of that interoperability. They wanted a reunification system so that in the event of an emergency or an evacuation, they wanted a system in place to be able to account for those students and to run a reunification process that was effective. They also wanted to be able to manage their drills. They've got, requirements for state drills that they need to do. How do we track those drills? All of these things put burdens on the school districts to keep up. And they wanted technology to help support them in doing that. So a countywide collaboration was necessary. And what we did in the county schools office is we got together law enforcement, 911 dispatch, and the Cochise County schools. There's 22 unified school districts in the consortium, 7 charter schools, covering over 64 locations in the county. And we have the sheriff's office, but then we have also local police departments that need to be involved in that process. Currently, we have 3 of the 4 on board that we're working with. And you have to remember the dynamics that we have in Cochise County. We're talking about a border county, which is made up mostly of rural communities, okay? And it's the size of Rhode Island and Connecticut combined, covering over 6,000 square miles. So when emergency occurs in a school district, there is law enforcement response. But sometimes it can take up to 2 hours at 80 miles an hour for a county deputy to get to a school that's in Apache on the border of New Mexico. And the schools need tools within their district to be able to handle that time in an emergency and manage it well from the school side. Okay. The collaboration also needed to take into account 911 dispatch. We have 3 dispatch centers in Cochise County, CCOM being the main dispatch center, but there's still 3 of them. And we had to bring them in on the process. Why did we need to bring them in on the process? Because we're putting a panic alarm system in all of these school districts. They're going to press a button and it's going to go to 911. Well, do we want 3 different school districts having 3 different alarms? And on the response end or on the 911 end, they have no idea what those alarms mean, because in one school, a lockdown is one thing, in another school, a lockdown means something else. So the 911 dispatches came together to name alarms that would be set off with the 911 system. And those alarms are fixed. They can't be changed. Now, the schools have a lot of leeway to make their own alarms for different events inside the school. But anything that calls out to 911, all of the schools throughout the county, the alarms are all the same for medical, fire, evacuation, lockdown, intruder. So Cochise County Schools selected Navigate 360 as its preferred vendor. And the reason why we selected Navigate 360 is not only because they met the interoperability requirements because of their partnership with 911 Cellular, but also because it met all those needs that the school districts had on the school side. And one of the big things I think that we don't think about when we're outside of education is when an emergency happens and you have a lockdown in your classroom, you have a lockdown in the building, what's the biggest fear of a teacher? Where are all my students? Where are all my students? Well, with the technology on a phone app, they actually have the rosters for all the teachers and all their different classes throughout the day. And if a lockdown happens, they can check in their students. And if Johnny's gone to the bathroom and is missing during, during the check-in, the teachers and the administration can communicate with one another to try to figure out where Johnny is. In 2023, our office started a county schools emergency crisis response team as part of our school safety consortium. And I must give Dr. Clay credit because this was her brainchild. But it's a wonderful thing where we all come together to support a school in crisis. So if there's, let's say, a death of a student over the weekend and classes are coming together on Monday and the school needs resources, the emergency crisis response team, which is made up of school counselors, school administrators, law enforcement, security personnel, community members, clergy, we all come together and we go to that school and we offer them assistance with whatever they need, whether it's resources or behavioral health. I will say, if you look at the pictures, the therapy support dogs are always the most popular, even when they come to the meetings in the building. And we have Go Team therapy dogs, which we've used quite a few times for crises in the county with the schools. Keeping in mind that when a crisis happens with a child in a family where there is more than one child, there could be a suicide of a high school student that has both a sibling in middle school and a sibling in elementary school. And that means that school district needs that crisis support in the elementary, middle, and high school. And lots of times they don't have enough resources to support the kids when they come back. And the crisis team has done a great job at helping support the schools. So the interoperability funding didn't cover one thing. And what it didn't cover was prevention. So in 2024, our county schools office submitted and received a BJA STOP grant. And we will be using that STOP grant to focus on behavioral health. It's going to be a school safety behavioral health initiative. The funding is going to cover several different things, but what we're most excited about in the county is the anonymous tip reporting tool that we'll have. And that tool will be manned by the Sandy Hook Promise Crisis Center, which will allow complete autonomy for the students to report in a fashion that isn't connected to our sheriff's office. And anybody that knows, when you come from a small community, anonymous lots of times really isn't anonymous if you're reporting to somebody who may be related to a family member inside the county. So we're very excited about being able to continue our partnership with Navigate 360 and also be able to work with Sandy Hook Promise on utilizing that anonymous tip tool. A lot of thought went into how we wanted to roll out school safety. And once we get this grant funding going, we'll have an end-to-end school platform. And all of it will work together for the schools because the technology is coming from the same resource. So that concludes my briefing. Are there any questions, or maybe you want Sheriff Daniels to come up first? Okay, great.
Thanks. Well, good morning, Madam President, distinguished members of this board. Thanks for having us today. And Jackie, thank you so much for all you do. I'm going to give you that shout out here in front of your colleagues here. But we have, in the last 13 years, I spent 41 years in law enforcement. Prior to that, I was in the military. I just look really young. But long story short, I wish I could say that anymore. But I've coached kids for 27 years from the high school level all the way down to club. But I've worked around kids, and I'm a big fan. I'll just say that for healthy communities, we have to have safe communities, but we also have educated communities. And so thank you all for what you do in your careers and your life experience when it comes to our young people that are here today. As I sat through the presentation this morning and listened to people that at the end of the day, it's all about the young ones, the kiddos that we serve. But we've done something over the last 13 years that I'm very proud of. And that is, in 95, I went to the federal community policing program for how police at the local level. addressing communities. And I say there's no better way to start that program within our schools and our young people. So thanks to people like Jackie Clay and our school superintendents around our county and law enforcement within Cochise County, we've taken a big approach on that. But we started something 13 years ago, and that is to enhance our communication, our regional approach, our regional applications, and how we do business. Every one of my schools have radios that have a direct link into our regional communication center. So they can pick that portable up. We're going to enhance those radios here. Probably next 2 months, we'll get a bunch more that they have a direct link to talk to anybody in law enforcement. And we're all hearing each other. And that's exciting for us that way. The ALICE training, we kicked that off in 2015. ALICE, which is now owned by Navigate 360, which is complimentary. Let me just say, we trained 15,000 to 17,000 kids in like 2.5 years how to respond. And sadly, we had a shooting at one of our rural schools. When I got there, I remember little kindergartners, first graders coming out, single file, and us law enforcement would give them high fives just to make them at ease and stuff. But they followed what they learned. The little machines did well. And again, it goes back to everything we're doing for mental health, all the things that we're approaching on that collectively and complementary. When this $1.5 million grant came through, and I was notified by the state, hey, Sheriff, we got $1.5 million. I said, okay. And it's protect your schools. I said, okay. I called Jackie right away, Dr. Clay to be formal today, and said, hey, I got $1.5 million. Tell me how you want to use that. You're the experts. I want to complement your lane, but I also want to partner with you on that. And Jackie and the superintendents did an amazing job of getting Navigate 360 on board, which again, accents what we're doing. Something I got to say that I'd be remiss if I didn't, that's the mental health. Jackie and I have put a care team together down there, both on the student side, adult side, community side, to ensure every kid has that resource available, especially in rural Arizona. I'll give you an example. I had a third grader going to school, walking to school, and Jackie knows what I'm talking about, and came up on a migrant that just got picked up, that was out exposed, died in the backseat of that car. And the thugs and animals rolled that body out onto the roadway, and that little third grader walked up on that dead body. Jackie got the call. I got the call. Sheriff, what are we going to do? And I did not have the resources for that little child and that family and that school. We did. Within 6 months to a year later, Jackie and I put our heads together and did that. That's what happens when leadership, elected leadership, worked for the people and worked for the kids that we were elected to do. I think it's so important. Is it hard sometimes? Is it difficult sometimes? Yes, it is. I will say this last thought as I sit down, and every community has challenges. I'll be the first to respect that. But I tell you, being a border community has its challenges, and Cochise has had its challenges over the last 4 years. I'll say exactly. We put 4,170 people in jail for border crimes in my county in 3 years. That's not immigration crimes. That's state crimes up to double-digit murders. 100 of those were kids. 100 were remanded as kids, as adults, for serious crimes. They came from your communities. They came from my community. They came from all over the country. Although I think the youngest one we had was 12 years old. Driving mom and dad's car going 100 miles an hour with no experience of life or driving. Jackie and I teamed up with our superintendents, went to every school trying to discourage that kind of behavior. Your support and your financial support especially, but more like your support as educators to help us stop that, intervene, and protect these kiddos is so important. So again, as I close out here, I just want to thank you for what you do. You probably don't hear that enough. We don't hear it enough. But there's two heroes. People always say it to me, Sheriff, who's your heroes? Is it a fireman? No offense to my firemen friends out there. No, it's the educators in this state and this country that are doing the Lord's work. Thank you for what you do. Thank you.
So with that, do we have any questions from members of the board for Dr. Clay, Sheriff Daniels, for Ms. Myers? Any questions at all?
More than questions, I have a comment, President Haley. Quite commendable, Dr. Clay, Sheriff, and the entire team. It takes a lot to be able to lead so many school superintendents, so many sheriff departments, 911 operators, and to be able to come together for one sole purpose is quite remarkable. So thank you for your leadership and the work to be able to do in an entire county. It's remarkable, and thank you for what you do daily. And also the Arizona Department of Education has a safety grant that is very supportive of many schools, but your county is definitely a model to follow. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
President Haley, um, I don't have a question, but I just want to thank you for your remarks, both of you, and the work that you do. But I think also, especially for those of us who live in urban or suburban communities, I appreciated the part of your appreciated the whole presentation, but really talking about the vastness of rural Arizona and the response times because of that. I think sometimes we forget about that. And it takes special people to be able to do that. And I just wanted to thank you and also for highlighting that, because I do think sometimes we forget about our small communities and our border towns.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from members of the board?
Thank you, President Haley and members of the board. I just want to top it off by saying school safety has to be a collaboration between the schools and public safety. We cannot operate in silos. We have to connect the dots. Kids cannot learn if they are not safe. Teachers cannot teach if they're constantly looking over their back, seeing or being afraid. So hopefully this sets as a good model for everyone else, that we have to have the love, the collaboration, and the relationships so that our students can move forward and be the leaders of tomorrow. Thank you again, Navigate 360, for putting up with us, because it is hard to herd alpha cats, okay? And everybody you worked with was an alpha. Thank you, Sheriff Daniels, for your support in standing up for us. And of course, Cynthia, thank you for keeping all this together and being a leader in this project. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you again for that presentation and for introducing us to this, Dr. Clay. And thank you for making the trip, Ms. Myers and Sheriff Daniels. Thank you. All right, we will be now moving on to item 5.2. This again is, this will be a voting item, and Executive Director Ross, or yeah, 5B, not 5.2. Sorry.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. So it is, as part of the 8th Ref accountability system, every year the board is asked to adopt business rules for that year's accountability system. As a reminder, that's the technical document that schools use to understand the system, how points are allotted. The department, under the leadership of Sean Smith and Dr. Guzman, have gone the extra step of even adding the mathematical formulas to that document so that schools can calculate their letter grades. I've done that for a couple of years. So with us today is Sean Smith, the Chief Accountability Officer from the department, to present the business rules for school year 24-25. Sean?
Morning. Thanks for having me as always. Superintendent Horn, President Haley, members of the board. So as Executive Director Ross mentioned, with just a quick update with the A through F business rules, we'll kind of go over the purpose of them. The changes for 24-25 are fairly minor. And each of the last few years that we presented one, we provide a red line copy that highlights any changes that are out there, just to make that as clear as possible to anybody who's looking through to see what's happened. So we'll jump to the next slide. It kind of talks a little bit about the purposes of the business rules. Oh, handy. I can move to the next slide. I'm out. So this gives kind of an overview of the process. In January, as you know, the board approves the models that kind of have the buckets that each thing goes into. In March, there's an approval of business rules. And then we come back September and October to discuss cut scores and what those final distributions of points are going to, or excuse me, of grades are going to look like. So when we look at the business rules, we serve three primary purposes. One, we've really worked to try and increase the transparency of the business rules. So when we approach them, we try and take them as a description of the code that's processing, right? That code has been kind of established for 7 or 8 years. And so as much as possible, we wanted to take that out of just computer science language, put it in writing so that everybody could examine that, and then we could discuss, is that serving the goals that the board has established for the letter grades? Is that doing what it's supposed to? And as Executive Director Ross likes to point out a lot of time, we try and adopt an approach of continuous improvement to the system, where we're going through, we're looking at things, and we're examining and making sure it's fulfilling its purposes. The second purpose is communication. So one of our technical advisory committee members recommended a couple years ago, a lot of the users who are going to be using this document are not technical users. They're not going to be going through and writing their own code to create it. So the first 10 or 12 pages are a non-technical description that try and explain what is happening, what the priorities are, and we try and capture in each section also the intent of each thing as it's designed, and so that everybody can talk about whether or not it's working. And then finally, they serve an auditing purpose. So there's all that technical documentation. It was mentioned, the formulas, the inclusion criteria, how to work with the big spreadsheet, that really try and make it possible for any school to calculate what grade they're going to get and understand where the points are coming from. As I mentioned, there are very few changes. One of the things we want to highlight, just to make sure the message gets out to the field, is we continue to work on this language to try and help schools understand our approach to students with disabilities, specifically for graduation. As Member Kravickas has highlighted, we want to make sure that schools are not penalized for doing the right thing by students in terms of their graduation outcomes. I've mentioned before, this was one thing that we had a school that was affected. We had a great program for students with disabilities. It was a self-contained program for students with very specific needs. And we don't want A through F accountability to be driving decisions that are contrary to what needs to happen for students that have been established in their IEP team. So we'll continue to work until we get this communication right. We've had a couple updates, but we want to highlight for anybody who's watching that the process this year, there's not a way to make it automatic because there's a lot of that data that we don't collect, but we will be working to reach out to schools to communicate and say, hey, this may be affecting your grade. Is there any consideration we need to make? Do you have any students who we need to adjust accordingly? And then coming up on the horizon with A through F letter grades, there's a new assessment contract that's coming up, as well as we continue to work on indicator scoring. That's another piece of the statute that exists and would put a letter grade on each individual piece of the overall pie, right? So a grade for proficiency, a grade for growth, a grade for English language outcomes. So that work continues in the technical advisory committee so we can get something that will communicate and help us improve the system. And then just another thing as we're approaching that indicator scoring work, one of the things we're trying to communicate with the field and with our technical advisory committees is we're asking on the alternative CCRI, we're asking people to help us continue to fill out the information. This one's one that, like, a lot of times when a kid gets certified, they get that point. There's not a real need to feel a need to continue filling out all those extra boxes on the giant spreadsheet.
Sean, I'm going to pause for a second. Yep. So what Executive Chief Accountability Officer Smith is referring to is this is the model for alternative schools who are credit recovery programs. And these are the college and career ready indicators. So those are the pieces that schools submit that are sort of beyond the assessment. So things like, actually, do you want to throw out a few of the CCRIs?
Yeah, there's service learning, there's work-based learning, internships, career recognized, industry recognized credentials. Yeah.
So sorry, I just wanted to contextualize for everybody.
Thank you. And I appreciate Executive Director Ross. I see that timer. I'm like, okay, I can beat this thing. It feels like a challenge. But yeah, in the interest, again, coming back to that idea, we want to try and get the system functioning as well as possible. Anytime we have something like this where we're asking for some additional collaboration from the field, we want to make it clear that the goal is to get a good quality measure on this so we can report back what schools and communities need to see and hear from that. And that's my final slide, and I'm available for questions.
Just had one quick clarifying question. You mentioned that we'll be doing a new assessment contract. Can you just remind us of the timeline for that? I believe it's in 2026, but it seems far, far away, but it is 2025.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. So the current assessment contract ends at the end of 2026. So we are entering RFP season for a new assessment. We've talked to the board about this, but just to outline it publicly, we will be having Bethany Spangenberg, who I believe actually might be here today, come and present. She's the Deputy Associate Superintendent of Assessment at the Arizona Department of Education. She'll be coming to present to the board at potentially the next meeting on the assessment procurement process. We will lay out a timeline, all of the various steps to get us to a newly selected assessment for 27. It may not be a new assessment. I want to clarify, RFPs are open, they're requests for proposals. However, that process will be starting in the very near future.
So much. With that, do I have any colleagues who have questions for Sean? Member Kravickas, please.
Hi, Sean. Thank you so much. And I really do appreciate all the work you've done on that. My one request, instead of saying that they not be penalized, but if we're explicit in saying that they will receive full credit regardless of what cohort. Because right after that paragraph, we still have the table that indicates that if a student with a disability graduates in 7 years, it's only worth 0.25. And potentially adding that to page 8, which I can send you those notes later. But I also want to flag something I've been saying for years. If you look at the growth calculations, the MSAA is still not included. And there is no room under the statute. The statute says we have to calculate growth for assessments adopted. There's no exception. I understand that we can't use SGPs and SGTs. I've gone through this a million times, but we can calculate simple growth models. And I always think of, when I was at the department, we always said, you know, we measure what we treasure, and we have to include these kids. There's no exception legally. And again, other states do it. So I will continue to push that we have to be measuring growth on the ALT assessment. I had an interesting question. I went through the entire technical manual, which I just want to note, and I appreciate how much work you guys have done, but it is incredibly complex. Even for someone who did a lot of accountability work like it's very complex. It's not for the faint of heart. On the special education inclusion piece on page 51, first, I want to clarify, I'm guessing that's only for grade 3 through 8. Are we calculating for only those grades?
Man, classic. Member Krivickas, Superintendent Horde, President Hayes, members of the board. Thank you. Great question. That's one we get a lot. It's a little bit confusing. It takes all the students who are in their class, including their classes 80% of the day or more, out of the entire student population. So it looks different than, I think most people, when they look at it, say, like, hey, what percentage of my students with disabilities are in the classroom 80% of the day or more? And it's taking it out of this entire student population. My understanding is there's some background that's important on why that was set up that way, but it's trying to capture, it doesn't want to, the intent is to try and avoid hitting school, at least part of it, to avoid hitting schools that have robust self-contained programs that are meeting the needs of their students. Like if they've got a big program that kind of represents as their full student population.
Thank you. That's helpful background. I didn't know that. However, it flies in the face of what we're measuring for accountability for federal purposes. And it drives me crazy. I'm assuming it's got to drive schools crazy when we do ELL accountability under Title III this way, but yet we're going to do ELL accountability different over here. We're indicator 5, the IDA accountability report, indicator 5. Yes, I know this stuff is actually the least restrictive environment. It should be the same. There should be no different. We're sending conflicting messages to schools. I mean, the indicator for us was 69%. Our state target's 69. So then when I saw the 10%, I'm like, that makes no sense. Mm-hmm. I think we should measure it the same way that they have to measure it for the feds, if for no other reason than simplicity purposes. So I'd like to flag that. I know we're in the midst of indicator scoring and there's all kinds of other conversations happening there, but I'd like to flag that for the TAC. Again, I think it should be the same. And the second thing, speaking of the federal accountability, under CCRI, under the federal accountability, the main thing we use to measure for a kind of a CCRI is indicator 14 or post-school outcomes for students with disabilities. And it measures, it measures whether or not they're engaged or not engaged post-high school. I'd like to see that incorporated. Again, I know component scoring is happening and so things will change, but that is the main thing. We've been measuring that for decades for federal purposes. So to me, it makes sense to include that here. And kind of going through my notes, I'll send most of it to you later, but
Sure.
the other one is the special education enrollment. I don't understand that at all. It's been explained to me, but there's no correlation with achievement. It's just kind of a gimme. It should at least be inclusion. On the high school level, they're measured under federal accountability for inclusion as well. So I don't understand. I mean, we're basically saying, please don't discriminate, which we would hope that we're not doing that. And we have other mechanisms for enforcement. But I really would like to review that because there's no basis for that for accountability purposes. And again, it should be consistent. Consistent is always my theme, right? Consistent. If we're holding K-8 accountable for inclusion, we should be holding 9 through 12 as they are federally. I think that's all of my questions, or actually more statements. So I apologize. Thank you.
Oh, no, that's
I did have one. I do one question. Why do we look at FAE under inclusion? I mean, either they're there or not. I mean, it's just either you're in this room or you're not in that room. I don't understand why FAE requirements would apply there.
That's a great question. It's kind of just a vestige of a data artifact. So we used to not have October 1 enrollment for the general population as a whole. And so we kind of took the October 1 enrollment of students with disabilities and divided it by FAE population as a whole. We've been working to change our data so that it aligns with October 1, just to try and clarify that piece. Yeah, that one's not anything that's a major intentional or policy piece. It was just data availability.
Well, thank you for answering that, but I think that's something that we should review then. I mean, again, it doesn't line up with the way we're calculating anything for federal reporting purposes. And to the extent that we can be consistent and transparent to the schools, I think that's helpful as well as any other stakeholders. Yeah. And then we're sending a clean message. If we're telling the feds that we believe 69.63% of our kids with disabilities should be in gen ed classrooms, more than 80%, I don't know why we would do it so wholly different for state accountability purposes. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, we have Dr. Kaur and then I think Member Katniss, and I don't know if Member Meyerson has any questions. We have Member Hightower. So we'll go Dr. Kaur, Member Katniss, Dr. Hightower.
I'll be super quick. In terms of that theme of transparency, is what year is this where districts the formula is right in there and they can calculate how long have we been doing that?
Thank you, Superintendent Horn, President Haley, Member Kaur. Great question. I think from the beginning, there's at least been most of the formulas. So 2017, and then the revision we did in 2022 was just to make sure that consistently they were throughout for all of any formula, anything that you could calculate. We made the whole thing possible. And then we updated a few formulas to make sure that they were matching what was happening in the code. There were a few places that there was distinctions between what was intended to happen in the formulas we were publishing and what was actually happening in the code. So 2022 was when we kind of did 2023 was when we did the business rule update to shore those up.
I just want to applaud you for that. When folks can verify, you don't want it to go into some dark tunnel to be calculated and then presented with the score. So the more we can do that, and the suggestions of my colleague, Member Kervik, is the more transparent we are, the better this system will work. So I applaud you in the efforts. And unlike my colleague, I did not make it through the entire manual. That is a dense read.
I think Superintendent may have another trophy for making it all the way through.
Right, Member Katniss.
Thank you, Sean. I just had a question about the FAFSA piece of this. So I think thinking about different alternatives and thinking about just all the different things you were talking about with college and career readiness, but also with the knowledge that not every single kid is going to be able to apply for FAFSA. So how does that sort of affect a school's letter grade, or how does that affect what percentage of kids would need to do the FAFSA? And then also just looking at all the different alternatives, it seems like there's like different alternatives for some of the other things that we've figured out, but could there be some sort of alternatives, I guess, associated with financial aid in terms of like having kids apply for scholarships or having kids apply for other financial needs, because I don't want to punish a kid just because they're not eligible to apply for FAFSA.
Great. Yeah. Thank you, Superintendent Horn, President Haley, and Member Catanese. It's a great question. I think when we look at, let me just say thank you, first of all, for the questions. We really are interested in improving this. We've got this system that's been around, and the engagement and asking ourselves, is it working the way we want to, I think is incredibly productive. And we're very interested in making updates and looking at things. So yeah, that's a great question. I think when we look at the College Career Readiness Index in general, one of the strengths there is what you highlighted, that in general, there tend to be options for these different things that we're not prescribing for a kid like, hey, you need to check A box, B box, and C box, but that it opens a conversation with their counselors, with school leaders and their teachers to say, all right, if you're not able to complete the FAFSA, then what do we as adults who care about you and have an opportunity to work with you, what are we going to do to make sure that we can open those same doors for you? And so, as we have conversations about, is there something else we can include in the CCRI to help that conversation? I think there are things that we can look at, but every student should have a way to kind of put things together on there where even if they can't complete the FAFSA, just like in real life, that shouldn't block their door for college and career readiness. And hopefully, if we tailor that spreadsheet as much as possible, we get those conversations where we're saying like, hey, I want to be aware if you're not able to complete it, and then I want to respond accordingly if that's not an option.
And I think to follow up with that, just because I think that we have to be incredibly intentional in today's world about kids being safe. And so I think that not even just like, are you able to or not, but just having that ability to have multiple options, because a kid might be too scared to admit that they're not able to apply for FAFSA in today's world. And we want that kid to also not feel the pressure of, kind of in the broad sense, like outing themselves in a lot of ways. And so we want to also make sure that like there's kind of those safeguards in place where it's more vague, I guess, is my hope.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's an excellent point.
Thank you.
Dr. Hightower.
Thank you so much to the fellow board members, and thank you and the committee for bringing this recommendation to the board. I'm glad that we're staying the course and not changing it for next year, particularly because there's going to be a new assessment. So the statement is we have a great opportunity based on some of the feedback and the comments that have been made. Right now, there's a huge misalignment of what educators see in the classroom and what the actual raw scores say on that assessment. And so there's a huge opportunity to actually share what the outcomes are that are happening. The growth component has been helpful for sure. But it also goes back to some of the comments made on access and opportunities for students taking the FAFSA for career technical ed, typically in a school district that's able to send students or have them apply to programs that are career technical education. There's about only 10% spots for the students in those districts. So the access and the opportunity is not there. I know Mr. Yanez will be presenting a little bit later on the legislative agenda and how some of those legislative items align directly to priorities of the State Board of Education. So that will be helpful. Looking forward to the new opportunities that a new assessment and a new system will provide potentially. Thank you.
Great. Member Meyerson, you have some questions?
Thank you. Just actually to Member Hightower's comment just now, I think, and again, Sean, just thank you for consistently working with us when we do have questions. But I did just want to name, especially as we think to the future, and sort of the misalignment that I do think many schools feel of this one end of year assessment, that we're not using that data to actually inform our practice. And so one of the things that I'm most excited about as we think about the future is how we could potentially align assessments that each school are taking throughout the school year to align to that end of year assessment and the data that we're all getting back as educators to continue to make responsive decisions for our students. So again, just Member Hightower's point, I think kind of just brought up the excitement I have as we go through this next phase of looking at the future of the assessment, to continue to think about how we ensure that that is as responsive to students' needs so that we as educators can make better decisions in the classroom. So just thank you for all your work on this, and I'm looking forward to the next steps.
Do we have any other questions? Member Krivickas, please.
I'm sorry, and Sean, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but it probably should have stated that inclusion is probably the top priority for the Down syndrome community. The families I meet are fighting tooth and nail. There's a huge difference by disability when you look at inclusion. For kids with speech language impairments, it's 97%. Or for kids with intellectual disabilities, it's only 13% of kids with intellectual disabilities are in gen ed classes. I'm proud of my school and my daughter. She is in that 13%, but it is a battle. So I just want to spotlight that for some communities, they're fighting tooth and nail for the right to be in a gen ed class. So it's an important component.
President Haley, if I could add one comment. So it's important to note there's a piece of legislation that requires school letter grades. If a school earns 3 Ds in a row, then that third D turns into an F. Previous leadership at the board and the department had made the decision during the pandemic to halt that process during the pandemic when there were no letter grades, and then when there was a repeat of letter grades in 2020. That statute is still in effect, and this letter grade release in October will be the first year of 3 consecutive letter grades since the pandemic. So just making the board aware that statute will be back into effect this October. Sean Smith, Jessica, and I and Bruce are already working to identify schools that are potentially at risk and then doing outreach to those schools. So just to make sure the board is aware.
Thank you so much. All right. Well, I believe our next item is that we will take a vote on these on the accountability models and business rules. So what I would like to ask is, do I have a motion for the board to approve the statewide 2024 through 2025 A through F accountability models and business rules for traditional K through 8 and 9 through 12 schools, non-typical hybrid configuration, the 912 alternative schools, and the AOI schools as outlined in the supporting documents, the omnibus business rules document for the 2024 through 2025 as presented in the supporting documents, and the college and career readiness index spreadsheets for the 2024 through 2025 school year as presented in the supporting documents. Do I have a motion? Member Dr. Hightower makes the first motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Dr. Hagerman makes a second. Great. Do I have all in favor? Please say aye.
Aye.
Member Krivickas opposes. All right. Thank you so much. With that, the motion carries. With that, we will now move to item 5C. Executive Director Ross.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, pursuant to ARS 38-431.03, the department is charged with producing an ESA family handbook each year. Per board rule, the board is charged with reviewing and approving that handbook by May 1st of each year. With us today to present that draft handbook is going to be John Ward from ADE and Janelle Wood from ADE's Handbook Committee.
President Haley, Vice President Hagerman, Superintendent Horn, members of the committee. For the next minute, I think it's still morning. It's a pleasure to be here this morning with all of you and with the ESA parents who have shown up today and some of the students on the ESA program who are in the room with us as well. So this morning, Janelle and I will be presenting the proposed 2025-26 ESA Parent Handbook. But before we delve into the handbook, I just want to take a brief minute to just give an update on the ESA program. So as of this morning, before I came over, we had 87,600 students on the program. This program continues to grow week in and week out. And this growth has been both consistent and robust since universal expansion. So there's really no sign of any significant slowing in the growth of this program. And I think this program's growth is a sign of its success in serving a diverse group of students in our state and is a sign of the continued demand by parents for educational choice. So consistent with these successes, the department stands committed to ensuring the continued success of the ESA program by administering it in a manner that both preserves and protects it. So I've listened to all of the feedback that we received this morning from parents, and I want to say to them that I believe that our interests are aligned. They want to see this program succeed, and so do we. And we are 100% and completely committed to that, even if we disagree on some of the program administrative details. So that being said, next slide, please.
You actually have a slide answer.
Oops, there we go. Okay. So as was alluded to earlier, or I think in the comments, the Department of Education is required annually to submit a handbook to the State Board of Education that we develop in consultation with ESA parents. And so that is required by Arizona Administrative Code R7-2-1503, Section 1. And for all of you who were members of this board last March, you will recall that Superintendent Horn made a commitment to assemble a parent ESA committee to review the handbook and to consult with the Department of Education so that we could meet this administrative rule and requirement. And that's exactly what we did. So I want to talk a little bit about the committee that we chose. I know Janelle will speak in more depth about the committee and the work that they did. But one of the things that we were very committed to doing when we put this committee together was to ensure that we had a representative cross-section of the ESA community at the table. And so one of the things that we had done was to send out an application to all ESA parents to ask which of them wanted to be on a parent advisory committee. And so when we got those applications back, we asked a whole host of questions that gave us a whole bunch of insight to who these parents were. And so one of the things that we wanted to ensure was that these were a group of experienced parents who really understood how the program worked. And so for the 10 members that we chose, they fit that ticket very well. We also wanted to ensure that they had prior committee experience. This committee was scheduled to meet 5 times. And this, I mean, as you have all seen, this handbook is a large document. We wanted to get it right, so it required a committee that worked very efficiently and very effectively. So every member that we chose had served on one or more committees. We also wanted to ensure that of the 10 parents at the table, like I alluded to a minute ago, they represented what the ESA community looked like. So amongst our 10 members, and Superintendent Horn mentioned this earlier, we had parents who have students with a disability. We have parents whose students are on the program under universal eligibility. We have parents who homeschool their children, parents who send their children to micro schools, brick and mortar private schools, and online schools. So it was a really robust cross-section of this ESA community. And so once that committee had been chosen, we needed a facilitator to ensure that the committee's work was done efficiently and effectively. And so we chose Janelle Wood, who has a long history and track record in the school choice movement and was really pivotal in the adoption of universal expansion, and really just a quite remarkable woman. We were very, very blessed and lucky to have her as the committee's facilitator. In addition to and again, Janelle will go into the details of the committee's work, but in addition to the work done by the committee, after we sent the ESA Parent Handbook to all of you here at the State Board, we also posted our handbook, made all ESA account holders aware that the handbook was out there and available for review, and put a form together that would allow parents to comment on the handbook. So as of closing last Friday at noon, we received feedback from 216 unique account holders. Almost exclusively, the feedback had to do with the spending limitations that were placed on the handbook. And so my staff and I went through all of those comments to review them, but that was really the majority of what was there. And there were some other items there that I thought were things that we could clarify via email. They were kind of somewhat minor issues if this board adopts this handbook today. For example, someone pointed out that in the Department of Ed, when you apply to be on the program, we require a color copy of your birth certificate, and the handbook didn't say that. So I agree, that's probably something that we could have and should have included there, but that's something that can be fixed by an email. And I know you heard other concerns and criticisms this morning, so I'll be more than happy at the end of the presentation to address any of those that I don't address in today's presentation. I just want to give kind of just a broad overview of what I think the handbook accomplished. There were kind of two main thrusts. First, it's a much more user-friendly handbook than I think the one in force, and it's a more informative handbook than we currently have. We worked really hard, the handbook committee and the Department of Ed, to ensure that information is presented more clearly. It's better organized. We feel there was a significant amount of redundancy that we have streamlined. And we also hyperlinked all of the statutes and rules that are throughout that document so that parents, if they want to see exactly what rule and statute says, if they're looking at it online, they can now click the hyperlink and they can read it for themselves. And it's also more informative. One of the really great recommendations that came from the handbook committee was that we should have a chapter on how to enroll in the program. I think previously we had not included an enrollment chapter because we assumed that if you were using the ESA Parent Handbook, you were already on the program. However, some of the committee members brought up a good point. There are families who have many children who are on the program, and it may have been a few years since their last kid enrolled, and they might need a refresher. And also, as new families are looking to get onto the ESA program, they're Googling and searching for any resource out there. And we know that the ESA Parent Handbook is coming up, and so we wanted to ensure to have that. The other piece that has proven to be kind of the lightning rod here is that we have clarified and been transparent about what the spending limits are on certain items that have been associated with risk. I know all of you are familiar. Anytime that ESA is on the agenda and there are concerns about items being rejected, there is often this allegation that there's the secret list by the Department of Education. So we don't have any secret lists. We don't want to have any secret lists. We want it to be transparent about what those limits are for using a student's ESA dollars. And one thing I do want to address, because it came up over and over again today in the comments, was that this will disproportionately harm students with a disability. And I just want to clarify that the spending limits that are in the ESA Parent Handbook primarily apply to students who are on the program under universal eligibility. So if you take a look, I believe it's page 22 of the ESA Parent Handbook where we have supplemental materials listed. There is one sentence kind of on that page that says students with a disability will abide by these universal eligibility standards unless they have a note from a specialist. So if a parent has a student with a disability and they submit a therapist letter or some other specialist letter saying they need a particular supplemental material, these limits do not apply. We will follow the guidance from those specialists. And so I just wanted to clarify that because I think there was a little bit of confusion surrounding that point. And with that, I will turn this over to Janelle Wood. And I should have mentioned at the very beginning of my presentation, and she is the CEO and founder of Black Mothers Forum and operates a really fantastic group, series of micro schools for students that really do some quite impressive work. Janelle. Okay.
Well, first of all, greetings to you, Board President Haley, and to each one of you board members, Superintendent Horn, and to our community. My name is Reverend Janelle Wood, and I was quite humbled and honored to serve as a facilitator. Thank you, Superintendent Horn and John Ward, for trusting me with this amazing opportunity. I have had a passion to make sure that children have safe and supportive learning environments for years. I've been called to speak up for children. And so my passion for ESA to be successful is because some parents had to move their children into learning environments that were safer and more supportive for them, whether or not they were special needs or not. And so I have been an avid supporter of making sure our children get what they need, whether that be in public school. And I have some of my public school friends here that I have had many conversations with on creating that, and with our families, our homeschool families and families abroad, all over. My role was to facilitate the process of submitting a new ESA parent handbook to you that would be more transparent, it would be user-friendly, and with greater accessibility for current and new families. And we wanted to help better meet the needs of our children educationally, social, emotionally, and however they need to be met. I believe that our committee's role, we were tasked with providing an ESA parent handbook to be submitted to Superintendent Horn by no later than the end of December. So I'm going to walk you through our process. And so that was to be submitted to the Arizona State Board of Education for your review and approval at your later date. Our committee is passionate. They were committed to making sure that the ESA program is not only transparent and user-friendly, but they were very, very committed to making sure that this was a valid program that would be sustainable and that it would stand the test of time, and that we would continue to relieve burdens from families awaiting for their reimbursements, especially our homeschool families. Our committee was made up of 10 parents, and John Ward already shared who they were, but I want you to see who they were. A few of our committee members are here. I want them to stand up because these individuals not only were passionate, but they took 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and 20 and 30 and 40 hours of their life, and even then some, and poured into every line of this book. And they had to answer 3 questions, every one of them, on every line, every paragraph, every section throughout this whole book. And the 3 questions we had to answer was, is the guidance confusing or unclear? Is the guidance limited or too restrictive? And does the guidance need further clarification and explanation? We met for a total of 4 times, I believe, between October 30th through December 6th. We met in 2-hour increments. We grouped up, we assigned chapters, they grouped up, went on their own, and they went line by line. We had our final meeting on December 6th for 6 hours. We did a whole retreat, and we just nailed down all of our revisions. They were thoughtful, serious, and we had a lot of robust conversation. And I want to thank every last one of the parents and the students that came out today to speak, because we appreciate you. And I want to thank you, all of you, for giving me the opportunity to serve you and to help to guide you and direct this effort. So I appreciate you. Thank you so very much. Appreciate you all. You can now be seated. So what did we do? In our in-person meetings and outside of our meetings, each one of us was tasked with making sure that our section that we were assigned was answered those 3 questions. And we were first tasked with the job of looking at 90,000 plus reimbursements that were delayed to most of our homeschool parents. They were behind. They were behind by 3 and 4, sometimes 5 months. That created such a hardship on our families. And the first thing that our committee did when we got started was we addressed that. And we said, we need to make sure we unburden many of these families and release these dollars so that they can go ahead and get their reimbursements and continue on with the work of educating their children. And so our committee made a request, and we did put a $2,000 limit on that and said, can you just reimburse all the families without question using the risk-based audit procedure that we have in place, up to $2,000, go ahead and reimburse them so that they can get on with their life. And we did that right before the holidays, and that was a blessing to many families. So that gave us the idea that perhaps in order to speed up the process so that families can get reimbursed, that on some of the more questionable items, we do put some sort of limit on that so that they can automatically know, parents know that there's no hidden secret, that we will automatically get this reimbursed. Now, if I go over that amount, that's up to me. But if I have special needs and my child has a disability, by all means, these limits do not apply. But at least you know for sure you're going to get that $2,500. You're going to get that $1,500 right off the top with no questions. That moves the process along. It unburdens that process, and people get paid sooner. I heard a mother say that she is happy now she's getting her reimbursements within a week. And that's because we put some things in place that would help with that. So I understand the concern about that, but that's the reason why we did that. And we had robust conversation about it, didn't we? But that's where we settled. Now, what I do have to say is what we did settle on, some of that did not get reflected in this what you see, because Superintendent Horn exercised his right to make modifications. He did that. Unfortunately, we as a committee didn't get a chance to see those before it was submitted to you. But we did do this with the heart to move the process along and to make sure we heard our families. And for sure, we did not want to hurt our special needs babies, our babies with disabilities, our babies that require additional resources and additional tools to do what they need to do. We want to make sure everyone is clear that there are no limits on that. They can get what they need with the proper documentation. So please make sure we're all clear on that. And I believe that was what we were really hearing. The other thing is that we wanted to make sure that we receive feedback from families as we did the process. Many of our committee members were reaching out to their respective communities and sharing with them what was going on along the way to get their feedback on what we were talking about and what we were discussing. So I was sad to hear that many families did not get put in that loop, but our committee members, many of them were intentional about getting the word out and getting feedback as we were moving along. But I want you to know, we want this program to be successful, and whatever it takes to make sure that there's guidance in place so that there's no longer any myths, any unclarity, and there's more transparency, and this program is user-friendly. We will do whatever it takes to make sure that happens, because we're that committed to all of our babies and our children that are on this program and to making sure they get the educational experience that they so desperately deserve and need. Thank you.
All right, with that, I would love for, I suspect members of the board have questions for John Ward and for Reverend Wood. Any questions for the board? Dr. Kaur.
Thank you both, as always. And John, help me understand this. Was mentioned a couple of times during the call to the public, this potential of a fee for parents or charged against parents Under what circumstance? Okay, why? And under what circumstances would we envision this being implemented or used?
President Haley, Dr. Kaur. So one of the allowable uses of ESA dollars in Arizona law is that the Department of Education can levy a fee to administer the ESA program. It's my understanding that in the history of the program to date, that has not been used, but we have the statutory authority to do so. And as you might recall, when I was here at the January meeting, I had made clear how tight resources are to operate this program. When I checked last week, for all of the students who were on the program as of last week, their annualized awards were equivalent to $900 million. And we are operating on less than 0.5% to operate that program. We are a national outlier in terms of operating an ESA program. And so I'm not sure if that's what the state legislature foresaw when they gave the authority to the Department of Education, but that is what has been in law. So that's not a policy decision that we made as the Department of Education.
I absolutely appreciate that. Thank you. And I'd love to tee up to further explain what again, we heard a lot of conversation this morning about our students with special needs being disproportionately negatively impacted by the caps or limits. You talked about a letter from a specialist. Just talk a little bit more about what would allow that cap to be removed for these students with special needs.
Right. So, President Haley, Dr. Kaur, if a student submitted an expense that may be above one of the spending limits that we have here, if their physical therapist, occupational therapist, whatever therapist they have, provide a letter saying that this item is necessary for an educational purpose for this child and will assist in their education, they submit that with their expense. We here at the department review that. We just verify that that was required or recommended by the therapist, and then we go on to approve those items.
Thank you, John. Thank you, President Haley.
And just for clarification, I'm going to take President prerogative. Some of this language that you're referencing is on page 29 and page 38 of the updated handbook. So you'll be able to see at the top of page 29 and then at the bottom of page 38. Do we have any other questions from members of the board? Member Griffiths.
Hello, thank you. Thank you guys very much for all of your time. Janelle, it's always great to see you and spend time with you. And John, I will say that the feedback I've gotten from the field, though, is that you and your department are doing yeoman's work. So I want to give you a shout out for that and remind ourselves that we are operating or trying to operate a program that really has never been done before. We know other states have followed us since then, but we're still treading new ground. Janelle, I really appreciated your explanations of the why. I don't see that. I don't think it's reflected clearly in the manual, which is, I think, why we're getting the feedback. Mm-hmm. It makes much more sense to me now the way you described it. But so I want to clarify and make sure I heard it right. I'm going to use the 2001 or whatever category you're going to look, anything below that automatically accepted. Mm-hmm. The way it reads, though, is that's the max, period. But now what I'm hearing is you may be able to go over, but then you need to submit curriculum. And that's for any kid, not just disability. So I think clearly, given the feedback we've got, we need to be much more explicit in the manual because that's not coming through clearly.
And can I say something, board member Carla? I have to call you Carla. And President Haley, we actually had that wording we believed in there right underneath the supplemental materials title. And I shared that with John that I didn't see it in there. But it was placed in there with an asterisk by each one of those saying that this is what would be required. And that language is off of page 38. Wanted that under there too, so that it would be more prominent. So thank you for that. It is in place. I just don't recall. I don't know why it did not get moved over.
I appreciate that. And following up on that, when the legislature put this in the state board's purview, so to speak, my understanding is to hear feedback from the field, to have that forum. So I just want to say that's where any comments I have are reflected. They're not philosophical. It's the fact that I feel like we have to listen to the people who have come and who have written in, because I think that is the absolute reason why the legislature did that. John, to your point about not disproportionately impacting kids with disabilities, which I like that term better than special needs, but I slightly disagree with you, but I think the difference is it's really more affecting parents that are homeschooling or home educating, which anecdotally seems to be the largest chunk, which brings me to my question. Do we have that number? Do we know how out of all those ESAs, how many are going to private schools and how many are home educating? Because I think that's the dividing line, but I want to just throw out to members, I wrote it down, I can't find it. Yeah, we're at like 85,000, but we're 13,446 of those have a disability, and over half of those have autism. So I want to put that in context. Do we have a way of looking at those numbers?
President Haley, Member Kravickas. So when a student applies to be on the ESA program, one of the questions that we do not ask is, in which environment are you learning? And so we don't have any solid data on that. We have tried to back into that data other ways, and it leaves me a little uneasy that we have the right number. I believe a year or two ago, there was a national report that suggested Arizona may have 15% of its students may be home educated or homeschooled students. So that's kind of our working assumption, is that's about our homeschool population.
Thank you for clarifying it. Again, anecdotally, I think the lion's share of those families, whatever that number is, do have students with disabilities. So I think that is the clarifying factor.
Yeah.
And it's why it seems to disproportionately affect those families.
Any other questions?
I have a question.
We'll go with Dr. Clay and then Dr. Hightower.
Good morning. Good afternoon. This is, I have some notes here, and I don't know if it was, anybody talked about it, but I have a note that says the handbook contradicted the recommendations of the Attorney General regarding submitting curriculum. So did that change? What's going on with that? Because like I said, I have this in my notes, and I need to be able to speak that later in life unless something has changed that I didn't know about. But I have 2 stars by it, which means 2 people have come to me in reference to this. So I need some clarification. I need to understand what's going on.
President Haley, Dr. Clay. So on page 23, I believe, we have language in the current copy of the ESA Parent Handbook that makes it clear that this issue is being litigated right now. So prior to this, to July 2024, there were certain items that were such common educational items that we simply did not want to burden families by requiring a curriculum nexus. So we weren't asking them to give us a curriculum for pencils and paper and markers and paintbrushes. We received a letter in July from the Solicitor General saying that state law did not give us the authority to not require curriculum for all supplemental materials. And so we complied with the Attorney General's guidance. We have been complying with it since then. And so in the handbook, you will see that the supplemental materials is divided into kind of 2 different sets of supplemental materials, those that will always require a curriculum nexus and those that are general education items, and depending on the outcome of this litigation, may not require curriculum moving forward. But what we do on page 23 is show the 2 contingencies that, depending on what the outcome of that court case is. So I hope I answered that clearly for you.
I think for those that may, it's in Assembly, but we have the language on the top of 23 reads as follows. And this is in response to the Attorney General's guidance to the department. It says, for those that don't have it up on their website, on their computers. What parents are required to document for supplemental materials is currently on the subject of a lawsuit pending in Arizona Superior Court. As of the date of this publication, the matter has not been resolved. Effective July 1, 2025 through June 30, 2026, A, if required by law or court order, all supplemental materials shall be submitted with the curriculum documentation. B, if not required by law or court order, curriculum documentation is not required for supplemental materials generally known to be educational, including the following. And then goes down and you see the full list. And then it says this list is not exhaustive. And if you see more information items at azed.gov and then the list of things. So additional information was added in a subsequent iteration this week.
So I have a question. How easy it, so things will change. So this part right here is very fluid, right? Basically, it depends on the outcome.
Yeah, there's one of two outcomes, and we feel like the handbook will take care of whichever outcome comes to fruition.
Okay, because it was that and just my concern that there was some things that were not clear. And you had said, well, I understand they're not clear. All it takes an email, et cetera, et cetera. Anything that's not clear should be cleared. I mean, so that even my granny, you know, in a nursing home, she wouldn't ask me any questions. It would just be clear. So that is my biggest concern right now. So it seems like the document is still a little bit fluid, you saying, or
Dr. Clay, so some of those items that I referred to that may not be clear, in my mind, are not enormously substantive. So for example, yes, we need a color copy of a birth certificate when a student enrolls on the program. We just say a copy of the birth certificate in the handbook. Could that be clear about a color copy? I feel like something like that could be clarified with information being posted on our website. I'm not sure that necessarily has to impede your decision to adopt this handbook today or not, but ultimately that's your prerogative.
Thank you.
Executive Director Ross, did you have a question or comment? Okay. And then we have Dr. Hightower, then Member Katniss, and I don't know if Member Meyerson has indicated a question. Okay, so Dr. Hightower.
Thank you, President Haley. You answered my question when you addressed that statement on the litigation. Thank you.
Member Katniss.
Thank you. So first off, thank you both for all this information. I know that this is a lot of time and effort that goes into this, and thank you to you and your committee. Also, you have like the most passion and excitement for this of any person I've ever met. So, you are a wonderful public speaker. So thank you. I have a question about what you said about the expedition process to sort of make things faster and easier for parents. The $2,000 kind of cap and kind of like what you were asking about. I think to protect families, to protect what we do, is there oversight for that though? Is there oversight for that $2,000? Like if someone was abusing that, they wouldn't just reimburse up to $2,000, no questions asked, right?
That was for, basically, this is just a temporary fix while we were working through getting these things in place. Because of the backlog, we thought 2,000, because that's what we were seeing. We wanted to make sure at least parents could get reimbursed for that. As far as oversight, this is the risk-based audit process that will take place, that is going to take place on those dollars. And that's why we wanted this temporarily in place, because we don't want this indefinitely, because that's going to also create a backlog and a problem later on. But we at least want it until we could get, I know they were working on some things with Class Wallet, making sure some procedures are in place to catch things and make sure it moves smoother. That's why we thought these coverage limits would be great. Those particular items that may cause some delay in responding and cause a backlog. So anything we could do to move this along for parents, that's what we wanted to do. So that that there is no backlog. And then the things that the team needs to actually look at, they actually will have the time to do that.
Gotcha.
Can I have
Sorry.
one comment?
Yeah.
President Haley, Member Katniss. So the $2,000 threshold, as things move through that, as Janella said, these are subject to risk-based auditing. So in the ESA parent handbook, there is a whole list of things that are not allowed. So as part of our risk-based assessment of those items that went under the $2,000 threshold, we are specifically looking for things like that have shown up, in which we then have a due process for families because we'll ask them to repay since those were not allowable items. But again, this is not everything goes under 2,000 and there's a free pass and we never look at it. So we are looking at those things on a risk basis.
And I think, forgive me, a lot of this is new to me because I'm a public school teacher, so I don't have children in this program. However, I do appreciate all the families that came out today to voice your opinions for your families and the students that you represent. As a teacher, I always look at like parent-teacher conferences as a way for parents to advocate for their children. I was wondering if there was something that could maybe even posted on the website, like a Google form or something that can kind of get a lot of these feedback pieces, not just here at our sort of public body, but instead of waiting like for the month, but then your committee can then get that information faster, especially because you have a very like highly qualified group of people and you can maybe go through some of those things every time that you guys are meeting. But I just feel like so much of the opinions are sort of only delivered here in front of our body. And that might be something that you guys can then use to make some of those changes.
Absolutely. Agreed.
I think we have one more question. Member Katniss. I'm looking, Member Katniss, Member Kravickas.
I'll take that as a compliment.
CMK,
Yeah.
God.
Now see, I lost my train of thought. Oh, we're talking a lot about the $2,000 one, but we also heard a lot in the comments about some of the other ones, like the tools for vocational education, technology. One is, can you tell me how those numbers were determined? And I do see that little sentence underneath that if you have a note, you can still apply for that. So I want to make sure I'm understanding that all of those caps can be superseded with some kind of almost like an appeal. And to Member Clay's awesome comment, if people are still asking, it's not clear enough. So I think we need to be really explicit on how this process works. It's almost like a decision tree or something like that of. So can you discuss how those numbers were determined? And
yeah, let me walk you through our process. What we did in our meeting was we asked the question of the ESA team because they see these expenses more often than we do. We wanted to get a historical feel for how much they were paying and what was being approved on these particular supplemental materials. So the ESA team was able to get with Class Wallet, right? And you got they got us a list of, this is how much we're typically paying for this. The ones that caused pause is where we saw, okay, no more than that. That won't have a red flag, and that actually should be one of our caps. So that was one of the things we did. The other thing we did was we actually Googled and we looked at what these things cost and how they're being used. And so we actually did it ourselves. We did research on it and said, across the board, how much should people be paying for this? What would be a reasonable person's approach to paying for this? And that's how we came up with some of those numbers as well. But looking historically at what was already covered before in those particular areas, that's how we set some of them. Again, I'm of the understanding that we submitted some limits that we submitted, and some of those limits, Superintendent Horn took a look at them and did modify some of those limits. So.
President Haley, Member Kravickas. So just to piggyback on what Janelle said, as we looked at some of these limits, we appreciated the consultation that the committee had made, and we did change some of them. One of the things I will say is that we did not add a limit to any item that did not have a limit proposed by the ESA Parent Handbook Committee. And so, for example, one of the limits that is in the handbook is $1,500 for tools for voc ed. Originally, the recommendation to the Department of Ed was $1,500 per item. Now, I'm a typical guy. I like to own tools. For $1,500 an item, you could pretty much get any tool that you want and spend up to your entire ESA award. In fact, so we made it $1,500 every 3 years. And in fact, just recently, a expenditure was submitted to the ESA program for $6,600 of high-end electric tools. And so without the limit that we have in the handbook, and each one of those tools was under $1,500, we would have approved $6,600 of Milwaukee and DeWalt power tools for this account holder. And so that's why in some of these cases, we felt it was necessary to refine the limit that was placed on them.
Thank you. To that point, if I'm understanding the original question though, and I'm not, again, advocating, I don't know what a magical number looks like. I'm just trying to reflect the feedback that we've heard. Could that person, let's say that $6,600 person, could that person still apply and try to make a case, almost like an appeals case? Again, I'm not advocating for that. I'm just trying to understand procedurally. Is that hard and fast, or, because that's how I interpreted it first read.
So if, Member Kravickas, if the student who is requesting, say the $6,600, if they are a universal student, the $1,500 every 3 years is a hard and fast rule. If they are a student with a disability, and there is a therapist letter that says they need these specific tools in this quantity and these amounts, that's what they submit to us, and that changes the rules. So again, what we have very clear here in this on page 22 applies to universal eligibility students. Really, we have two camps here. We have the universal camp, just to kind of make it very simple, and then we have students with a disability. If you are in the camp of being a student with a disability, you are always able to submit a therapist letter to justify why you need to spend more than these caps.
Member Meyerson, do you have any questions? Okay. Any other questions from members of the board? No. So we have several options. One, we can go ahead and vote on today's handbook. We could also delay the vote to our April meeting. And so I think the question is on the table is, do I have a motion that the board adopt the March 19 final amended ESA handbook for FY 2026 for the 2025 through 2026 school year?
So moved.
Superintendent Horn made the motion. Do I have a second? We do not have a second, so we will not be voting on the handbook at this time. So with that, we will move to item 5D, the presentation and discussion regarding legislative affairs. Executive Director Ross.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board.
Hold on one second before we do that. Member Katniss, do you have a question?
Yeah, I just have a question. So just for clarification, we're moving this to the April meeting.
Yes, we will then vote at the April meeting in order to be in compliance with the May 1st deadline.
Okay.
Executive Director Ross.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, as we always do during the legislative session, we will have a legislative update from our policy director, Rico Llanes. Rico.
All right. Good afternoon, President Haley, members of the board. I'm here just to provide a brief legislative update today. I'll let everybody file out really quick. Oh, it's just a little loud. It's all good. All right, I think we are good to go. So I'm just going to provide everyone with just an overview of session now that we're a little over 70 days in, and some of the work that staff has undergone over the course of the past couple weeks. So right now we are currently in the last week of standing committees. So the Excel spreadsheet with the tracking list of bills that is included in the materials will probably be shortening pretty substantially after the end of committees this week. There also has been some discussions, as we mentioned last month, around educator discipline that would impact the board, as well as discussion centered around some of the receivership processes that the board oversees, as well as school finance and the uniform system of financial records. A couple bills that I wanted to highlight that staff has been a little bit more closely engaged on, first of which is House Bill 2610. This legislation is being proposed by Representative Gress, and as far as staff engagement has been on this, he's accepted to work on an amendment with us to resolve some of our concerns around the receivership process. So what the bill had done in its newest form is it had taken its original form where it would have required that school board members that were at a school district at the time that we place them into receivership must resign. There was an amendment to include that the board oversee a waiver process by which the school governing board members would be able to retain their seats, and it called for a board investigation into fiscal mismanagement and whether or not the school board members were making public calls for action that would have substantially assisted the district in remaining in good fiscal compliance. The board investigative unit doesn't right now have the capacity to be able to discern some of the text that was included within the bill as it relates to intent and state of mind that board members may have for the reasons at which that their school came into receivership. So we had engaged on the legislation to make sure that board members, if this was something that landed at the board's feet, at which there may be some discomfort around that in the first place, but if that is the case, that board members would make an affirmative case to the board that would function a little bit more like a checklist, providing meeting minutes, emails, other records that would positively affirm that there were public calls for action from that board member in order to retain their seats, rather than us kind of going out to provide an investigative process into the matter. Aside from that, we also have been engaged on Senate Bill 1292.
Rico, just a quick question. I think Mr. Horn has a
Yeah, I
question.
just want to mention that, which you might not be aware of, that the member of the House who sponsored the bill agreed to an amendment which is being presented in the Senate, which would provide that no one would be deprived of their position on the board unless it was proven that they participated in wrongdoing, that they knew about wrongdoing, covered it up, or that they were willfully ignorant.
Yes.
In
Yes.
the absence of that, they would not have to resign.
Yes, I appreciate that. And that's the bill that that's the amendment that we're engaging on right now. It's kind of finding a middle ground between the previous language and the current language as it is with that amendment. The only piece of that amendment that we had kind of added in feedback for was one, the board being involved in overseeing the process, but then two, it was that text was what called for the board to engage in that investigative process rather than have the board member provide that affirmative case through the waiver process. Do we have any questions on that one? That was a little lengthy. Yeah, we can move on. So we have SB 1292. This bill would expand the purview and oversight of our investigative unit for educator misconduct and discipline to paraprofessionals and teachers' aides. We discussed this last month, so not too much new to cover there. We're still engaging on this bill as we assisted in drafting it at the sponsor's request, and we're still monitoring right now. And then finally, we have SB 1659, another bill that engages the board's investigative unit. The sponsor, Senator Bullock, graciously accepted an amendment that we had worked towards. Originally, the text of the bill didn't align with current process as it relates to information sharing that our investigative unit provides for school district members as it relates to their hiring practices. And now it does. So we will be just signed in to speak most likely at the committee just to provide some context for members around how this amendment came about. Aside from that, I will open myself up if anyone has questions around where we're at in the legislative season, aside from the ending of standing committees this week and what comes next as we're kind of moving into April. I'm open.
Any questions from members of the board? Dr. Kaur.
Super quick. What are we hearing? What are we hearing on the extension of 123?
As of right now, the board hasn't been engaging in whatever sort of negotiations have been going on around Prop 123 right now. If it's not taken into account by the legislature through a new proposition, it would revert to the general fund, which is accounted for right now for budget purposes. And as far as the bills that were introduced on both sides of the House and the Senate, they've both moved through a committee and are waiting a third read, but they haven't moved in a little while.
Thank you.
Questions, Dr. Hightower.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your work, Rico. My question is, what is the work or advocacy that you're doing on the priorities that are that have been delineated by the State Board of Education? And I know there's some bills that are moving. So.
Thank you. So as far as some of the legislative priorities work has been focused, this legislative session has been a little funky in that the focus in the House right now has been in the educator discipline space, and then the focus in the Senate has been or actually reverse those. The focus in the House has been in financial compliance and receivership for school districts that stemmed from the actions that the board took in January for Isaac School District. And kind of the main topic of conversation in the Senate has been ed discipline. We've been engaged in those topics, although I'm sure that's not what you're referring to, because that's kind of board scope of work stuff. As far as engagement on legislative priorities, there hasn't been too much legislation that impacts the big 3 or 4 that we have had, although we're consistently engaged in early literacy discussions when they are there. There hasn't been very many proposals in that space, and that's been a longstanding board priority, although the department put in a budget request for additional literacy coaches for the K-5 space, as well as some FTEs, I believe some FTEs to oversee the program. within that standard space as well. So we're working with their legislative team over at ADE to ensure that that's something that we can start working towards come budget season. Most of these legislative priorities are going to come because there aren't as many bills related to the legislative priorities. Most of these are going to come a little bit later in the year, but we are engaged in stakeholder groups and making sure that there's like an awareness around some of these proposals that are out there.
Thank you.
Member Kravickas.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Rico, I know what the board hasn't taken official position on it, but I think 1502 is in line with our early literacy priorities. Maybe you could tell the board a little bit about that, Bill. Sorry to catch you off guard.
No, you're good.
Mid-drink.
I think that honestly, I think that Bruce may be a little bit more equipped to answer this one, so I'm going to throw him under the bus. But members for that, just you want to take it? Okay.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, Member Kravickas, we have been watching the bill, though the board has not taken a formal stance on it, and have assisted the sponsor in some language drafting. The bill, just for the update to the board, it clarifies some elements in Move On When Reading 15704, 15701, and in the legislation related to teacher credentialing. So in Move On When Reading, the current legislation calls for all K-3 core reading programs to meet requirements related to the science of reading. That now the legislation in 1502 specifies that the core reading programs would also include core reading programs for students in self-contained environments. And then same thing with supplemental materials as well. And then the update on as far as the teacher certificate, there is a requirement already in statute that all K-5 teachers of reading who are certificated earn an early literacy endorsement by 2028. That requires a certain number of course hours or training in the science of reading and then passing grade on the Foundations of Reading exam. The legislation clarifies that that applies to both elementary certificates, early childhood certificates, and then mild moderate certificates for special education teachers, especially those who work in the K-5 space, because they are K-5 teachers of reading. Did that answer your question?
Thank you, except that it was amended. So now it won't apply to the certificates, but it will require the teacher prep programs for mild and moderate certificates to include all the courses necessary. So it's more proactive with the teachers and retro.
Thank you, Member Kravickas. My apologies. I needed a brain meld with Deputy Duplanty. Yes, this applies to the training that teacher candidates receive for the mild moderate certificate. Thank you.
Any other questions for members? Okay, well, we have quite a bit of stuff to take on, so we're going to take a 10-minute break. So we'll be back probably around 1:10-ish, hopefully before. Okay, so I think we're going to be starting shortly. So if members are elsewhere, we'd love to have them back. We're close to a quorum.
Yes.
Okay, I think we have a quorum. So with that, we are going to item number 6. This is a call to the public for item number 7. So Executive Director Ross, do we have any requests to speak? And I should also note that due to the number of speakers today, all speakers will be limited to 2 minutes. And as I said earlier today, we have quite a bit of individuals today, so I will be using my gavel if you go over. So with that, Executive Director Ross, for item 6, do we have any requests to speak?
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, we do not have any requests to speak for this call to the public.
Okay, great. So with that, I'm going to move to item number 7. This is the consent agenda for enforcement actions. My goal will be to take it into a single motion. Is there an item or items from the consent agenda for enforcement actions that a board member would like to pull and discuss? Seeing that there are none, I would like to make a motion to approve items 7A1 through item 7A7, item 7B1 and 7B2, item C1 and C2, 7C2, item 7D1, and item 7D2. Do I have a motion to approve these items?
So moved.
Dr. Hagerman made a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Dr. Webke made the second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
No, motion carries. So with that, we are now going to move to item 8. This is another call to public. I just would like to make a note that it's 1:11 or so. We have a number of members who do have commitments later this afternoon. So our goal is going to maintain quorum, but we're also recognizing that we did not anticipate the level of public engagement today. So I will very strictly hold members to 2 minutes that have asked for requests to speak, but just wanted to acknowledge that we typically have not had meetings that have gone past 2, so we will see how today goes. So with that, Executive Director Ross, do we have any requests to speak for item number 8, the call to the public?
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up first, we have Patrick Mannion, followed by Edmondo Robena, and then Michelle Schwartz.
There you go. Can you all hear me? Thank you. I'm here to address a matter of utmost gravity, actually, and not that things prior to this weren't, but it involves the safety of our children, the integrity of our entire educational system, and more importantly, the accountability of those entrusted with safeguarding our future. And today I'm here to address this situation involving 5 Chandler Unified School District administrators who, despite holding multiple advanced degrees in education or even counseling, and amassing over 150 years of collective experience, have demonstrated that they have deliberately refused their most basic moral and legal duties to protect students from adult sexual predators on campus. These individuals cannot credibly claim confusion or misunderstanding of the law or their professional responsibilities. They've had every opportunity over decades, literally, to act with integrity and diligence, but instead they have consistently placed the interests of their superintendents and their districts, those above them in power, over the safety and well-being of the students under their care. A lot of people here. In fact, they have acted as enforcers of unwritten, unspoken ghost policies designed to protect the districts and their communities from embarrassment and financial liability rather than ensuring justice for their victims. The district, in turn, has brought its heavy hitters, a bar of barristers, a soup of current and former superintendents. I understand even a city mayor of a large Arizona city, as well as the state's primary legal architect of the philosophy that
Thank you
these
so much,
administrators
Mr.
follow.
Mannion. We appreciate your remarks. We have
I
minutes.
urge you to take away their certificates permanently.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next is Armando Rabina, followed by Michelle Schwartz, and then Jody Jordan.
Should I press the button?
It's good now.
It's good. All right. President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. My name is Edmundo Robina. I'm an attorney here in Phoenix. I've been practicing employment law for about 28 years. I am unaffiliated with this case. I'm here on my own behalf as a citizen, as a father. I learned about this case. I thought it was very important for someone with maybe some experience on this side of the law to talk to you. I'm generally on the other side of cases with the district's attorneys, but due process issues, I think, are at the forefront of this case. I think that due process is something that's somewhat understood, but not fully. And I wanted to give you just a few thoughts. Everyone here has heard the idea that you cannot take away someone's life, liberty, or property without due process. What that actually means, though, is this is a hallmark of our legal system. It's been around prior to our Constitution, started with the Magna Carta some 800 years ago, and it flows through our system to now. One of the important hallmarks of this is that you have to have a due process within a meaningful time and in a meaningful manner. And when I learned about this case, and I learned that this hearing, the hearing that took place in this case was 4 years after the fact, I've hundreds of cases, I've never had anything like that. The fact that all of these people's cases were tried together is an abomination in my world. And the worst part of this was that the facts, the allegations were changed a few days prior to the hearing in this case. This is called switching. It's unconstitutional. I urge you to reject this, the PPACs, but I know it's an unusual thing. I urge you to reject it, or at minimum, to request legal counsel to learn and what the requirements are. Thank you.
Thank you.
President Haley.
Just a note also, just a quick note. Thank you all for applauding, but we would like no applauds. Just we're going to have requests to speak and we'll allow that process to continue as is. And I also make a note that the board does not respond to any questions that are posed to the board during this request to speak. So with that, Executive.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next is Michelle Schwartz, followed by Jody Jordan, and then Tony Alcala.
Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Schwartz. I'm the math department chair at Castile High School. I'm here today to extend my highest endorsement and support for Mrs. Woodworth, one of the most remarkable, inspiring educational leaders I've encountered in 25 years of teaching. Her leadership style is professionalism, empathy, hard work, dedication. She is always present, creating a safe environment where every student and teacher feels seen and valued. She treats both teachers and staff with the utmost care and respect. She always chooses to do what is right, even when it is difficult. In this current environment, it's becoming increasingly more difficult to teach without the fear of false accusations and gaslighting from keyboards. To be clear, I'm not speaking about situations where educators have done wrong and should be punished. I'm talking about an environment where the fear of mental, financial, and reputational ruin is real for all of us. Mrs. Woodworth did exactly as she was asked to do. She interviewed 1 or 2 students. The panel was biased, continually bringing up Hamilton High, rolling their eyes, and cutting off her testimony. She did not receive a fair trial. Maricopa County did not charge the teacher with a crime. Mrs. Woodworth's punishment is absurd. Educators are treated as guilty until proven innocent, as allegations, blatant exaggerations, and falsehoods are adjudicated online without any filters and are left unchecked. This slander and defamation of character is causing a premature departure of talented and experienced educators, resulting in the destabilization and lower quality of education. Good educators make lasting differences. I will be retiring 7 years early because I cannot expose my family and myself and my family's finances to this type of experience. Lastly, it is my belief that ADE is being used as a pawn by despicable people who are financially benefiting from this case. They prop themselves up as community advocates, but they're slimy ambulance chasers out for their own bank account.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next, we have Jody Jordan, followed by Tony Alcala, and then Sarah Stark.
Good afternoon. I'm Jody Jordan. I'm here in support of dismissing the one-year suspension of Chalamet Woodworth's license. With 20 years of experience in education, I can confidently say that Mrs. Woodworth is one of the best administrators with whom I've ever worked. I have witnessed her deep compassion, professionalism, and unwavering commitment to students. She consistently prioritizes their needs and safety, always asking, is it best for students? I would like to point out a few things that came up at the PPAC meeting. They stated that Mrs. Woodworth was a counselor and should employ that counseling training. Her role in this case was as an administrator, not as a counselor, but she did employ her counseling training in active listening and empathy. That's why she was chosen to interview the student. They stated that Mrs. Woodworth should have ensured her administrative team was doing their jobs. In what conceivable job can you question the person you are working for without losing that job? It's not her job to question whether or not they're doing their job. She's supposed to do her job. She was asked to interview one student, and she did that job. They stated that she didn't prevent grooming of the student since the teacher was allowed to resign. She wasn't in the discussions regarding the teacher's discipline or employment status. She was asked to interview the student and report her findings, which she did. She has no reason to believe that grooming was taking place. She interviewed the student and the student was removed from the classroom. Where did the grooming occur when this started? I would also like to address the PPAC chairperson's conduct during the hearing. She was unprofessional as she rolled her eyes, made snide comments during Mrs. Woodworth's testimony, and actually cut her off during the middle of her testimony. She showed bias in these actions, and I believe that should be addressed by the board.
Ms. Jordan, thank you.
Thank you.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next, we have Tony Alcala, followed by Sarah Stark, and then Hersia Arnold.
Good afternoon, Superintendent Horn, President Haley, members of the board. My name is Tony Alcala, proud principal of Chandler Unified School District. I am here to express my support for all of the Chandler administrators here today, especially for Mr. Jason Phillips. For 10 years, Mr. Phillips has been a mentor, trusted colleague, and a friend. I was fortunate to learn from his supervision for 3 years as Dean of Students. During this time and since then, he has led by example and has demonstrated daily what it means to put kids first. From supporting struggling learners, hosting clubs after school himself, cheering on students at every single school event, he's there. He consistently goes above and beyond, not for recognition, but because he genuinely cares. Every one of these administrators genuinely care. They are all people of integrity and always put students first. Today, I get to lead an amazing Title I school in Chandler, the school that raised me as a kid. I would not be able to be there making a positive difference and influence and impact in my own community if it were not for Jason Phillips and Dr. Craig Gilbert. And for that, I thank them. Thank you so much for your time. I urge you to reconsider. Thank you.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next, we have Sarah Stark, followed by Hersia Arnold, and then Kathleen Branningham.
Hi, good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Sarah Stark. I'm counsel for Ms. Colburn-Belinsky. This is agenda item 9B3. As you're aware, we have also submitted a written motion in this matter, as well as a certificate of completion for the NASDAQ course that Ms. Belinsky has recently completed. I know my time is limited, so I wanted to highlight a few key points from the motion. The most consistent theme throughout the evidence in this matter and PPAC's deliberations was the inconsistencies. With regard to the evidence, the statements that were given by the students were inconsistent in their accounts of the allegations from student to student. For example, one student stated that Ms. Belinsky called another student an inappropriate name. However, the student that was alleged to have been called that name did not report the same allegation in her statement. In addition, the students' alleged verbal statements detailing the allegations differed significantly from their written statements, as we heard in the testimony of Ms. Lopez. The testimony from the witness at the hearing regarding the students' verbal allegations was inconsistent with what she documented in her investigation notes. And finally, the allegations made by a mother of two of the students on the team, who was not present for any of the allegations, were different from the students' allegations. One PPAC member who voted against finding the violation acknowledged the inconsistencies in the allegations as a basis for her decision. However, concerningly, the remainder of the PPAC members appeared to base their decision, at least in part, on the inconsistent statements made in their own deliberations. While the evidence clearly reflected only 5 written student statements, the PPAC chair indicated that he was concerned that, quote, like 8 students were making these allegations, which again is wholly inconsistent with the evidence in this case. After the chair made these inaccurate statements about the evidence, the remaining committee members appeared to fall into line and concur with the analysis, which again was based on inconsistent information. As was noted by one of the committee members who voted against the violation, Ms. Belinsky has no disciplinary history. Her colleague, thank you.
Thank you very much.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next is Haricia Arnold, followed by Kathleen Brandingham, and then Leslie Kane.
Superintendent Horn and board, thank you for your time this morning. I want to start out with a quote that says, "An unacknowledged trauma is like a wound that never heals over and may start to bleed again at any time." Alice Miller. As we are here today discussing the individuals in question, they were given training year after year. That training was designed to educate them on what the state laws were and what mandated reporting requires. The warnings were not heeded, and it has resulted in the devastating effects of loss for these children. The students who were touched by Mr. Powers have experienced the significant loss, the innocence of multiple children. Having an adult man touch them when and where they didn't want to be touched will never be taken back. The moment the hands were put on the hips and the child was lifted onto the desk, that feeling of those hands being placed on the body will never be taken back. The look in Mr. Powers' eyes as he approached the students and as he touched them, that will never be taken back. The feeling of being violated by a grown man that was supposed to be protecting them will never be taken back. The sights, the sounds, the smells, and each one of these moments are embedded in their lives for the rest of their minds. Are embedded in their minds for the rest of their lives. The loss these students have experienced because of the failure to follow state laws is significant and will be felt forever. There was a point in time where the CUSD staff members had the opportunity to speak up and stand on behalf of these students, and they failed to do so. Those repeated failures caused other students to be victimized by Mr. Powers. We all have consequences for our actions, whether they be good or bad. When we make choices that don't align with the law, there are consequences for those actions. These individuals need to be reprimanded for the choices that they made and the lives that they so drastically affected. And I leave you with this quote. If it is never our fault, we can't take responsibility for it. If we can't take responsibility for it, we'll always be the victim. These individuals are playing the victim card, and they are not the ones who were victimized. Thank you.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next is Kathleen Brandingham, followed by Leslie Kane, and then Shannon Carnahan.
Good afternoon. I'm Kathleen Brantingham. I'm one of the 2 attorneys from Udall-Shumway who represented the 5 Chandler administrators at hearing. There are many reasons that the board should disregard the PPAC's recommendations and not impose discipline on any of these educators. In this comment, I focus on the flawed procedures that violated their due process rights. These hearings should never have been consolidated. Due process demands that one only defend factual allegations brought against him or her. Here, the conduct of each of the 5 educators was not considered individually. Instead, evidence pertaining to the actions of all Chandler staff were allowed to be considered collectively against each educator with very prejudicial results. Due process was violated because these educators were in essence tried on failure to report but that charge was dismissed. The state dismissed the claims for violation of the mandatory duty to report on the eve of the hearing, and it should have. None of the conduct alleged to have been committed by teacher Patrick Power fell with any of the enumerated crimes that triggered a mandatory duty to report. Mandatory reporting is required for crimes like sexual assault, child abuse, and the like, not instances where a teacher fails to respect boundaries with a student. There is no evidence that Mr. Power was a sexual predator. And here, at this hearing, R72-1308A1 was weaponized to the state, by the state, to a level I don't believe it ever has been before. 1308 lists specific unprofessional conduct that is subject to discipline. It does not include failure to report.
Have we
for
extended our time?
Thank you.
Sorry.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, we have two attorneys here to speak, one on the state's behalf and one on behalf of the respondents.
Okay,
And
sorry.
each of
I
them-
just was
yeah.
like, I thought I heard the beep
Sorry,
and I was
no,
like,
she was
and
adjusting.
now
the
there's
clock.
no clock.
Sorry.
Please go ahead.
If
I
can
apologize.
finish, I
Absolutely.
timed this 2 minutes for so many
Yeah,
times.
I just thought I heard the
Thank
beep
you.
and I was like, wait, where's the clock? Please go ahead. I apologize.
Okay. 1308 lists specific unprofessional conduct that is subject to discipline. It does not include failure to report for good reason. The legislature determined that a mandatory duty to report only exists for enumerated heinous crimes, none of which occurred here. For these and the other reasons expressed by others, I ask that you dismiss the complaints against the educators, or at minimum, rule that each educator is entitled to an individual hearing before a different PPAC panel and presided over by a different hearing officer. Thank you.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next, we have Leslie Kane, followed by Shannon Carnahan, and then Camille Castile.
Good afternoon. Castile High School prides itself on courage, character, and commitment. But where was the courage to confront a teacher's sexual misconduct when it mattered most? Where was the character to hold administrators accountable for negligence? Where was the commitment to protecting students over reputations? Today, your decision speaks volumes, not just about 5 administrators, but about whether these values actually mean anything. I'm sure you'll hear from loyal supporters, colleagues, and leaders who shape these administrators, but where was this outrage and protected posturing when 12+ students were violated? Where was the urgency when families were silenced, dismissed, and given the runaround? As a trauma healing and wellness professional, I know that when institutions fail to act, they don't just harm students in the moment, they scar them for life. The research is clear. Unresolved trauma rewires the brain, fueling anxiety, trust issues, chronic stress, and even life-threatening health conditions. This isn't just a scandal. This is a life sentence for these kids, one that they never deserved. These administrators aren't here because they're bad people. They're here because they failed to act. One of them could escape with only a letter of censure, while the others take the fall. Someone at that level should set the standard, not sidestep it. Retirement shouldn't be an escape from responsibility. There's a better way to secure a legacy than shielding those who fail to act. True leadership identifies problems, confronts them, and prioritizes student safety, not image, personal loyalties, or self-preservation. When you make your decision today, don't send the message that power protects power. Thank you.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next, we have Shannon Carnahan, followed by Camille Castile, and then Tessa Chadwick.
Good afternoon, board. I'm here today because enough is enough. I'm here as a concerned parent. I'm here as a concerned advocate and a supporter. We were all taught right from wrong, but from various perspectives. We go through life making determinations on whether to do or not do something. With every school year, new jobs, signing up for a team, new experiences, we are held to certain standards, either as the person giving something or the person receiving something. In the school setting, there are students and children, and then there are teachers, administrators, mentors, and adults. Everyone who walks through the door is tied to process, procedure, and rules. Leadership and respect is taught from the top down, and if the leaders are failing and struggling, so will the rest. My daughter attended Castile from 2021 to 2022. She started attending Castile, where her mental and behavioral health went on an incredible decline. In the beginning of 2022, my daughter was involved in the vaping incident at Castile, which turned into more of a time frame of drug use, selling drugs and vapes, vaping around the school, and various other criminal activities. My daughter was offered a vape in the bathroom, which turned out to be laced with drugs, or was given a drug-infused vape without her consent. I received a call from the nurse asking me to come to school because she wasn't holding her vitals and having involuntary movements. My daughter was able to describe everything and provide names of everyone and was honest and forthcoming about the incident. While I was in the health office, several other students came in with the same symptoms as my daughter. Present in the area was my daughter's dad, myself, Ryan Reidenauer, Joey Perry, Chalamet, and the nurse. This was the start of many lies, ignorance, and process and procedure gaps. Me being here today is more about my interactions with Jason Phillips and Frank Narducci and a few others from administration not following process. We were not offered an incident report. Nothing was reported past Jason.
Ms. Castile, thank you so much for your comments.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next, we have Camille Castile, followed by Tessa Chadwick, and then Christy Kunika.
Good afternoon, President Haley and members of the board. I retired from Chandler Unified School District after 50 years of service. So President Haley, maybe you were born during that time, including 25 years as the superintendent. I'm speaking to you on behalf of the 4 current employees of Chandler, Dr. Craig Gilbert, Dr. Jeff Falloon, Mr. Jason Phillips, and Mrs. Chalamet Woodworth. I have known and worked with these 4 individuals for many, many years, decades. Numerous times, our interactions related to employee or student issues. Frankly, when I heard the recommendation from the PPAC, I was stunned and perplexed. These employees have never evoked an ounce of concern regarding their performance, their actions, their professionalism. In fact, quite the opposite. Kindness, dedication, and commitment to students' success and safety is a part of their DNA. The incident that prompted the actions today occurred 4 years ago, and the recommendation from the PPAC is not only severe and overreaching, but grossly unfair. These individuals' livelihoods and their reputations will be irreparably damaged should you approve the recommendation, especially in light of the fact that law enforcement was heavily involved. No charges were filed, and there was an exhaustive and prolonged investigation, something that the PPAC did not want to hear about or discuss. They didn't want to hear about the options. It's important to note that 3 of these individuals have limited involvement and no authority to make decisions regarding the teacher's conduct. I just close with, I hope you consider that neither before nor following 4 years following this incident have there been any concerns, violations, inappropriate conduct on the part of these educators. And finally, I hope at a minimum you table these recommendations so that you have an opportunity.
Thank you so much. We'll now receive our next speaker. Thank you.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next, we have Tessa Chadwick, followed by Christy Kuniko, and then Peyton Kuniko.
Hello, my name is Tessa Chadwick, and I'm a senior at Castile High School. I'm going to be speaking today regarding the recent allegations against Ms. Chalamet Woodworth. I just want to share how much she means to our school and our students. I've had the opportunity to work alongside Ms. Woodworth in planning school assemblies, organizing spirit activities, and executing the largest, most successful elementary school visit day for incoming students. This event was the first of its kind at Chandler Unified. Thanks to her leadership and attention to detail, it was a huge success. I was honored to be a part of her program and saw firsthand the passion and dedication she brings to everything that she does. Ms. Woodworth is more than an assistant principal. To many students, she is a mentor, a role model, and the driving force behind the positive culture we have here at Castile High School. She is always welcoming, always positive, and always working to make our school the best environment possible for students. She supports us in ways that go beyond her job, making every student feel valued and heard. I would like to ask you this. What message did this send to us as students? Miss Woodworth is an excellent administrator who carried out exactly what she was asked of by the leaders at our school. She followed through with her responsibilities with integrity and professionalism. As students, we are taught to follow directions, keep our responsibilities, and respect the leadership above us. As a current employee myself, I know that if my boss gave me a task, I wouldn't question it. I would do what was asked of me just like Woodworth did. I choose to speak here today, which is not something that comes easily, because I believe in Miss Woodworth, and she is being treated unfairly. She has done so much for our school, our students, and our community. I respect her deeply and know that Castile would not be the same without her. I hope you recognize the incredible value she brings and make the right decision for her to remain an educator. Thank you for your time.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next, we have Christy Kaneko, followed by Peyton Kaneko, and then Julie Davis.
Good afternoon, members of the board. I stand before you today as both a parent and an educator in CUSD to speak on behalf of Charlamagne Woodworth. For the past 6 years, I've had the privilege of working alongside Ms. Woodworth and can say without hesitation that she is the most thorough, professional, and dedicated educator I have seen in my 25 years in education. Anytime she is presented with an issue, she works tirelessly to help fix and rectify the situation. She doesn't just do her job, she gives 110% to everything she does. 4.5 years ago, Ms. Woodworth was asked as a trusted female administrator to interview 2 girls, ensuring that they were comfortable with who they spoke with. She did exactly that, then turned over the information to those in charge. She had no prior knowledge of the investigation and no involvement beyond that interview. The PPAC claimed she was responsible because she was a counselor. Ms. Woodworth is not a counselor. She's an administrator who stepped in to add support when needed. As a counselor myself for 25 years, I would not have done anything differently. As a parent, I can't help but question the motives behind all of this. Why did it take 4.5 years for this to become a concern? It would be a travesty if money, politics, or a vendetta against the district were the reasons behind this situation. Decisions like this should be based on truth, not agendas. In a state where we already face a severe teacher shortage, decisions like this will only drive more dedicated educators away, myself included. I was recently told that the PPAC was put off by a perceived lack of empathy on the stand and that it played a role in their decision. Well, shame on them for making a life-altering judgment about someone's career based on the tone rather than the facts. I was also told that 99% of the time, this board upholds the recommendations of the PPAC. I urge you to make the right decision for our students and allow Ms. Woodworth to be the 1%. Castile High School, CUSD, and the students she
Thank you so
serves
much for your
cannot afford
comments.
to
We
lose her
appreciate
administrator.
it.
Thank you.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next is Peyton Kaneko, followed by Julie Davis, and then David Ellingson.
Hi, my name is Peyton Kuniko, and I'm a senior here at Castile High School. I'm here today in support of Assistant Principal Miss Charlamagne Woodworth. I wanted to speak about my experience at Castile as a student. I have attended Castile since 7th grade and have known Miss Woodworth most of that time. She has always had a good reputation among students, staff, and parents. For the past year, I've had the privilege of working alongside her through student government activities. I'm one of the Spirit Commissioners, and through planning assemblies, prompting school spirit, and organizing district's very first Step Up Day, I've seen firsthand just how dedicated, hardworking, and truly over the top she is when it comes to taking care of her responsibilities. After I graduate, I plan to go to college to become a teacher. As a future educator, Miss Woodworth is honestly one of my biggest inspirations. I aspire to be like her one day, and I hope she gets to inspire others. But even though teaching has always been one of my dreams, this situation makes me question if it's even worth it. Being an educator is already difficult financially and emotionally. Teachers take on so much, and if it's this easy for a dedicated administrator like Ms. Woodworth to be caught in a situation simply by doing what's right and what she was asked to do, what does that mean for the future of education? If things continue like this, we will not have any educators left. What really makes Ms. Woodworth special isn't just her work ethic. It's how much she cares about us as students and as people. She's always there supporting us whenever you need her, guiding us, and making sure we have the best possible experience at Castile. She looks out for us in so many ways and always makes sure we feel seen, heard, and valued. I can honestly
Sorry, but the clock was frozen. So where are we?
I can honestly say that my experience at Castile would not have been the same without her. She is more than an administrator. She's an advocate, mentor, and one of the adults on campus who truly cares about her students. Losing her would be a huge loss for our school and future. Take a moment, look around, and see everybody in red. Here in support for Miss Woodworth and supporting what's right. That should just tell you everything you need to know. Thank you.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next, we have Julie Davis, followed by David Ellingson, and then Eli Enger.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, Executive Director Ross, and members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to speak this afternoon. My name is Julie Davis. I'm a proud parent of 2 children educated in Arizona district schools, a former teacher in a large Arizona school district and a current school leader within that same district. Today, I stand before you in unwavering support of Mrs. Shelame Woodworth, whom I've had the privilege of knowing for the past 25 years. Throughout my 27 years in education, I have worked alongside countless teachers, counselors, and administrators. Without a doubt, Ms. Woodworth stands among the most dedicated and supportive administrators in the state of Arizona. She is more than an administrator. She is a mentor, an advocate, and a fierce protector of every student's well-being. She has spent late nights ensuring no student is left behind, early mornings making sure every child is safe, and countless moments in between as a steady presence for students and staff alike. Her leadership has never been about power or prestige. It has always been about people. She has devoted her life to ensuring that every student feels seen, heard, and supported. Yet today she faces a grave injustice, wrongful accusations that do not reflect the truth of her character or the values she upholds. I am not just here to defend a person. I am here to stand for the very principles Mrs. Woodworth has always fought for, truth and integrity. I have seen her actions firsthand, and I know the kind of person she is. Tens of thousands of students have benefited from her unwavering dedication and support. The recommendation for a 1-year suspension of her educator certificates is not only unjust, but excessive. I urge the board to reconsider this recommendation and allow Mrs. Woodworth to continue providing the exceptional leadership and unwavering support that her students and staff need and deserve. Thank you.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next, we have David Ellingson, followed by Eli Enger, and then Frank Fletcher.
I'd like to thank the board for letting me speak here today. I'm here to speak on behalf of Jason Phillips. Unlike most people here in the room today, I'm not an educator. I'm not a parent of a school-age student. However, I'm an engineer who volunteers for 20 years now with the STEM program to get children involved in engineering. And through that, I've had the opportunity to meet Mr. Phillips and become a friend with him and work with him for many years. Through that time, he's been involved. We've always used him as a decision maker for us because his #1 focus is the student. No matter what the challenges will be for us, no matter what the challenge will be for the volunteering community, it's always what is best for the student. And through that, we have seen that there is nothing that he would ever do that would not be to looking out for the student's best interest. Through this, I've met hundreds of educators and teachers over those 20 years in the state of Arizona. Some of those are the best you can get in the industry. And yet he stands out above because of his dedication. He goes to every event. He's always there for his students, even if they're not one of his students from his particular school, but from other schools around the state. He's always been there. He's always there. He's always had great leadership, and he's always been a great advocate for the student in every way, no matter what that can be as a personal effect to our group. And he would never not put the students' needs first. As I know, you guys are sure I'm aware, I'm an outsider. So all I do is watch the news and I see what's going on in the educational world right now. And sorry. Right now, the education can't lose people as dedicated as Mr. Phillips to students. I've never seen someone with more passion, more dedication to the students that have come forward. And the kids deserve an educator and an administrator in their corner like Mr. Phillips. The last thing I'd like to see is one of the most dedicated and caring administrators lose their educational program because of something like this for 3 years. Please reconsider this ruling against these educators, especially Mr. Phillips, and look into it further because I know that is not the intent and the children were #1 in their minds. Thank you for your time.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next, we have Eli Enger, followed by Frank Fletcher, and then Francine Frank.
Good afternoon, President Haley, Superintendent Horn, and members of the board. My name is Eli Enger, and I'm an attorney here to comment on behalf of and in support of Dr. Floon, Dr. Gilbert, Mr. Phillips, Ms. Woodworth, and Mr. Ridenour. If you've not already, I'd encourage you to review the public comments submitted timely to this board related to the educators. Those comments come from nearly all corners of education, and the vast majority express support for these educators. Make no mistake about it. This matter has the attention of educators throughout the state. The issue before the state board today is not only consideration of a matter of statewide importance, but also the public's trust in the state board. If the state board adopts the PPAC's recommendation and allows for such a gross miscarriage of justice, it will erode the public's trust in this board. Next, I challenge the board to find a case where a PPAC's recommended discipline has been more obviously excessive than these cases. The record reflects the educators took prompt action they thought was appropriate. They did not sit on their hands and do nothing. And for that, the PPAC is recommending discipline that will severely interrupt the lives of these educators who have never previously been disciplined. The proposed discipline is excessively harsh, unwarranted, and unjust. The PPAC members and the prosecution were fixated on the idea that the teacher at issue could have been engaged in some sort of sexual grooming or sexual misconduct. I would remind the board that the sheriff's office conducted an extensive investigation into this matter and did not recommend charging the teacher at issue with any sexually motivated crime. In addition, the county attorney's office reviewed the investigation report and refused to charge the teacher with any crime. And yet, these educators were supposed to somehow know that this teacher was preparing some sort of sexual grooming scheme or was engaged in sexual misconduct when our own law enforcement said that was not the case. Respectfully, I request the board reject the PPAC's recommendations and dismiss these claims against these educators. Alternatively, send this matter back to the PPAC for an individualized rehearing. Thank you.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next, we have Frank Fletcher, followed by Francine Frank, and then Craig Gilbert.
Good afternoon, Madam President, members of the board. My name is Frank Fletcher. I'm a retired associate superintendent for the Chandler Unified School District. I'm here to speak in support of Mrs. Shellamay Woodworth and Mr. Jason Phillips. These two individuals, in my opinion, are being treated unfairly and unjustly for their roles in this situation. For two people who had limited involvement into this investigation to lose their certificates and possibly their jobs is criminal in nature. I would ask the school board to not accept the recommendation of the PPAC, especially based on the evidence that was presented to the committee. Let's remind ourselves the PPAC was charged with making recommendations based on findings of facts and conclusions of law. It appears to me they failed their responsibilities. There's an old saying, two wrongs don't make a right. Therefore, if this board believes the district erred, then let the board hold the people accountable for that error, and that would be the district, not these two individuals. I would respectfully ask the board to reject the recommendations of the PPAC. Thank you for the opportunity to address you. I hope that this board would exercise good common sense and exonerate the individuals involved. Thank you so much.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next, we have Francine Frank, followed by Craig Gilbert, and then John Giles.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. These are the words of one of my colleagues with which I wholeheartedly agree. Today, I am writing for the benefit of Jason Phillips, my principal at Santan Junior High. I've had the privilege of working through this transitional year with Principal Phillips as one of his English teachers. I've been able to see him come into our school community with a clear organizational plan that has been communicated every single step of the way. I cannot tell you how critical that is for educators to feel safe at work, knowing that their leader has a plan and vision for our school. He's taken a genuine interest in the activities and literature we explore at school. He offers his own content knowledge and joy that he had found in his previous educational experiences as a student and former educator. And that's what I've come to realize is one of the most important things about Principal Phillips. In his stewardship as a leader, he carries with him those experiences and connections. That ability to carry these memories with humility has allowed him to be a constant source of empathy and understanding. I would hope that that same empathy is extended to him, especially with today's decision. It would be a devastating loss for our school, our classrooms, our students, our staff, and our community to lose our leader. We would lose our sense of safety, and educators all over the nation have been suffering great losses in recent weeks. I also ask that today's decision take into consideration the further damage that would be done if our school were to lose a critical person in our feeling of safety. Throughout his entire hearing process, our principal has gone through over the past couple of months, he's still shown up professionally and joyfully every day. It would be easy to be bitter. It would be even more easy to completely check out. However, anger is a crutch that he refuses to use, and rather he has chosen to show up every day unbroken. One of the most telling windows to look through when questioning someone's character is to see how they behave and react in times of peril. Please allow for him to continue doing the critical work that needs to be done for the stability of ourselves and schools.
President Haley,
Thank you.
Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next is Craig Gilbert, followed by John Giles, and then Jennifer Hewitt. Madam President, members of the board, my name is Craig Gilbert, and I have dedicated 32 years in education without discipline because I have prioritized students' needs and focused on safe learning environments where students can thrive. My focus on faith and family continues to drive my values on how I treat others, show compassion, and give grace. This has guided me through my career, which holds true today. I am here before you today because PPAC has recommended a discipline letter of censure. However, I disagree with their recommendation because my role was to evaluate a Title IX appeal to determine if it was dismissed appropriately by site administration, which it was. I also took an additional step in speaking to the school resource officer, who was a Maricopa County Sheriff Deputy, to see if he had been consulted, which he established he was. I also talked with him to ask, did he believe the allegation constituted a crime? He said it did not. It should also be noted that during the PPAC deliberations, it was shared that my only responsibility was to decide if the Title IX appeal that's all I was supposed to do, and I completed it appropriately. The discipline recommended is inconsistent and exponentially higher than what has been established in previous decisions. The hearing appeared to be focused on Chandler Unified School District and not on us each individually. It would be unfair for the board, 4 years after the incident occurred, to now second guess and severely discipline administrators who adhere to district policy and procedures in effect at the time and hold them to a standard that has not previously existed. I ask that you reject the PPAC recommendation and ensure each individual has received appropriate due process and just treatment. This is why I disagree with the PPAC recommendation to discipline me for doing my job, as policies and procedures were followed, and I'm requesting my censure be dismissed. Thank you for your time. President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next is John Giles, followed by Jennifer Hewitt, and then Terry Locke.
Madam President, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, thank you for your service on this very important body. I have served my community for the last 10 years as the mayor of my hometown, but that is not why I'm here today. I am here because I am the son of a school principal and the son of a school teacher, and my children are school administrators and school teachers. And when I became aware of the facts of this matter, I became gravely concerned for their futures. As I've been very impressed by the statements that you've heard from both educators and young people today, questioning their decision to enter this profession. This body has a very important function, and that is, of course, to protect the safety of students, but also to protect the integrity of this profession. I would suggest to you, both as a former elected official and as an attorney, that you ought to have grave concerns with this case, both when it comes to the facts. As has been indicated earlier, there's no indication that there's a crime that's been committed here or that the safety of children has been in question. But I would also point out to you that you ought to be frankly embarrassed by the legal process that has been allowed to transpire in this case. The fact that these charges are very untimely, they occurred more than 4 years prior to their being leveled at these administrators. The fact that there were changes made to the charges up until the time of the hearing. The fact that these individuals, these administrators, were not allowed to provide an adequate defense. And the fact that they were considered and painted with a very quick and dirty, broad brush as one group, and the individual circumstances of their cases were ignored, truly is a travesty. So again, on behalf of our community, I would encourage you to please support these educators. Please support the members of my family and the members of this proud profession as they make this wonderful decision to serve our community. They deserve our respect. They deserve our support. And I hope that you will rise to the occasion and be the backstop to prevent something terrible from happening.
Thank you so much, Mayor Giles.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next, we have Jennifer Hewitt, followed by Terry Locke, and then Katie McPherson.
Good afternoon. I am writing to share my sincere support of Mr. Jason Phillips, proud principal of CUSD. I have known Jason for 10 years, and I have had the privilege of witnessing firsthand the passion, dedication, and integrity he brings to his role as both principal and a board member of the Chandler Education Foundation. Jason has always been someone who leads with heart. His deep commitment to students, staff, and the broader school community is evident in everything he does. Whether it's staying late to support a struggling student, advocating for resources that benefit both educators and learners, or fostering an environment where every child feels valued, Jason has consistently gone above and beyond. In all my interactions with him, I have seen nothing but fairness, professionalism, and a true desire to make a difference. He holds himself to a high ethical standard and encourages those around him to do the same. That's why these accusations are so difficult to comprehend. They do not align with the person that I know, a person who has dedicated his life to serving education with honesty and compassion. I fully understand that due process must take its course, but I hope the board takes into account the years of unwavering service, positive impact, and Jason's true character. I wholeheartedly stand by him and believe that his record speaks volumes about his integrity. Thank you.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next is Terry Locke, followed by Katie McPherson, and then Frank Narducci.
Good afternoon, folks. You start off in the morning, didn't it? Thank you, first of all, for your dedication and service. I've had the privilege of working these four Chandler Unified administrators for 27 years. We dealt with all kinds of issues and questions with parents, with students and staff. I found all of them to be of the utmost character and always concerned about fairness. I'm concerned they're getting the same fair shake themselves that they've been providing for our own people as well. I think you look at the 4 years of time that passed, the lack of the process leading up to this for the individuals. I just encourage you to rescind that action. Thank you.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next, we have Katie McPherson, followed by Frank Narducci, and then Amy O'Neill.
Hello, I'm Katie McPherson. I'm a proud mother to two Castile colts and two Basha bears. With deep sadness, after 8 years at Castile, we pulled our youngest due to the lack of care and concern that was shown by Mr. Phillips and Mr. Reitnauer after my child was egregiously sexually harassed by a peer. Several of Mr. Power's victims, who had his hands inside their jeans, eat my Oreos and sleep at my home. I consider them my children. 30 CUSD students and parents have raised their hand and flagged child sexual abuse and harassment on campus over the last 8 years. In November of 2024, my child came home and told me that one of her teachers was brushing up against other students, asking them to make babies, and continuous comments about their bodies. Mr. Rossini, Dr. Serrano, and Principal Reichhold checked the box with a letter of direction and a 2-day leave. Prior to this, Chandler PD found a crime and charges of luring a minor for sexual exploitation. Continuous failures to take bold and immediate action sends a strong message to the student body that the administration is scared of him too. If anyone's movements should be controlled, it's not the victims, it's the perpetrator. I've heard a lot today about wonderful people, and I agree with that. These are my colleagues. I care about my profession. The 4 years that we've heard about, I met with 4 of the 5 people that are being disciplined and begged them to help in the beginning, during, and the after. And a lot of my work happens in the after. No one has mentioned the children today. Silence keeps no one safe. These kids come to us and are told, if you see something, say something, and nothing was done for them. And here we are talking about how wonderful the adults are. Our kids are amazing. Mandatory reporters, whether a crime was committed or not, are mandatory supporters in the after as well. I will note that Patrick Power lied on his job application and said that Wally Delecki and Paul Houston were dead. He should never have been hired.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next, we have Frank Narducci, followed by Amy O'Neill, and then Jason Phillips.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. I'm here to express my concern for the proposal related to our current employees, Dr. Falloon, Dr. Gilbert, Dr. Phillips, and Ms. Woodworth. All of them have decades of success working with children. None of these educators has been disciplined leading up to this complaint, nor during the 4 years that it has taken for the state to hear this complaint. There's not been one single disciplinary action. Each of them are highly accomplished and well-respected educational professionals. Having seen the hard work personally and dedication of these individuals firsthand, I know they put kids first, and they do their very best to support students' success. Without getting into the merits of the claims against each of them, this was not a situation where any of the educators attempted to sweep anything under the rug. It was clearly not the case that the individuals took no action in response to the situation before them. In this case, to the situation before them, the PPAC has taken the position that they disagree with the manner in which a specific situation was handled and that there were alternatives that they could have explored. A disagreement about the extent of action does not warrant the significant discipline being proposed by the PPAC. The proposed discipline by the PPAC is equivalent to an educator who engages in inappropriate sexually motivated communications with a student. And for that, the PPAC is recommending a significant punishment that will sever their careers in a profession they have devoted their lives to. That is neither just nor is it fair. Respectfully, the effects of this decision is already causing highly skilled and qualified individuals to leave education. In speaking with my counterparts in other districts, they too are seeing the ripple effects of this recommendation. If this is the new standard, then we will continue to see highly qualified, dedicated, committed professionals leave Arizona or leave the education profession entirely. This is not the best interest for our students. That is not the best interest for the state of public education, and is not the best interest in the future of this great state of Arizona. For those reasons, I respectfully request the board to reject the PPAC.
Thank you so much. The
recommendation.
next speaker, please.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next is Amy O'Neill, followed by Jason Phillips, and then Jenna Shear.
Good afternoon, President Haley, Superintendent Horn, and members of the board. Thank you for this opportunity to speak today in support of Dr. Craig Gilbert. I am here to express my unwavering support for Dr. Gilbert, whom I have had the honor of knowing and working with for over 18 years. During this extensive period, I've witnessed Dr. Gilbert's determination to achieve personal and professional goals by earning his doctorate and by accomplishing endless numbers of tasks assigned to him. And I've also observed firsthand his calm, respectful interactions with those under his direct supervision. At no point during the period of time in which I have known him have I known Dr. Gilbert to exhibit anything other than unimpeachable character. Throughout his career, Dr. Gilbert has consistently prioritized the best interests of students in all actions and decisions. He is a proponent of following policy. He regularly presents to administrators regarding policy. He possesses a rare and admirable dedication to ethical conduct, consistently electing to do what is right, even when it is not the easiest nor the most popular course of action. This commitment to integrity has been a hallmark of his professional life. Dr. Gilbert's thoughtful and ethical approach has not only benefited students directly, but has also fostered a positive and principled environment for colleagues. He does not only talk the talk, but walks the walk. Dr. Gilbert regularly prioritizes family and mental health, encouraging his colleagues to do the same. His dedication to upholding the highest standards of conduct is truly commendable and sets an example those of us who work with him can only hope to emulate. Again, I hope you reconsider the PPAC's recommendations for not only Dr. Gilbert, but also Mr. Phillips, Mrs. Woodworth, Dr. Falloon, and Mr. Ridenour. I thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next is Jason Phillips, followed by Jenna Shear, and then Lindsay Valentine.
I'm going to try to read this even though my eyesight's not so great. President Haley, Superintendent Horn, and members of the board. My name is Jason Phillips. I've been an educator for 29 years and an administrator for 15 of those years. I am requesting that you review the disciplinary actions involving Dr. Craig Gilbert, Dr. Jeff Falloon, Mr. Ryden Ridenhour, Ms. Chalamet Woodworth, and myself. These events occurred 4 years ago, and it's disheartening to see a second guessing on what could or should have happened at the time our district was reopening from a COVID pandemic. We strictly adhered to the district policies and procedures, and the hearing seemed to be focused more on our district that we were employed by rather than addressing us as individuals. The recommended discipline is excessive and significantly higher than what has been previously established. I also wanted to personally thank all of the people who came out to support us today. This has been a very challenging time, and your support has been greatly appreciated. I appreciate the opportunity to address all of you. Thank you for your time.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next is Jenna Shear, followed by Lindsay Valentine, and then Bridget Vega.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Jenna Shear, and I am a counselor and a parent at Castile. I am here today because of the outstanding educator and leader Chalamet Woodworth is facing a suspension that is not only unjustified, it's frankly outrageous. Let's talk about facts. Miss Woodworth's only involvement in the 2021 incident was speaking to 2 students to ensure they fully disclosed the necessary information to proper administrators. That was her job, to support the process, not to conduct the investigation. The male administrators in charge of the case asked her to step in as a female presence to make sure nothing was left unsaid. She did exactly what was asked of her. So I ask you, what is she being punished for? Doing what she was asked, trusting that her supervisors had the investigation under control? Since when is following the chain of command a fireable offense? Are we now telling educators that when superiors say they have something handled, they should go above them anyways? What kind of precedent does this set? Let's address the blatant lies fueling this situation, the misinformation spreading from social media, boardrooms, and public chatter. We all know how dangerous it is when rumors become louder than the truth. Lies have been twisted into accusations, and those accusations are now being used as a weapon to attack a dedicated administrator who has done nothing wrong. Are we really going to let social media mobs, backroom politics dictate the fate of an educator's career? Suspending Chalamet Woodworth doesn't serve justice. It doesn't serve students. It doesn't serve the integrity of this board. What it does is send the message to every educator that when you're doing your job, if the wrong people target you, you will not be protected. This should concern every single person in this room. I urge you to reject this recommendation, not just for Mrs. Woodworth, but for the sake of every educator who shows up every day, does the right thing, only to be blindsided by baseless and politically motivated attacks. This is wrong, and we all know it.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next, we have Lindsay Valentine, followed by Bridget Vega, and then Denise Lowell-Britt.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Lindsay Valentine, and I'm one of the school counselors at Santan Junior High. I have had the honor to work alongside Jason Phillips for the last year, and I'm here to speak about the amazing leader that he is. It's always scary to get a new principal, but I can honestly say there hasn't been a moment over the last year that I haven't been confident in Jason and his abilities as our principal. It's not the emails he sends each day. It's not the parent situations he helps deal with, or even the wild situations he helps with on a daily basis that makes me proud. It's the fact that Jason often takes his own lunch in a game out to the student lunches, finds students sitting by themselves, and joins them for their lunch. The smiles on those kids' faces are not something you can put into words. We need his presence on our campus. He genuinely cares about our students and their success, not just on campus, but in our community. Jason makes several positive phone calls home each day and encourages all of us to do the same. These phone calls truly make students feel seen and appreciated. Jason is always at sporting events, concerts, parent nights, fundraisers, and many weekend events with our student council and our booster club. I've never met a more dedicated leader in all of my experience in many different jobs. It hurts my heart that any future kiddos of my own won't be able to experience a school led by Jason Phillips. I only say this because I sure hope by that time he's enjoying his well-earned retirement, geeking out on Star Wars somewhere. Sorry, Jason, I had to. Our light at Santan Junior High was dim. Jason's leadership, passion, and consistency has had an immense impact on bringing that bright light back to our campus for students, staff, and families. It would be a shame and a true disservice to our students for you to take Jason away from our Santan family. In education, you've probably heard we have a popular saying, do what's best for kids. And I'm here to say, Jason, as a principal, and more so as a human, is what is best for our students. Thank you for your time, and Jason, no matter what happens today, the storm is behind you.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next is Bridget Vega, followed by Denise Lowell-Britt, and then Braylon Woodworth.
Good afternoon. I stand before you today as a community advocate and a mother. The lack of accountability is beyond disturbing. During the hearing, emotions ran high, but none of the 5 showed remorse or apologized for the harm caused to the children. This could have been any of our children. Let's remember, we are here because these 5 failed to protect 13 children that we know about. Their negligence continues as they have yet to put in place the proper policies and trainings to prevent future harm. It speaks volumes with the lack of their cooperation in the criminal investigation as well. Mr. Powers reoffended, while key figures chose to stay silent over action. They chose profit over protection of children. Thank you to the victims, including the ones in this room today, for your courage. Your voices have sparked change, and we are grateful for the support of the State Board of Education, PPAC, Senator Warner, and MCAO Rachel Mitchell in supporting SB 1437. This bill will make it clear that reporting to a principal or SRO does not suffice. It will strengthen the protection for the children and stop the culture of cover-ups and failure to follow the mandated reporting laws, since the current language does allow for scapegoating. This bill clearly draws a line in the sand. It will prevent continual affliction of emotional distress, physical harm, and confronts grooming and luring of children. To the victims, you are not alone. Your bravery has inspired so many. We stand with you, we see you, we hear you, we believe you. And lastly, the audacity of Camille and Frank to finally break silence 4 years later when all of this happened on your watch and still happening today. Your lawyers continue to attempt to put families on NDAs. And for Woodworth, previously she was a counselor. She knew these girls were spiraling and were suicidal. The 5 ignored the red flags. No one checked on the students, monitored the teacher, and they're lucky no child took their life. Let's remember, at Hamilton High School, there were children hazed, sodomized in the locker room. Highlighters and brooms were stuck up their anus. Craig Gilbert gets promoted yet again, a slap on the wrist. Thank you.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next, we have Denise Lowell-Britt, followed by Braylon Woodworth, and then Chalamet Woodworth.
I'm Denise Lowell-Britt. I'm an education law attorney and have spent 38 years representing school districts, charter schools, and colleges. I've conducted hundreds of investigations of alleged employee misconduct, drafted statements of charges against employees for violations of laws, rules, and policies, and represented administrations and governing boards in resulting dismissal hearings. I've also presented statewide on mandatory reporting. This case is not about mandatory reporting. There's no criminal conduct involved. And that was acknowledged by the state prior to the hearing. The hearing record and the public comments submitted to you by Udall Shumway and other well-respected attorneys detail the serious procedural and substantive due process violations that occurred before and during the hearing that deprived these administrators of their constitutional and statutory due process rights. Other comment you've received have highlighted the negative statewide implications of affirming the recommendations. And many people obviously have attested to the outstanding character and commitment of these respondents to children and public education in their previously unblemished decades of public service. You have the authority and the responsibility to determine the proper course of action going forward. Please vote today to either impose no discipline on any of these educators and bring closure to these matters, to table all 5 cases today, watch the full recording of the hearing, and watch the evidence, not some of the misstatements we've heard today about what occurred, and then consult with your legal counsel before bringing these cases back to hearing. or order new separate hearings for each respondent, not consolidated the way they were, with a fully constituted PPAC committee, new committee members, and a different hearing officer. Thank you very much for your time.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next, we have Braylon Woodworth, followed by Shalome Woodworth, and then Kayla Shosho.
Good afternoon, members of the Arizona State Board of Education. I stand before you today in strong support of Shalome Woodworth, Assistant Principal of Castile High School, urging you to allow her to retain her administrative certificate. For 24 years, my mother has been a dedicated educator, leader, and advocate for CUSD, serving as a teacher, counselor, dean, and administrator. She has devoted her career to student success, providing academic guidance, emotional support, and advocacy for teachers. Respected for her leadership, work ethic, and reliability, she has always said, "If I'm not here to fight for my teachers and students, then who will?" However, I'm deeply concerned that she is being unfairly targeted. The incident in question had nothing to do with her. It did not involve a student or teacher on her caseload, nor did she have any prior or post knowledge of the situation. Law enforcement confirmed no crime was committed despite being given an offer by the state's prosecutor to lie. She remained true in her values of honesty and integrity. She was involved for less than 2 hours, where she conducted brief interviews to provide a woman's perspective and make the students feel more comfortable. This was at the request of her principal, yet it is a situation she would have not been placed in if she were not a woman. While she is always willing to help students, she cannot be responsible for the personal well-being of nearly 3,000 students. Despite her limited involvement, my mother is being held to an unfair double standard because she is a woman, a mother, and was a counselor. It has been argued that she should have known better or been expected to provide additional support despite holding the title assistant principal, not counselor. Revoking her administrative certificate is not only unjust, but it's also blatantly discriminatory. Holding women in leadership to higher unreasonable expectations compared to male colleagues sets a dangerous precedent for all women in education. She should not be punished for something she was not responsible for, and I urge the board to correct this injustice. I know the Arizona State Board of Education is committed to the success of students and faculty. As a former Chandler Unified student, I urge you to recognize the values of exceptional administrators like Shalome Woodworth. Losing dedicated leaders leaves fewer advocates for student success and teacher support. I trust in your commitment to strong education and hope you will allow an administrator of her caliber and integrity to continue serving. Thank you for your time and thoughtful consideration.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next, we have Shalome Woodworth, followed by Kayla Shosho, and then Christine Ellis.
Good afternoon, Madam President, Tom Horn, and members of the board. My name is Shalome Woodworth, and I stand before you today as a fierce advocate for education, someone who has dedicated 24 years of my life uplifting students, supporting staff, and strengthening our community. But now I find myself questioning everything I've encouraged young educators to believe in. The Professional Practices Advisory Committee has recommended that I be suspended for a year, removed from the school setting, not because I violated policy, not because I engaged in misconduct, but because I did exactly what I was asked to do. I was asked only to speak with a couple of students to ensure allegations were not of a sexual nature. I participated in a brief meeting after those interviews that included law enforcement. That was the extent of my involvement, and all because I am a woman. I had no part in the March complaints, the corrective actions, the Title IX process, or anything beyond my limited role, and yet I'm being told to step away from my career. The state has taken bits and pieces from the last 4 years, removed them from context, and painted an inaccurate picture of me. What they haven't told you is through a settlement agreement in exchange for a letter of censure, they have asked me to lie and to turn against my colleagues in my district, something I cannot stand for. This recommendation does not just affect my future, it affects my family, my students, my colleagues, and an entire community that trusts me as an educator. I have always urged young people to take the monumental task of educating our youth, including 3 young women in this room today. But how can I continue to do so if they stand to lose everything? Who will step in to protect those who serve? I urge you to reconsider this recommendation, not just for me, but for the integrity of our profession, our educators, and our students. Thank you.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next, we have Kayla Shosho, followed by Christine Ellis, and then David Lockhart.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for taking the time to hear me out. My name is Kayla Shosho. I stand before you today as a survivor of sexual abuse, which was enabled and pacified by Ryan Ridenour. This mandated reporter neglected to report Multiple incident my 16-year-old self brought to his attention years ago. He gave excuses for my assailant's behaviors and pushed my attempts at pleas for help to the side and labeled me as a problem and an attention seeker instead of holding the teacher/coach accountable. Anytime I spoke to him, he would gaslight me into thinking I was wrong. He turned a blind eye to the sexual abuse myself and multiple students were involved in. The trauma and pain inflicted on me have been long lasting. I thank God for the teachers who did stand up for me, ultimately leading to the arrest attacker. Although it's extremely devastating, I am not at all surprised to learn that Ryan Ridenauer has once again failed to report sexual abuse, allowing other students to suffer. This pattern of behavior demonstrates the blatant disregard for the well-being and safety of students that he vowed to educate and protect. As someone who is entrusted with the care and education of children, Ryan Ridenauer has grossly betrayed that trust. I urge the board to consider the severity of these actions and the lifelong devastating consequences for students. I respectfully request that Ryan Ridenauer be accountable for his negligence and stripped of his teaching license. No child deserves to be put in harm's way due to the inaction of a trusted authority figure. Over a decade later, he continues to behave the same. It's extremely scary knowing how many children he has done this to. Ryan, what you and the 4 of your colleagues have done is deplorable. I was a scared child with no voice. I trusted you and you knowingly failed me over and over again. I now have a voice. I'm begging you all, please consider revoking their license completely. God is watching, and what's done in the dark will always come to the light. Thank you, guys.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next, we have Christine Ellis, followed by David Lockhart, and then Casey Stahl.
I am currently online and I hope that everybody could hear me. My name is Christine Ellis and I'm the current Vice Mayor for the City of Chandler at this time. Madam President, members of the board, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak this afternoon. In view of what's happening in the room, I want to make it very clear that I have zero tolerance for anyone who chooses to hurt children. My role today is to stand before you and those that are in the room right now to speak concerning Dr. Gilbert, a man that I have known for over 26 years. Yes, Dr. Gilbert have served this community. He has given of himself for so many years for those children that we are spoken of today. It is important that you realize that doing the right thing today is going to go down in history. I had to make so many hard decisions in the place that I have found myself standing so many times. But the one thing that I will implore you and I will encourage you to do today is not to base it based on feelings, based on what we heard, but based on the facts that you have heard of this case. And so for that, I'm asking you to please take your time, understand what is before you today. Lives, grandchildren's lives are at stakes that will hear of what happened here in this room today. Thank you again for taking the time to hear me. I'm going to leave you with this one thing. It was just said in this room, what is done in the dark will come out in the light. But one thing that I'm going to say is that the God that Dr. Gilbert served, he does not lack ugly. And so therefore, please pay attention to what we are doing in this room today, because it is very important that you know that the man that is Dr. Gilbert is a man of loyalty, deep concern for children, a love for his community, and a love for his wife and his own children. I have myself left my own daughter into their homes. So I
Thank you so
know
much.
of what I'm speaking of today. Thank you
Deputy
for
Mayor.
allowing me to speak today. I
Thank
appreciate
you so much.
Thank
President
you.
Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next, we have David Lockhart, followed by Casey Stahl, and then Bill Richards.
Good afternoon. Can everyone hear me?
We can.
All right. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of my fraternity brother, dear friend, Dr. Craig Gilbert. I've known Dr. Gilbert for well over 35 years at this time, as well as his wife, as we attended college together. My understanding, as the facts have they've been conveyed to me, that Dr. Gilbert became involved in this event, this unfortunate event, because I do believe that everyone that is here, that is listening, and who is being attentive understands and appreciates that there's a love for children and no one wants to see them harmed. I am a father, as well as Dr. Gilbert, assuming several people that are are attending this event are parents as well. Nonetheless, Dr. Gilbert became involved in this situation solely and for the sole purpose of reviewing the correct appellate procedures and to say that they were upheld. He had no knowledge, or nor was he involved in any of the underlying events that led to the allegations. I think it's important to again reiterate the fact that there are no criminal charges that I believe that were found. I'm very familiar with Rachel Mitchell in the light of the fact that I am a practicing attorney and worked when she was a foot soldier, just like I was as a deputy county attorney. I know her to be diligent, and I understand that when she evaluated this, she did so and realized, using the standard, no reasonable likelihood of conviction, therefore no criminal charges. Speaking directly to Dr. Gilbert and his family, I have known them again personally. I know his commitment to children and his profession, his acumen for education. The sacrifices that he made, that he is diligent and respectful in his approach and his administration, making sure that it is done fairly and it comports with the rules that he has been apprised of. It is my understanding, again, that he did indeed follow those protocols and those procedures. I see no need or no reason to censure him or require him to go to any type of training and for what? He has done nothing to have violated in any way any of the rules and first the procedures. I also would briefly like to speak about the fact of the process and procedure. There seems to have been,
Thank
based
you
upon
so
the
much, Mr.
information.
Lockhart. We appreciate your comments.
President
Thank you much
Haley,
for the
Superintendent
opportunity to
Horn.
speak.
Members of the board, up next is Casey Stahl, followed by Bill Richards.
Hi, can everybody hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, my name is Casey Stahl, and I'm a registered nurse for over 13 years. I would like to speak about an amazing educator, Jason Phillips. Over 25 years ago, my older brother was assigned to the pod of teachers that included Mr. Phillips for science. His experience led to my mother fervently requesting that I, as well as my younger brother, have the same group of teachers, with Mr. Phillips being a large part of that. Not only was he an engaging and attentive science teacher, he was the most supportive soccer coach I have ever had. The only time his voice was ever raised was when he was enthusiastically teaching his students, encouraging his soccer players, or speaking about Star Wars. Since he had my younger brother as a student, we were able to keep in touch over the years at various scholastic functions. He, as well as other teachers that my family and I had grown close with, continued to encourage and support not only us, but I know many other students as well. When the pandemic hit, he took the time to personally reach out to me, as well as other former students on the front line, a gesture that genuinely brought me to tears. He truly cares about his students and chooses to stay in a profession that is one of the most stressful and thankless jobs because he cares. My mother and brothers ask that I share their support as well. My brother Jake said, even over 25 years after being in his class, he is still one of the teachers I had that I can think of so many great times and lessons he gave. The exciting and engaging way he taught was amazing. I was beyond excited for my daughter to attend Castile with him as the principal, but was sad to hear she would not be able to have him when he was moved. I would give anything for all of my kids to have him as a teacher. My brother Michael, Mr. Phillips, was my 8th grade science teacher and my student council advisor. He made my 8th grade year one of the best school years I've ever had. Through his teachings, he inspired me to pursue a science major in college. I kept in touch with him throughout high school and college while doing so. He encouraged and supported me when I made decisions to change majors after my first year. He was and continues to be one of the best teachers I ever had. He is the type of teacher I want my children to have because of his personable and approachable nature, the way he makes learning fun and enjoyable, and how much he cares and wants his students to succeed, not just in school, but their careers and life in general. My mother said, I have known and trusted Mr. Phillips for over 25 years. He was always there encouraging students, whether it was in the classroom, coaching, or student council. He has a dedication to the students and staff, which I wish all teachers and principals would have.
Thank you so much for your comments, Ms. Stahl.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, our last speaker for this call to the public is Bill Richards.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, and members of the board. I'm Bill Richards. I served as counsel for the state board in the consolidated hearings involving respondents Falloon, Phillips, Ridenauer, Woodworth, and Gilbert. We've submitted a written supplement to you in case you have any further concerns about the record as a supplement to my public comments. I'll be brief. The protection of Arizona school students from threats of physical and emotional abuse or exploitation by adults working in their school environment is perhaps among the top responsibilities of administrators certificated by the state of Arizona who become aware of such threats. You can be assured that this was no light matter. It was a 4-day evidentiary hearing in which the PPAC considered voluminous records, including records that were created by the respondents themselves. They heard hours and hours of testimony from the respondents and others. They heard argument, detailed, lengthy argument by counsel, making many of the same arguments, taking many of the same positions you've heard today throughout this call to the audience. And yet, they started with the fact that these respondents had received credible, including written complaints by 7 different students about Mr. Power. They included statements that he was scary and had been persistently, regularly, repeatedly forcing physical contact on his young female students as young as 12 years old all the way up through seniors in high school. That this included the regular, repeated, insistent touching of their hands, arms, backs, of their shoulders, of their waistlines, of grabbing of their hips. That included him forcing them to give him embraces when they turned female students, when they turned in their assignments, and of him forcing them into physical positions where they felt they had to pull away. And one student, observing others, dropped out of his class entirely, fearing that she would be the next victim of these sorts of intrusions. What happened, the record is clear. Nothing, virtually nothing happened. There was a letter of direction. You have the record of that and what it was all about. But there was never a report made, not even to their board, not even when Mr. Falloon recommended that they accept the retirement of Mr. Power. They were not told he was under investigation. That is more than enough to support the decisions, recommendations made to you. I will respectfully ask that if you have any questions, I have time to answer them. Excuse me. Counsel for the respondents have 3 attorneys here, and they've all spoken today. They've all been given 2 minutes. I've taken 2 minutes. But I'm also happy to address any questions that the members have.
President
Executive
Haley,
Director
Superintendent Horn, members of the board, as is the common practice with the educator discipline portion of the agenda, members may ask questions of state counsel if they so choose. Mr. Richards is here if there are questions.
Do we have any members that have questions of State Counsel? Dr. Kaur.
Thanks for being here. Mandatory reporting kicks in exactly when? With a crime, with a suspicion? Be precise. Tell me when you must report something.
Dr. Kaur, mandatory reporting, I believe that you are referring to is the mandatory reporting regarding certain forms of abuse, right, that would constitute potentially criminal conduct. Dr. Kaur, at the point where there would be a reasonable belief or suspicion that that has occurred, there should be reporting. But the regulations of this board go much further than that. It's not simply a mandatory reporting issue. During this hearing, Mr. Falloon, Dr. Falloon, testified that he understands that he makes reports and has to make reports in all kinds of other circumstances. He, in fact, testified that he once reported a teacher because they gave a finger gun gesture to a student. And that was it. But he felt that that was a threat to the student. Yet, he was insistent, as were the rest of the respondents in this case, that repeated, insistent touching, manipulation, grabbing of female students did not rise to the same level as a finger gun gesture. Didn't create any sort of risk of emotional harm or upset or threat to anybody. And he further testified that he believes to this day that there was no concern whatsoever that they had to have with potential grooming behavior going on here, the type of things that predators use to normalize that sort of activity with their young potential victims. he testified that it couldn't happen if there was another student in the room. And therefore, he wasn't concerned, and they didn't need to be concerned. They didn't need to report. The state's position, Dr. Kaur, is that with that volume of evidence that they found credible and they said was credible, there was no question that they should have reported it. What they did instead was they allowed him to retire. They didn't even tell their own board. None of these folks reported to their own board that when he said, well, I guess I'll just retire, was under investigation for the second time in 2 months for similar allegations of inappropriate touching, insistent touching of female students. They let him out. They let him out to look for other jobs. They let him to go other places where other districts or other schools would not know of his propensities, of his actions. And they stopped investigating even, despite the fact that they had been given many, many other student names who may be victims or witnesses.
Yeah. Also, very quickly, if you could address why all 5 in one hearing for something of this gravity? What was behind that decision? Is that unusual? Explain to my colleagues and I, if you would.
Dr. Horn, in administrative hearings, a consolidated hearing is not unusual. In fact, it is appropriate where there are advantages to not only the fact-finding mission of the board of the commission committee, but also the use of efficient use of resources. In this case, every single one of these, they testified these were collective decisions. You've heard statements today that, well, it wasn't my job. This wasn't my responsibility. I was only told to do this or that. But the testimony was that these were collective decisions that they made together, that they consulted with one another, that the 4 that first met, Falloon and Mr. Phillips, Mr. Ridenauer, Ms. Woodworth, they made a collective decision not to go further, to stop the investigations. They all have to testify then in each other's hearings. Mr. Gilbert received information. The allegations he was investigating were allegations about misrepresentations made by Mr. Ridenauer and Mr. Phillips in this particular case, in the very same case. Therefore, they all would have had to testify in each other's cases. It wouldn't make sense to simply make everybody come back through 5 separate times and re-testify about the exact same things to the exact same hearing body.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, I do want to give either Mr. Enger or Ms. Brandingham a chance to respond. So if one of them wanted to come forward, just to the questions that Mr. Richards responded to as well.
Yeah, so I will answer the question in the order in which they came. My name is Eli Enger. I am the attorney for the respondents. And I believe the first question was, when does mandatory reporting kick in? I don't know that that was actually answered directly. There was sort of a reiteration of the closing argument. So I just want to make sure that I actually answer that question. It's when there is a report of abuse, child abuse, neglect, or physical injury. And I want to make those points very clear. There was a 16-month MCSO investigation into the underlying teacher. These respondents are being treated as if they are the educators who put hands on the children. They are not. I just want to make that abundantly clear in case there's any confusion. They are not. There were complaints that came in. When an educator has a belief that there is abuse, child abuse, neglect, physical injury, or any other reportable offense, they report to the State Board of Education. I should also remind the board that that is a duty under ARS 15-514A. The complaint that alleged that portion was voluntarily dismissed by the state. We're not even here on a mandatory report issue, which is why there's clinging to this, well, these regulations have this permissible reporting ability for educators. We're not here on a mandatory report. Again, we're looking retrospectively or in hindsight about what the educators did. And we're using the benefit of 2020 to try to make a determination about whether or not it had the desired result. What we should actually be examining is, did they make the decision that they thought would result in corrective behavior? We heard extensive testimony during the hearing that that's exactly what they did. As for the collaboration piece, I feel like I must correct a fact that counsel for the state just said, well, there's collaboration throughout this process. That wasn't the case. There was collaboration for the February 2021 complaints. There were some things after that that took place that not everyone was involved in. So when you ask the question, Board Member Core, is it common for individual hearings to be consolidated? And there is a regulation that speaks to that point. But that regulation actually mirrors the Arizona Rule of Civil Procedure. And what we are doing through convenience of the parties or adequate use of resources flies in the face of what the Arizona Rule of Civil Procedure says and has been interpreted as. When there is prejudice to a party through the consolidation, we do not consolidate cases. That has clearly been the case here. The conversation about the proposed discipline for all of these respondents started out with a group think of, well, who do we think is most responsible in light of all of this evidence? It was a group discussion, not a, okay, this is the evidence that applies to this individual. Let's only think about this evidence that applies to this individual and go from there. And so I think I've answered your question adequately.
Can I respond? Just one more point on the question about consolidation, because I do know, Member Core, that you were here on the board when there was one prior consolidated hearing. I was too, only I was sitting at the other council. I was one of the assistant attorney generals who was in the Hamilton High case that folks have unfairly referred to. But I want to make a very important point, I think, about what was different about this case and what was done differently in Hamilton High. And that was that Hamilton was consolidated. There were 4 educators consolidated pursuant to a stipulation, which means an agreement between council. So there were no objections from any of the attorneys that that matter would be consolidated. In this case, the hearing officer on her own motion consolidated the hearings. We did object. We filed a motion to sever, and that was denied. So I do think there's some significant differences, and I'm not aware of any. Others may challenge me on that, but certainly during the time that I was at the Attorney General's office, there were over 4 years, we only had that one case that was consolidated.
And sorry, one other point that was brought up that needs to be addressed was this whole finger guns incident. If you go back and look at the testimony from Dr. Falloon, you'll see that he also testified to the fact that his reporting practices changed as a result of receiving the notice of investigation from the State Board of Education related to this incident. Put differently, even when there is not a mandatory duty to report, Dr. Falloon read the notice of investigation and thought, oh, I guess the State Board of Education thinks I need to do something differently, which includes reporting things that fall outside ARS 15514. I better do that. And what did he do? He started doing that. I think the record will reflect that. Again, I think I've answered all of the questions from the board, but I'm happy to answer any other questions that there may be.
Do you have any other questions from members of the board?
I do.
Dr. Clay.
My question is, and I don't know if this is appropriate, so stop me. Did all the educators know, look, just reading about some of the things that happened, did they know that this was happening? That to me is very important. Did they know it's happening? Period.
What is the they?
The educators.
Or what? I guess the
administrators, Mr. Gilbert, Jason Phillips, Sean May. Did they know that these things were going on?
So I think
because this is why I'm asking. You have the letter of the law that I've heard about, and you have the spirit of the law. All right. So my question is, did they know these things were going on?
Yeah, so I think what your question is really highlighting the prejudice that's at issue, because all of the educators were involved in different pieces of this. So the they is really an individualized question. And so in terms of the what did they know and when, I think the record will reflect what they knew and when they knew it. And I'll point to Miss Woodworth as an example. She wasn't the recipient of the original February 2021 complaints. She was brought in for a matter of hours to come in because the idea was she's a female administrator. She should speak to a couple of the female students to make sure that there was nothing going on that would have constituted sexual misconduct. She did that. She was involved in a brief meeting thereafter, and then had no involvement in anything else that took place after February. I'll go to the other end of the spectrum, which is the Title IX complaint process that Dr. Gilbert handled. His role in the process was reviewing whether or not a Title IX appeal or a Title IX was appropriately dismissed under the Title IX regulations. That was his sole responsibility. He wasn't involved in any of the meetings. He wasn't involved in receiving any of the original complaints. He wasn't involved in any of the corrective action. He wasn't involved in anything that transpired before getting involved in the Title IX complaints, which is the reason he was selected. The administrators said, you know what? Let's identify someone who is a trained Title IX coordinator and has not been involved in this process so they can take a fresh view at this Title IX process to make sure that we followed it appropriately. He was handled the Title IX and confirmed that dismissal was appropriate, but he went above and beyond that by speaking to Officer Lyons, the SRO on campus at the time, and as you heard him say earlier and as the record reflects, saying, hey, were you involved in this process? Did you think there was any criminal conduct? And he said, no. And Dr. Gilbert testified that he took language directly from his conversation with Officer Lyons and put it in his letter affirming the dismissal of the Title IX appeal, which was, this doesn't come close to constituting a crime. And so it's somewhat of a tricky question that we need to really individualize out, which is the whole reason for, I think what you've heard a lot of today is the due process that were afforded to the individuals. They're being treated as one.
Okay,
President
so
Haley.
I know you're gonna,
Oh.
but so what we're doing is we are talking about processes. We're talking about processes versus these young people being abused and these things happening. So it's processes versus, so this is what I'm trying to figure out. We talked a lot of processes, right? But did it happen? Who knew it happened? And was anything said, regardless of the process? And that's my question. And then I'll go ahead and.
Well, Dr. Clay, so a question has been put forth. It's been responded to. We need to allow the state's attorney to
Okay.
respond. And then I
Thank
would
you.
go back to President Haley to see where the board is at.
Dr. Clay, I think your question was very prominent to all the PPAC members whose deliberations indicated they were very concerned about that as well. And the answer is that when the first reports came in, they were given to Mr. Ridenauer. Mr. Ridenauer brought in 5 students. He made them fill out written statements of these allegations so they would have a written record of that. He reported that up the chain to Mr. Phillips. He reported what he knew to, they reported what they knew to Mr. Falloon, Dr. Falloon, and then they had a meeting very shortly after that. Prior to the meeting, they brought Miss Woodworth into the team. They had her personally interview students A and students B. From that, she added extra information. In addition to having their original allegations and statements, she learned that student A told her that Mr. Power was weakly touching her legs. There was other information then shared among the 4 of them. They met for an hour, 2 hours to decide what to do next. They discussed the allegations made by all of the students. That's what the testimony indicates. It wasn't simply, I learned about one student, you learned about one student. They discussed it. In fact, they were very clear that they were going to reach, as they always do, a consensus, taking in all the information and all the expertise of the assembled group. They all knew about it. Then there's Dr. Gilbert. You've heard that, well, Dr. Gilbert was just looking at an Article 9 or a Title IX complaint. Dr. Gilbert's testimony is clear. He was given all of those records. He was given those complaints. He was given the file that was created by respondent Dr. Falloon about the allegations that had been made. He had all of that information available to him. He also was aware by that time that what had happened with Mr. Power is Dr. Falloon promoted to the board that they should just let Mr. Power retire They should let him end his contract early because he wanted to retire from a job he had just started less than a year ago. Nobody had bothered to tell the board that he was under investigation, that he had been under investigation 2 times in 2 months, that 7 students had come forward, given written statements about these allegations. Dr. Gilbert knew that. Dr. Gilbert was one of the most senior administrators at that district, and he knew all of that. He had access to all of those records. But he didn't go back then and say, you know what, we should tell the board. Instead, what the PPAC received was evidence that all 5 were just fine with nobody knowing that the decision that had been made originally was, we're not going to do anything with this guy. We're going to give him a letter of direction that actually says you can continue to touch students in 3 different circumstances. Here's our standard. The letter is in the record. You can look at it yourself. That they made a decision that he would not be monitored. He would not be supervised. He would not be somehow kept away from students. He would not be suspended. The investigation would stop short of getting all the information. All of them had access to that information. And nobody bothered to tell their governing board, and nobody bothered to tell this board. Thank you.
Okay, I believe that members have a number of questions. And so I believe that given the number of questions, we're going to conclude item 8 and move to item 9 on the agenda, which is the general session certification of enforcement actions. But given the nature of questions, I believe that we will need a motion to go into executive session in order to get some of the questions that board members have about cases that have been arise today. So with that, do I have a motion to go into executive session?
A motion to move into executive session.
I second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Great. Okay, thank you all for your patience. We are out of executive session, and for the sake of time, we're going to call roll call again. And Executive Director Ross.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. So we'll do our another roll call. So President Haley. Vice President Hagerman.
Here.
Superintendent Horn did have to exit. Member Catanese.
Here.
Dr. Clay.
Here.
Dr. Kaur. Here. Dr. Cruz Rivera is not with us today. Dr. Hightower.
Here.
Member Kravickas. Member Meyerson.
Here.
Dr. Webke.
Here.
President Haley, you do have a quorum.
Okay. So we're now we're in item 9. So is there an item or items from the consent agenda that a board member would like to pull and discuss? Dr. Hagerman.
All right, I think I have this right. I'd like to pull B4, B6, B11, B13, and B16.
Second that motion.
Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Ayes carry. So I think with that, what I would like to do is take the balance of the items in a consolidated motion to vote on those. And then for those that will that have been pulled, we'll discuss those individually. So with that, I'd like to have a motion to approve items 9A, 1 through 4, item 9B, 1 through 3, 5, 7 through 10, 12, 14, and 15, and item 9C. Do I have a second, or do I have a motion?
I move approval as presented.
Second.
So Dr. Kaur, then Dr. Clay. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so now we will, we have an opportunity for discussion for items 9B4, 9B6, 9B11, 9B13, and 9B16. Is there an individual item that members would like to discuss?
President Haley, just to restate, it was items B4, B6, B11, B13, B16.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Kaur.
Thank you, President Haley. Just a couple of things to let folks know where my head's at here. Been on this board for over 8 years, and this is really a very challenging case. And I'm a proud girl dad, and my heart breaks to hear their stories. That said, and I hope everyone heard that first part. I cannot and will not vote for any type of censure for Woodworth. I don't think she's gotten a fair deal in this hearing, and that's just where my head's at. As to the other 4, I have I'm strongly challenged by the fact that we had one hearing for 5 people, and my vote would be, and again, this is one voice. My vote would be to send those 4 cases back to a different PPAC for an individual hearing.
President Haley, Dr. members of the board, my apologies. I meant to iterate this at the start. Dr. Hightower is recusing herself from this item. Dr. Hightower, do you want just a very brief explanation?
Yes, thank you so much, Executive Director. Main reason is that I served on the Risk Retention Trust, Liability Trust for the state of Arizona. So if any of these cases there was overlap, I rather just recuse. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hightower. And that does mean that you won't be able to participate in the discussion today, just so you know.
Thank you.
Do we have any other comments, questions from board members regarding items B4, B6, B11, B13, and B16? Dr. Clay.
Just like Dr. Kaur, where my head is right now, number one, I didn't hear much about the concern for students at all. I may have heard 2 or 3 people talk about students. That is a concern for me. The other concern is that maybe everything was jumbled up into one, and maybe we need to look at each one separately so that everyone would take whatever responsibility they had. And I believe strongly that each person had some sort of issue with this, but we have to find out to what extent. My other concern is if this is redone, if it's sent back, we have students that would have to relive some horrible experiences. So I'm my head is still turning about what should happen. My thing is to be fair and equitable. Okay. But again, I feel everybody had something. No one was totally innocent from this right here. But then there's levels of, I don't like to use the word punishment, but there's levels of what needs to be done with each person. And I do feel the same way that Dr. Kaur, Ms. Woodworth, that seems, it just is really fuzzy, very fuzzy, and can't put my finger on it right now. So I'm still thinking, but I just wanted to let you know this is what's going through my head right now.
Member Meyerson.
Thank you. I agree with my colleagues' comments. I am also inclined to think about individual hearings for each of these folks. But I'm also just of utmost, I'm just very focused on the impact that this would have on the students. And so I think a question, Director Ross, would be, what would be the timing if we were to send this back for individual PPAC hearings? Because again, I think I wouldn't feel comfortable litigating the outcome for each of these individuals without that occurring. If we were to send it back for a PPAC, could we do so like expeditiously to ensure? I think everybody is probably seeking closure. It's been 4 years. And most importantly, the students. How could we do so that it potentially would have as minimal impact on the children, both to Dr. Clay's point of having to relive this, but also just to get closure on this for everybody to be able to move forward? How could we do so, or could we do so in a way that moves quickly?
President Haley, Vice President Hagerman, Member Meyerson. One thing that's important to understand about the Professional Practices Advisory Committees, there are legal requirements surrounding it, surrounding notification to respondents, and surrounding notification of not only a statement of allegation, but investigation, a hearing. So there are really specific deadlines that have to be met. We would absolutely be able to expedite it, but there are already hearings scheduled for folks several months out. So really the soonest we could get this, and I need to check to verify, but we're talking many, many months because again, legal documents have already been sent out to other folks who are going to have hearings through the Professional Practices Advisory Committee. So just to make you aware, it would not be a rapid turnaround, just out of, again, legal responsibility for notification and hearing.
Dr. Webke.
I'm going to echo what some of my colleagues have said. I am a little discouraged that it would take months, but I understand because if we're going to do it again, I look out at the sea and I look at the professionals that are in the room, and I have no doubt that they want to put this issue behind them. But what I'm most concerned about are the students that have been involved in this, and they've done everything that I can tell right. I do think Ms. Woodworth did get the short end of the stick on this one. I think she got swept up, but I would like to see it go forward as 5 separate cases.
Member Kravickas.
I'd also like to echo my colleagues' concerns, and I'll do it because it's so important. So much testimony about the consequences to adults, and we heard little to none about the students. And I think it's worth noting that, and it's not the norm, that it took parents for this whole process to start, which is not supposed to be the case. If the parents had not called the board, and correct me if I'm wrong, Executive Director Ross, if the parents had not called, none of this would have happened. And the behavior could have continued. The teacher could end up in other classrooms. And I think that's super important to remember that as painful as this process has been, I'm grateful that the parents had the courage to start it.
President Haley, Vice President Hagerman, Member Kravickas, it is correct that the statement of allegation was brought through a parent to the State Board Investigative Unit.
Do we have any other questions or comments? Member Catanese.
I think first and foremost, just echoing my colleagues, when children speak, we also have to listen, especially because so often I believe that there's a lot of children that don't believe that they have a voice. There's a lot of children that are too scared to say something whenever they see something. And I know this room is full of educators, and you all agree with that we have to protect children. However, I also believe that when we have this PPAC hearing and all 5 people are in one hearing, then we're also not necessarily looking at everything individually each day with different new eyes, new ears, new fresh facts. I am very much so in favor of the fact that we need to expedite this as quickly as possible for the sake of kids. However, I do think that we need to have separate hearings to understand the extent of what could have been prevented, what could have been done differently, what we could do in the future. And I think that we need to learn from this as well. And I hope that there's policies in place that will prevent this from happening in the future. I hope that there's also ways that we can provide therapy and comfort and anything that the kids involved need to also assure that there are adults who are listening to them as well. But it's a very complicated, I think, case overall. And I think that for us to find the right, I guess, not judgment, I guess is the right word, the right judgment, that we do need to have individual hearings. I also agree that Ms. Woodworth was probably doing what she was supposed to be doing. And I think I have some I just uneasiness about her consequence as well.
Dr. Webke.
I do have a question about if we were to split this out and basically rehear all this, does that mean that the students would need, if each case is going to be treated separately, does that mean that the students, they're going to have to basically testify 5 times, or is there a way to consolidate that, or?
Executive Director Ross?
President Haley, Vice President Hagerman, Member Webke, they would be 5 separate hearings and they would be treated as such. So there would be the processes that are involved in a hearing, which would include calling of witnesses.
Could we
Member Meyerson.
Could we stipulate that there's one set of testimony from the children so that they do not have to do that 5 times if we were to vote for this? Or is that, I guess, because I agree with Dr. Webke's point.
I believe each case, if they were heard, their findings of fact would be individual to each case. Is that correct, Executive Director Ross?
President Haley, Vice President Hagerman, members of the board, that is correct, that they would be 5 separate cases. There is the potential for a strategy to assist with that, but right now it would be 5 separate cases, which each could involve the calling of witnesses.
Do we have further discussion, or do we have a motion on any of the items? And that item is 9B4, 9B6, 9B11, 9B13, and 9B16.
President Haley, just a quick question, and then I'd be happy to oblige with the motion. We are able to pull one of the 5 and just reject the findings. Is that correct? We do not need to take these. We can take them individually.
So each one can be taken individually or collectively.
President Haley, Vice President Hagerman, Dr. Kaur, you have pulled each. You could vote on each as a consent, but you should vote on each individually, and you do have that right.
Thank you.
May I ask a question? I'll ask a question.
Sorry.
That's okay. My question is, would the kids have to go to the testimonies, or is it based off of already their written testimonies?
Vice President Hagerman and President Haley, Member Katniss. So again, we're not able to predict. These would be 5 different cases. It would be up to the attorneys involved what strategies they would pursue. So, we can't speak specifically to whether the attorney would choose to use transcript testimony, would ask if the student would testify. So the questions are sort of, we can't answer those right now because they would be 5 new cases.
Yeah.
And they could go multiple directions. So.
Right.
Okay. Do we have further discussion, or do we want to make a motion on any of the individual items?
President Haley, I'll offer a motion and see where my colleagues fall. I would offer a motion that would send 9B4 Falloon, 9B6 Gilbert, 9B11 Phillips, and 9B13 Redenauer back to PPAC for a rehearing individually. I would also, as part of that motion, take 9B16 and reject the findings of the PPAC.
President Haley, Vice President Hagerman, members of the board, we would just ask that those be two separate votes. One is a sort of consent, and then one would be a separate item, Dr. Kaur. So just two separate motions.
With that friendly amendment, those numbers that I just read as the first motion that would send the first four back to PPAC for individual hearings is my motion.
So just to reiterate, so item 9B4, 9B6, 9B11, 9B13, it is recommended by the board to go back to reject the findings of fact and go back to the PPAC for individual rehearing. And that is the motion from Dr. Kaur.
That is my motion, Madam President. Yeah.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Dr. Webke made a second motion. Discussion.
President Haley, Vice President Hagerman, members of the board, we would just need to ask that the motion be rephrased, that it include the verbiage of rejecting the findings of fact, conclusion of law, and decision.
Oh, include all of that, not just some of it.
I've got.
I was partially correct. Okay, so I would like to make a motion for item B4, B6, B11, B13, that the Arizona State Board of Education rejects the finding of fact, conclusion of law, and recommendations of the Professional Practices Advisory Committee. And we recommend sending these cases back to the PPAC for individual hearings. And we have a first motion of Dr. Kaur, and it was seconded by Dr. Webke. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it.
Madam President, I have one. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
My second motion, Madam President, if you would, is for 9B16 Woodworth to once again reject the findings of the PPAC with no further action.
Second.
President Haley, Vice President.
One of these right, one of these.
No.
Vice President Hagerman, members of the board. So it would need to be similarly phrased.
I can restate it.
Yeah. So each of those components would need to be in place.
So do I have a motion to reject the findings of fact, the conclusions of law, and recommendations of the Professional Practices Advisory Committee for item B16? Do I have a motion? So Dr. Kaur makes a motion and Dr. Webke?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nay.
That's it.
President Haley, the motion passes. Sorry, we need to go back and do a roll call.
Okay.
So if you can restate the motion, we'll do.
Do I have a motion to reject the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and recommendations of the Professional Practice Advisory Committee for item B16? Do I have a motion?
Yes.
Dr. Kaur.
That's my motion.
Then Dr. Webke, second. All in favor say aye. Now we have to do a roll call.
We're going to do a roll call vote. So, yeah, just as a reminder, we do have a recusal. So, President Haley?
No.
Vice President Hagerman?
Yes.
Superintendent with us.
Yes.
Dr. Clay,
Yes.
Dr. Kaur,
Yes.
Dr. Cruz Rivera is not with us. Dr. Hightower has recused herself. Member Kravickas, Member Meyerson,
No, and I would just like to explain my vote. My plan would be that she would follow the other four where we would send back. But again, no would be my vote on this motion.
Dr. Webke,
Yes. Wait a minute. Yes. I'm sorry. I'm just.
So President Haley, the motion does not pass. It's 5 to 3, excuse me. As a reminder, Dr. Hightower's recusal, Dr. Horn and Dr. Cruz Rivera, or excuse me, Superintendent Horn and Dr. Cruz Rivera are not with us.
And is that, is the vote required a majority or is it 2/3 of the vote?
So a quorum of the board is 6 members. It is always 6 members. Even if there were only 6 members here, it would still be 6 members.
So the vote 5-3. Okay. So a majority of the vote, a majority of the board, not a majority of those present. Is that correct?
So President Haley, just to restate, it's an 11 member board. So 6 votes are required to pass any motion, regardless of the number of board members present, as long as obviously there's a quorum. So even if there were 6 board members present, it would be 6 AIs to pass.
There's
President Haley, Vice President Hager, my apologies. Received some updated legal advice from our counsel. Do you want to explain it, or do you want me to explain it? Because we have a recusal, my apologies. There's a difference because there is a recusal. Because we have a recusal, then 5 votes. I'm gonna have AAG Bergen explain this.
President Haley, Vice President Haggard, Superintendent Hort's not here, any members of the board. Because there is one recusal, we are now left with, I'm checking, 8 members. You need a majority of those 8 because of the recusal. So you have 5 to 3?
Yes.
Okay.
My apologies. The recusal is the wrinkle in there. As originally stated, President Haley, the motion passes.
okay. So now item number 10. We will now move to item number 10, Executive Director Ross.
President Haley, Vice President Hagerman, members of the board. The next board meeting is Monday, April 28th in this boardroom. And thank you everybody for a long but productive meeting.